124.
Another moment to go. We're back in business here at Chelsea.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome here to Shelsley for our second day of action in 2021, the 116th year of running motorsport here at Shelsley Walsh Hill Climb in Worcestershire. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are around the world watching our live stream here on YouTube or on our Facebook channels with Shelsley Walsh. My name is Toby Moody. I'm positioned at the base of the hill and we are just coming towards the end of our practice runs for the morning. We've got the Mallock making its way up the hill at the moment. This looks like Nick Stevens, who's threading his way through the S's under perfect blue skies here in Worcestershire. Up towards the finish line he goes. We've had some good quick runs this morning in practice, but soon we're going to be starting our clock for the main part of the day. This is the Speed into Spring meeting. It's part of the Midland Hill Climb Championship. After the difficult year of 2020, championships are well and truly back underway. That is certainly very much the way of 2021. Carol Nichols with her single-seater 1600 makes her way up towards the finish line. Sarah Thorne is about 30 seconds behind her. She's just left the line. She'll be going through crossing and up towards the top left-hander as we speak. Indeed she does. Into the S's she goes. There she goes. And then on her way. So no problem at all for Sarah. That's all good. We had a great onboard picture video of her last year making a rapid ascent of Shelsley. So that's all good for her. After a chilly Saturday afternoon yesterday, it's nice and warm here today, so that's the main thing. Husband Malcolm is on the start line. Bit of a delay, don't know why. Bit of a delay though after Sarah's run, but we'll be running very soon. Indeed we are, so literally a couple of seconds there. There we go. Keep in touch with our commentary team here at Shelsley through YouTube or Facebook or Twitter. If you tag us, then we will be able to see your comments. And indeed, we have got immediately Nigel Buttress. G'day from Australia. I believe you were watching yesterday, Nigel, so it's great to have you back watching here today from down under. Also, we have got we've also got Ed McCain. Hello to Andy and the DJ Race Cars team from Ed again down under in Australia. So it's a very much a good afternoon, or should it be a good evening for you guys down there, as Thorne has got to the top of the hill. Stephen Thomas with his TVR Vixen on his way. So yeah, it's been good to hear from you all. We do keep in touch with our Shelsley social media through Twitter, through Instagram, through Facebook, or through YouTube at Shelsley Walsh, or use the hashtag Shelsley Walsh. There's some videos up there from today from trackside of the big single-seaters making their way towards the top of the hill. So do keep in touch. We can see your messages here in the commentary position, and it's great to have some interaction that we don't otherwise normally have when there's the normal cadre of 3 commentators trackside at Shelsley, at Vauxvilla, at Crossing, and at the outside of Top S. David Barraclough coming to the line, but Sheila Ash with the TVR Griffith, the 5-litre V8, growling its way towards the top. David Barraclough having a bit of a wiggle towards the first corner, leaving a huge black line off the start line that must be at least 100 yards long. So no shortage of power with the Chimera 5-litre V8. Rob Pack on his way, chasing him up as well. There we have the view from Crossing as they go up to complete practice, and next time out it's going to be the runs proper. 2 runs for everybody this afternoon from now onwards, and we will also have 2 runoffs as part of the Midland Hill Climb Championship, but it's as good as it being a British Hill Climb Championship because everybody's here. I don't think there's anybody missing in the big cars or the 2 litres or the 1600s. It's a full entry here at Shelsley, and with weather conditions such as these, it can be going to be quite exciting because it's warm. People have got their eye in after testing. There was Prescott last week. They had practice here yesterday. They've had practice this morning, and people certainly getting back into the driving seat in more ways than one. So, with the cars about to come back down the hill, it's going to be Chris Druitt who will take you through these initial runs up to that runoff, and then we shall see John or myself, Toby, come back through the commentary box between now and the end of the day. So not long. But in the meantime, here's Chris Druitt.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks, Toby. Toby's an optimist. The sun is shining now. We won't mention the forecast, but yesterday it was mixed weather, and unfortunately at one of the runs, the second run for the Quick Boys, the leaders in the championship, or the probable leaders in the championship, they had a wet run, which times suffered quite a lot, as you would imagine. But keep your fingers crossed. There's beautiful blue sky, a few fluffy clouds, but you know what the forecast. Well, if you're in this country and you've been watching the telly, you'll know what the forecast is. But we keep our fingers crossed. Lovely Shelsley Walsh. It's bathed in sunshine. It's the most delightful part of the country in the UK. Lovely to get messages from all around the world. Please keep messages coming in. We're happy with criticism. We love praise as well. And we've got a brilliant mixture of cars competing today. Speed at a spring is exactly what it is. Yesterday we had the Paul Matty Lotus Championship kicking off their first run. They have a lot of fun, all good friends, but fierce competitors. There's a class for road-going Lotuses and then for the racing cars. And last year, Sarah Thorne, who you've just seen driving up in the blue Lotus 20/22, she's always very competitive. She won the championship. Good for her. Mixture of cars from, as Toby said, Renault Clios right through to the latest in hill climb super racing cars. If you're new to hill climbing, the three people who are watching who are new to hill climbing, there's a lot of misunderstanding about hill climbing. You say, people say, what are you interested in? I say hill climbing. They either have a picture of me slogging up a hill in muddy boots, or they confuse it with what's called sporting trials, which is trials cars bumping up very steep muddy tracks trying to reach as far as they possibly can. It's a fun winter sport, but this is speed hill climbing, and speed is the operative word. Particularly here at Shelsley Walsh, it's only 1,000 yards, it's steep, it's narrow, but the speeds are just incredible. We're now looking at the first left-hand bend, Kettle Bend, which is, let's say, 300 yards, 300 meters from the start line, and our top cars are topping 100 miles an hour as they go into Kennel Bend, and they're hardly lifting, if lifting at all, for Kennel Bend. While we haven't got cars on the track, we have got them coming down, but let's have a look at the course and how it's planned out. We talked about Kennel. Those leading cars coming down are just exiting at the gate into the public car park where they are, which is their paddock today. But that's a rapid left-hander, 100 miles an hour or so, and then there's a slight sweeping right, and then a very daunting corner, which that TVR is just going past now. That's called crossing, because we used to have spectators on both sides of the track, and that's where they crossed over, but not anymore. And crossing is a very rapid and needs a lot of skill and a lot of courage to get round to crossing quickly without lifting too much, because it dictates to a certain extent the speed that you get up the rest of the hill. If we click forward, you can see then it's a bit of a straight, and then a left-hand kink. We call it the kink, but I don't think it's got a proper name, but very few people need to lift for that. And then it's into bottom S, and there's a speed trap just in the foreground of the picture here on the screen, and speeds into bottom S. Bear in mind it's steep, it's narrow, it's a fairly sharp left-hander. Speeds into bottom S, top 130 miles an hour. When you come as a spectator, and if you sit in, you see the benches in the sort of middle right background, to watch cars coming into bottom S at 130 miles an hour plus is quite astonishing. Then it's the S's, a quick left, a quick right. Top S leads to the final straight up to the finish, and again the speeds are quite incredible, well over 150 miles an hour, but don't tell your friends. Come and enjoy it for yourself. We've got a car on the start line, and it's our kicker off, if you like, for our competitive runs today, and it's Richard Ames in a Renault Clio 172 Cup. Great hot hatch, terrific road cars, the 172, 182, 192, and so on, and a great way, if you want to get into hill climbing, of starting your hill climbing career. Most of our champions have started either in hot hatches or in Westfields or Caterhams and climbed up through the classes until they're in a top racing car class. Richard Ames on his way. You'll see a 64-foot time there of 3.03 seconds. Significance of that, 64 feet from the start. If you do it in 2 seconds, that's 1 G, 1 force of gravity of acceleration, and it's where we really measure people's acceleration off the line. There's a great deal of skill involved, particularly in getting a racing car off the line, because it's easy to have too much wheel spin, it's easy to bog down, even to stall the car, and so it's a good measure of people's ability to get their car off the line. Richard Ames crosses the finishing line with a time of 42.77. We will get finishing speeds soon. He's followed by Dave Garnett, Renault Clio Cup with 10 more, because it's a 182, not a 172, and I think that means 10 more brake horsepower. Nicely through the S's. I hope we can get our finishing speeds. It's really interesting to see. Yeah, 76 for David Garnett. I should think about 70 probably for the previous for Richard Ames. And here we've got the very rapid Lotus Exige of Simon Curtin. I'm getting times on my screen but not names, so maybe that's fixable as well. But what I can tell you is that Simon Curtin in the Exige, his time was 34.53, his finishing speed was 85. MX-5 now, there are lots of MX-5s as you would imagine. This one in the hands of Seb Cartwright. Good start, 2.81 for an MX-5. And he's followed by Robert Wilson in the Peugeot 205. Probably, for lots of people, the favourite hot hatch, and values of 205s are just going crazy. Time for number 17, which was Seb Cartwright in the MX-5, 41.71. Peugeot 205, finishing speed 81. Rob Wilson, time of 36.01. 36.01. On the hill now is Robin Holden in another MX-5, the world's best-selling sports car. Justifiably, everyone who drives an MX-5 raves over what fun it is. And Robin Holden out of top S. We got the mini screen as well, showing Dave Warner on his way in a Renault Clio with 15 more than it's a 197. So the power of the Renault Clio continues to increase. Time for Robin Holden in the Mazda Roadster, 37.44. We're watching Dave Warner. Dave Warner heads for the finish and crosses it with a time of 38.34, speed 73. Now Simon Durling. Now something has happened which is not a good thing. Simon Durling off the line in the lovely little Renault Alpine, famous rally car, and it's got a problem. I don't know if it's transmission. It seemed to be when Simon did his first gear change. Maybe he's lost second gear, maybe the engine is coughing a bit, but that's a shame because it's such a pretty car. Reminds us how successful the Renault Alpine was in European rallying in the hands of people like Jean Ragnotti. It's very lightweight, but it's as tough as old boots and withstood a huge amount of punishment up the European rally stages. So Simon, I hope, is able to fix the Alpine for his second run this afternoon. Funnily enough, he's on his way home. He lives just at the top of the hill and is a long-time competitor in a great mix of cars, including top-class single-seaters. On the line, Tony Adams in the Lotus Elise. 1800 probably means the Rover K-Series engine before the Elise acquired its Toyota engines. K-Series was a good little engine. It was a very clever design. Handicapped because it was designed for the Metro, the little Austin Metro, which had the radiator very close to the engine. When the radiator was at one end of the car and the engine at the other, like the Elise, the poor K-Series engine suffered various cooling problems and was prone to warping its cylinder head gasket. But of course, pretty soon people were able to sort that out, and those K-Series problems no longer arise. Here's Tony Adams into the kink, heading for the speed trap into bottom S. 86 miles an hour into bottom S is quick. We talked about the Alpine being a featherweight car. Well, the Elise, of course, very featherweight, but again, extremely strong. 34.17, finishing speed of 89 for Tony Adams. Richard York in I think the first of our Porsches competing. We've had the Porsches in practice, the 997 GT3. GT3 always the fiercest of Porsche's road cars. And this one with the 3.8 flat 6 engine, water-cooled cylinder heads anyway, and lots of power and a speed of 94 and a time of 36.29 for Richard York. This is a very quick MX-5 in the hands of Jonathan Maycock. Yesterday, turbocharged, of course, yesterday quicker than most of the Porsches. So it's producing plenty of power from its 1.8 turbocharged engine. You can see S approach 88 and a rapid time 33.54 is the quickest run so far of the competitive runs this morning. Another Porsche, Simon Tarling into bottom S at 81. Just indicates how quick that MX-5 is. Simon Tarling, what sort of speed over the line? 93 and 34.71. Here's another GT3. Well-known hill climber in this car, Robert Lancaster Gay. Great driver, immaculate line through crossing, using every inch of the road and through the trap at 86. What's he up against in the Porsche? Well, Richard York, number 25, he did a 36.29. What can Robert do? It'll be a lot quicker. It's 34.84. Now a VX220 Turbo, rare car, based on the Elise for Vauxhall, with the Vauxhall engine, different bodywork. In road-going trim, probably a more comfortable cruising car than the Elise, but with the turbo, immensely quick. We've got another one which was developed for rallycross, you'll see later, which is fearsomely quick. But David Meek, nice run, 87 and 37.37, 88.3 into bottom S. Now the Cayman, mid-engine, of course, flat six again, 3.4 litres, but mid-engine rather than having the flat six engine hanging out behind the rear wheels. So loses out to a certain extent in terms of traction off the line, but it's a quick car, and Phil records a 37.28. We're into Westfields and Caterham's, Class B, kicked off by Timothy Higgins in a 2-litre Vauxhall-powered Westfield SEI. Don't ask me what SEI means. Special equipment, something. But 81 and over the drain cover. Most people go for an apex a bit after the drain cover at top S, but nevertheless, good run by Tim Higgins, 35.11, and a good finishing speed of 92. Now Bruce Bosley, not a Westfield but a Caterham. Not easy to spot the difference quickly, but indeed when Chris Smith introduced the Westfield, he got into a certain amount of legal trouble from Caterham, who said, well, no, it's a copy of our car, and had to do a bit of modification. Bruce Bosley finishes with a 41.06. Now this lovely Aston Martin in the hands of Andrew Fraser. They had a previous one based on the GT4 race series cars, but this one has been specially developed for hill climbing. It's a big car for hill climbing, but isn't it lovely? It doesn't make a great noise. Masses of power from, I think it's a 4.3 litre V8 in this Aston Martin. Hooray, we got names on the screen. And the Aston has finished with a 39.08. It's quick in a straight line, but it's quite a big thing to hustle around the corners. Helen Evans sharing this quite elderly Porsche Carrera, but with a 3.3 litre supercharged engine. We've seen this car on the hills for many, many years, but a good run by Helen, 38.52. I have a feeling it's her first competitive event in this car, but I could well be wrong. Helen will come and bash me over the head soon, I expect. Phil Fisher in another Westfield with a Vauxhall engine, is well on his way and crosses the line to record a 33.8, speed 94, and it's all gone a bit quiet. I wonder if that's the end of a batch, but I do hear car noises in the paddock. Well, you would, wouldn't you? No, red flag's out, end of a batch, they'll come down the hill. Gives me a chance to mention our hard-working marshals all the way in the paddock and up the hill in their orange suits, and we couldn't run events without marshals. And they are always looking for newcomers to join the gang, and the British Hill Climb, British Motor Racing Marshals Club provide excellent training, and it's a job that does need serious training. As you can imagine, there are lots of emergency situations where the marshals are the first responders, if you like. But it's a great way of getting close to the sport, getting close to the cars, getting to know the drivers. So if you have an itch to get closely involved in both circuit racing and hill climbing, think about joining up. You'll be very, very welcome. We got some nice messages. When do the top runners come out today, asks Joel Smith. Well, they will come out around about 12:30, I would say, Joel, and then those that are in the top 12 fastest runners will have their runoff just before lunch. Simon Durling has brought the Alpine back down the hill, so he hasn't taken it home to be fettled. He's probably going to try and fettle it in the paddock. Message from James Price. Johnny Toon looking to get a 37 run today in the 106 GTI. Well, that would be a good run in a Peugeot 106 GTI, so Johnny, I hope you manage it. I mentioned this yesterday, but a lot of hill climbs have return roads, and so the cars, like at Prescott, disappear and reappear down in the paddock. Shelsley doesn't. Although in the 20s, I don't remember personally, but I'm told that in the 20s, the club experimented with a return road that came down through those woods on the right-hand side of the screen, but it wasn't a success. It was a bumpy, muddy track and nobody liked it. And it's great fun having the cars coming back down the hill. If you're a driver, nowadays you have to wear a helmet, but when I was competing, you didn't. You could come down the hill with your flowing locks flowing in the breeze and waving to all your friends. And the top paddock is a great social event as well. You arrive there rather breathless, and there are your mates either smiling because you haven't gone very quickly or shaking their fists because you've beaten their time. But hill climbing is an amazingly friendly sport. I did a bit of circuit racing, and it's a very different atmosphere. In hill climbing, if your car is having technical troubles, your competitors in your class will gather round and offer help. And also, of course, in hill climbing, you're mostly competing with yourself to try and improve your personal best, your PB, as well as beating the other competitors in your class. Now, here is a very well-known hill climb car. It's Andrew Russell's venerable Ginetta G15, which Andrew, I must ask him how many years he's been competing in this car, but I wouldn't be surprised. It's not far short of 30 years. And it's always immaculate. It's always nicely prepared, and it's always immaculately driven. So, little G15 Ginetta with the Hillman Imp engine in the back. Sold quite well when Ginetta, the original Ginetta, under the guidance and leadership of the Walklett brothers, they sold a lot of these G15s. This is the most famous one of all, I reckon. So Andrew, not a twitch of a lift at Kernel, ditto, foot flat down through crossing. Rapid little car for only 1120cc, 83 into bottom S. And it probably knows its own way up here. Andrew might well be got his eyes shut and hands off the wheel, but I doubt it actually. He's over the line in 34.85, 83, and he's followed by Phil Tucker in, I think, the only Vauxhall Nova here today. 1400cc Nova, another great hot hatch. Quickest run so far could be Jonathan Maycott, 33.54. But times are coming down, of course. As we go up through the classes, cars get more powerful. Phil Tucker has finished with a 35.31 in the Nova. Here's another Renault Clio. This one with a 2-litre engine, 182. In the hands of Ian Richards. And middle of the road, 76 and 37.55. Now this Exige. The Exige is the racing version of the Elise, fixed, hard top, lots more power, quite a lot of fun on the road, but noisy and pretty uncomfortable, but quick. 87 bottom S speed is quick, gets it over to the left-hand side between the S's, gets the apex of the top S correct just after the drain cover, and it'll be 33.54. Dave Moore, Escort Mark II, great rally car, of course, the Mark I and the Mark II, and they're still competing not only in classic rallies, but in up-to-date rallies, club rallies, and providing a huge amount of fun for not a huge amount of money. So Dave Moore heads for the finish. On the line, we've got the fearsome Porsche RSR, state-of-the-art, what, 30 years ago probably. Got a time for Dave Moore of 39.17. And here's Paul Howells, 87, howling into bottom S at 87. Does he get over to the left? No, middle of the road between the S's. It's quite a difficult thing to do, get the right speed into bottom S and still drag it over to the left-hand side between the S's. Good run, quickest run so far today. 30.91, speed 103. Now what can Peter Turnbull do in a much more modern Porsche, the 997 Cup car, so an ex-circuit racing car? Masses of power, 3.6 litre flat 6 engine, big wing at the back, masses of traction, so only 2.39 off the line is very quick, illustrates the great advantage of having the engine right back there. Let's watch Peter. Meantime, Paul Howells, we had his time, 30.91. Can Peter match that? No, not quite. It's a 33.65. 97 miles an hour compared with Paul Howells' 103. Of course, the yellow RSR, much lighter car. Is Tim Painter sharing the car with Andrew Fraser, the GT4. Well, they called it a GT4, but it's very much developed for this particular role of hill climb. He took as much weight out of it as possible, because the GT4 race cars in their series are restricted by some particularly tough regulations. Tim, 84 bottom S, stays a bit over to the right before top S, but okay, and puts the power down to achieve a 33.99. Andrew Norris, we saw Helen Evans in this car just now. This is the supercharged Carrera, which Andrew has competed for a long time. He always shares the course with a lady, and he's almost 90 miles an hour into bottom S. 9. Knows his way up the hill, as does the car. Fierce acceleration out of top S with minimal, if any, wheel spin, and another quick run, 31.8. 31.8 doesn't quite get to close to Paul Howells' 30.91. Now I'm telling you about this fearsome Vauxhall VX220 ex rallycross car in the hands of Mike Turpin. This is a wild car, and it's beautifully driven and rapid. Might get it under the 30-second mark. That would be a big achievement, but 86 into bottom S. Through the S's nicely, and now the power goes down. Supercharged 2.2 litre engine, 31.41, but 110 is our quickest finishing speed so far. Stephen Moore in this fearsome Mitsubishi Evo 6 turbocharged four-wheel drive, so 2.1 off the line. Look at that, that's rapid. Fairly early braking into bottom S. Now he can put the power down. Evos can be developed to produce something nearly around 700 horsepower, 30.11, even quicker, and 116 demonstrating the power that the Evo has under its bonnet. This is an interesting car. Predecessor to the Impreza, the Subaru Legacy, was a great rally car before the Impreza came on, and this is a quick one. This is Damien Bradley. He might get it under the 30-second mark. 97, slight lock up the front wheel. He's left his braking till the last second. Now the power will go down. Will he match the 116 over the line of Stephen Moore? He does, 117 for the first time today, competitive time in the 20s, a 29.47. Brilliant run by Damien Bradley. What can Steve Garner do? I think it's a Vauxhall engine. Interesting to compare the Westfields and Caterhams with bike engines with those with car engines. Steve Garner, 31.05, another good run. 110, that's a very quick Westfield. Ben Fisher, another quick one. But Steve was 89 into bottom S, Ben is 81, and a bit 2 seconds off his pace getting into the S's. So this will be in the 34s, I guess, 33.8, but another good speed, 98. Ray Law is a long-time competitor in this Caterham Super Sprint. Another quick car, of course, 98. Wouldn't he love to be up to the ton into bottom S? But if he did, probably he'd leave us braking too late and regret it. Slight wiggle out of top S, but no problems for Ray. And it's another quick run, a 31.73. Times are tumbling, speed 99. Where are we? We're with Phil Cook. Now this will be quick. It's the first of our bike-powered Caterhams. This is with the Hayabusa engine. Yeah, 91 approach. Should be well over the ton over the finishing line. It's 106 and a 30.69. Simon Jenkswell on his way. Where is he? No, he's on the line. Here he goes. Another bike engine. 1667. That's a big bike engine, isn't it? And Simon is quick. Every inch of the track through crossing. 97 bottom S. Nice line between the S's. Lines it up beautifully for top S. Simon knows his way. And it's a 29.89. He'll be pleased. Under the 30-second mark with 110 miles an hour. Ash Mason, supercharged Hayabusa. Ash, brilliant engineer. Worked for a long time for Bentley, was in charge of their classic collection, including the Le Mans cars, the Le Mans winning cars, which Ash often demonstrated at places like Goodwood. And it's 29.61. It is, I think, the quickest, no, 29.47 Damien Bradley did it in the Legacy. Now we're into single-seaters. Single-seaters with Robert Penrose sharing, this is a family car, sharing with Bob. Rob progressively getting quicker. He's learning his way in this shared car. It's a little 1-litre OMS, built by Steve Owen up in York, 35.05, 88 over the line. Richard Summers dad, head of the family. Lindsay probably would disagree with that, but Richard in the DJ Firehawk, which today he's sharing with son Alex, who's forsaken the fearsome Firestorm, and Richard 28.24 at a speed of 109. So these are the double-driven single-seaters, one of which is in the hands of Tom Weaver. This is a Formula Ford Van Diemen from 1991. And the great news is that our good friend Richard Weaver, who we all know for many years for his sterling work that he did with his flatbed truck, has forsaken the flatbed truck and gone for a Formula Ford and is loving it. And good to see Richard competing on the hills. Meanwhile, he's casting a fatherly eye over young Tom, is driving this one nicely, and a rapid S approach for a Formula Ford of 81. See what he does, gets it right over to the left hand side, opens up the top S beautifully, and this will be a good run for Tom. It's a 35.33. Great. Now here's state-of-the-art hill climb car. This is the fabulous GR59 of Alan Warburton. Gould have constructed 5 or 6 of these cars. Such an advanced concept. The carbon fiber tub is the complete bodywork from front to back. This car, you need to put the engine in from underneath. The engine is a Hayabusa, but 4.5, not sideways across the back of the tub like most like engine cars, with a very clever shaft drive to the transaxle at the back. Time for Alan, 26.73, speed 112. Alan's son David got 10th place in the British Hill Climb Championship in 2019, so he proudly wears number 10 on this car. Whew! Lots of excitement, lots of brilliant runs. I'm particularly impressed by Damien Bradley's run in the Subaru Legacy, but we can fan our faces and cool down a little bit because we got the batch returning to the paddock. Isn't it interesting how far behind the trees are? The trees up the top of the hill, not yet in leaf. It's of course been a very cold April, and they're quite high. It's a deep valley, but they will be in leaf pretty soon. One of the advantages, I suppose, is that sometimes if we get a shower of rain, the rest of the hill dries out before the S's, because the S's are under the trees, and that of course is exaggerated when those trees are in leaf. So let's hope we don't get a shower of rain today, although we might, and if we do, let's hope it all dries out rapidly. One of the scary things at Shelsley is to come bombing up a absolutely dry track into bottom S and finding that it's damp and the poor old car is sliding all over the place, especially of course because you'll be on slick tires. Showery days are a complete nightmare, looking at the sky wondering whether to put slicks on or treaded wet weather tires. The amazing thing is how much grip you get from slick tires if it's just a damp surface. Where you really need treaded wet weather tires is when you've got puddles or streams of water on the track. So here are double-driven single-seaters back down to the paddock. Driver jumps out, co-driver maybe adjusts the cushions, particularly in the case of Alan and David Warburton. Alan's about 6'4", and David is not quite so tall. And I asked Alan how he squeezes it to the car. He says, well, I just have to drive it with bent knees. So we're heading towards batch 5, and batch 5 contains a number of our leading hill climb competitors in the championship. We've got the return of Tony Hunt in his GR51 Gould. Tony's been away for 3 years. He had an engine blow up some time ago, so he's spent a lot of time getting the engine rebuilt and been away from the hills for quite a long time. I asked him what the engine was in his car. He said it's a Michael Schumacher engine, and it is. It's the engine that propelled Michael in F1 when he was in the Benetton team. Unfortunately, it's not signed by Michael Schumacher, but I told Tony he should forge the signature, but I don't think he agreed. But anyway, he's extremely pleased to be back on the hills after a long layoff. You might well have seen Alex Summers, who came second in the Hill Climb Championship, in the incredible DJ Firestorm with its Cosworth XD Indy engine. Well, this weekend Alex is driving the little car, sharing with his dad, and he's handed the DJ Firestorm not only to his mum, but to his fiancée Debbie Dunbar, who's a good driver and is really enjoying the power of the 500 or 600 horsepower she's got in the DJ Firestorm. What have we got on the line? We've got a silver Riot, a riotous car. Silver, well-known maker of kits for cars, including four-wheel drive, front engine, rear engine. The Riot has a bike engine behind the driver, and Martin Watts, I think, has driven this car for 2 or 3 years, really enjoys it, and it's quick. 2.42 off the line for Martin. Tucks in close to the curb on the way into the crossing, but middle of the road through the crossing. 81 miles an hour, bottom S. No dramas in the S's. Mike Manning takes off with this incredible rallycross Fiesta, fearsome device, but we'll focus on Martin Watts in the silver, 33.78. Now let's look at Mike Manning. This has got a 2-litre turbocharged engine producing masses of power, four-wheel drive, very lightweight, early turn into top S, gets it gathered together, puts the power down, and records a time of 31.37. He's followed by Roger Moran, Hill Climb champion, with his new toy. It's a Skoda R5, turbocharged 1600 engine. Of course, it's a member of the VW group, but this one is the current Bulgarian rally champion. It entered 16 rallies in Bulgaria and won 14 of them, and Roger heard this car was for sale, got a friend in Bulgaria to go and look at it. Friend said, yeah, it's fine, and so it was shipped over, and when it arrived, Roger was thrilled. It was even better than he had thought it would be. 30.95 for Roger, who's getting the hang of this car. Graham Lokes in the Lola T492, built for a championship called Sports 2000, but the 2000 engine has been hoiked out, and instead it's got a 3.2-litre flat six Porsche engine, which it's had for some time, and it's a lovely combination, and takes Graham to a 32.43. He's followed by another car we've seen on the hills for, 15 years or so. This is Nigel Hinton's NG Roadster with its 4.6-litre Rover V8. Looks as if it ought to be an MGTD with a 85 horsepower of BMC engine, but it's not. It's got plenty of power. And it takes Nigel to a 35.26. Now, Ian Rowlands with the MG Metro 6R4, 2.8-litre turbocharged V6 engine. It's a proper 605, and it's a proper hand-push drive as well. 6R4 from the notorious Group B Rally Series. 100 miles an hour, leaves his braking very late. Now he can apply four-wheel drive out of top S. Can he get under the 30-second mark? Yes, he can, with a 29.15 and a speed of 111 for Ian. Great run. Richard Walker in the little Jedi. It's nice to see a couple of the 600cc cars entered. From a number of years, we've hardly had any of the little Tiddler racing cars, but here we've got two of them. Richard Walker and Gavin McLaren, who you'll see pretty soon in the Jedi. Jedi still have a race series, I think, for their 600cc cars on the circuits. 32.89 is a good time for Richard Walker. Now, we hear about Shelsley Specials, which is a tradition that lots of cars have been home-built specifically for Shelsley Walsh, and this is one of them, which indeed was built not many yards from here. It's the Nuts and Muffin, now in the hands of Gavin McLaren. It's a rapid car. Richard did a 32.9, Gavin 33.26. Good times for 600cc, but we now go to more power. The racing cars up to 1100cc, kicked off by Mark Lawrence in this OMS with its carbon fiber tub. 1100cc bike engine, of course, sideways behind the driver, chain drive to the rear differential, and 2.14 is a brilliant 64 feet time. Excellent for Mark. And it's 105 into bottom S. This is a rapid car and a rapid driver. And can he get over the ton, over the line? Don't know what his finishing speed was. We've lost it. But 27.35 is an excellent time. What can Mark Schlanker do in the 1 litre Force? Force, one of half a dozen little constructors of specifically of hill climb cars, and the technology and the quality of the engineering of these cars is just staggering. When you're able to come to Shelsley, do spend time in the paddock looking closer. You'll be amazed by the quality and the innovative design of these cars. Mark Schlanker, good run, 29.98, 103 over the line. Bob Penrose, we saw this car in Robert's hands just now. I think he did not sure what time he did, but 34.41 for Bob. Now then, Alex, second in the Hill Climb Championship. He has previous winner of the championship, but in the 1 litre DJ Firewalk. I've lost the time that Richard did in this car. I think it was in the 25.57 for Alex, with a finishing speed of 110. Talked about Richard Weaver. Here he is, no longer driving the flatbed, but he's driving a 1991 Formula Ford Van Diemen. Very much to Formula Ford spec, so it's got to be on road tyres, it's got to be a traditional Formula Ford engine. We saw his son in the last batch. What can Richard do? He can do a 35.12. There's Buck on his way. He missed a gear between the start and the kennels, which will have cost him quite a lot of time. He's in the Pringett Mistral. I think about 14 of these cars were built by Mrs. Pringle and Bennett, and Les is the only one currently on the hills in this country. 36.91. Yeah, I think Les would have expected to be in the 34s, 35s. Steve Day, the rare car, the Swift, Cooper Swift, CS92 in, looks like Formula Ford trim, but more rapid than the Van Diemen, I guess. What did Richard Weaver did? He did a 35.12. No, similar, 34.91 for Steve Day. Neil Coles in the current state-of-the-art OMS, the OMS 28 with a Hayabusa engine. Massive power-to-weight ratio. You can get something like 400 horsepower out of a Hayabusa now. 111 into S approach, I think, is the quickest we've seen this morning. This should be in the 27s, I think. It's a 27.3 with a nice finishing speed of 117 for Neil Coles. Great run. Darren Gumley up next in the Force TA. Brilliant start, 2.12, that's excellent. Not easy to get it right, Darren got it right. 110 into bottom S. Quick car, quick driver. Remember, it's 1600cc. Featherweight, these cars weigh were 300-400 kilos, so power to weight ratio astonishing. 27.12, 111. Empire, another manufacturer specifically of hill climb cars. Steve Morgan, I have a feeling the transmission has gone, but maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. No, I think it's okay. Yeah, no, it's fine. Excellent. 2.06 is the quickest 64-foot time we've had so far, so great start by Steve Morgan. If you stall on the line, as long as your rear wheels don't cross the line, you're okay. You can have a restart. Early braking into bottom S, which is not necessarily a bad thing. Get all lined up and power through the S's. It's a 28.21 and 109 for Steve. Now, we saw Alan Warburton in the GR59. Here's David, 10th in the championship when it was last run. 1.94 off the line. That is stunning. 1.94, under 2 seconds, so over 1G. And it's 116 into bottom S. Remember, 1600cc. Supercharged and lots of power, and a 25.47 for David. Quickest run so far today. Great run. Now what can Tricia do? Tricia Davis in the Formula 3 Reynard from 1991, but with the 2-litre V8 engine behind her, designed and built by her husband Terry. A brilliant bit of engineering. 2 Yamaha bike engine blocks and heads on a common crankcase. A lot of engineering went into it. And Terry has built a number of these V8 cars. Very successful. 29.5. Trish will be thrilled to be under the 30-second mark and quick over the line. 115. That's going some. Well done. Nicola Dearden sharing with Andrew Henson this Dallara. Ex-Formula 3 Dallaras, you can pick them up for not a huge amount of money, and with suitable modifications, they make great hill climb cars. Sometimes shorten the wheelbase, soften the suspension, various other modifications to make it suitable for the hills. Good start by Nicola. She would love to be in the low 30s, which I think she will be. Straight up the drain cover, and now squirts it up to the finish. Off the line, Tony Hunt, we talked about. 32.89, good run by Nicola Dearden. Tony Hunt in the GR55, similar to the car that holds the record here. This one with Michael Schumacher's Benetton engine in the back, which Tony has spent a number of years getting rebuilt, getting the car rebuilt, getting the electric sorted out, loves it, and 28 seconds dead. That's pretty good after a 3-year layoff. And 130 over the line. Wow. Here's Lynn Owen. Now, Steve and Lynn in the works. OMS are really enjoying its new 2.7 litre RPE engine. They've got real power under their right foot. 89 into bottom S for Lynn. OMS, Steve has produced well over 100 racing cars up there in Yorkshire. Some have gone to Australia, some to America. And Lynn records, she'll be pleased as well. 29.97, good run, 113. Now, Bernard Kevill could well be in the runoff in an OMS 28, state of the art, just like Lynn's, but with a 2.8 litre engine. I think it's a PowerTech engine, but I'll need to check that. But Bernard, of course, is sharing this car and records a 26.87, 118 now then. Debbie in the DJ Firestorm. Only the second time that she's driven it. It's got plenty of power. Brilliant start by Debbie Dunbar, 2.01. Relishing all the 600 or 700 horsepower she's got under her right foot. But she's got to get used to this car. Nevertheless, 100 miles an hour into bottom S. Can Debbie get under 30 seconds? I think she certainly can with a 28.25 and 137 over the line. Into the top paddock. You worry a bit about the speed into the top paddock, but there's plenty of room for slowing down, and these cars have incredible slowing ability, as you can imagine. Here's an interesting car. We talked about Dallara X F3 cars. A lot of them with Vauxhall engines. This one has got the Indy engine, 2650, the Nicholson McLaren engine. But John and his son Jack needs a lot of sorting out. It's very difficult to get off the line. It hasn't got its launch control fitted yet, and so they're really feeling their way. And John, 61 into bottom S, getting used to the car, getting used to all that power. What's his finishing speed? Well, it's 98 for a time of 37.68. We'll see how Jack gets on in the next batch. Now then, on the line, we've got Graham Wynne. And this is the GR59, state-of-the-art Gould GR59 with a 4-litre Judd engine, V8 X Le Mans engine, powered the LMP2 cars at Le Mans, plenty of power, 450 kilos approximately, and I don't know what it's got in the shape of power, but not far short of 700 horsepower. So just picture the power to weight ratio. These cars are quicker than a Formula One car, up to at least 100 miles an hour. They're much lighter, of course. They've got much more downforce than F1, and they've got a bigger engine with lots of power, which means that Graham is off the line with 2.21. Hardly a lift at all at Kennel. Now powers it through, crossing immaculate line. Graham's lots of experience, 104, so relatively early braking into bottom S. And for the first time, Graham is sharing this car with 6-time Hill Climb champion Scott Moran. So we'll see Scotty in this car pretty soon. 26.07 for Graham, 114. So he says, tell me I'm the warmer-upper for Scotty. Well, some warmer-upper. Good run. If you think it's a bit of string on the screen by finish speed, it's not. It's a map. It's a map of the track and indicates which camera. The blue section is which camera is being used, so useful to follow that. Now, this is Nicola Minges, wife of the current Hill Climb champion, but in the previous year's car, the Gould GR55, which she shares with David Uren. And last weekend, of course, at Prescott, they weren't allowed to escape from Scotland, so the Hill Climb Championships' first two events are delayed and for another couple of weeks for Lowton Park. But Nicola's finished with a 27.42, and she rounds out this batch. So take a deep breath, have a cup of tea, like our start line marshal is, or it might be something stronger. Adrian, thanks. Nice to hear from you again. Morning, chaps. Excellent service. Will there be a top 12 runoff today? No, there won't. There'll be two, Adrian. One at lunchtime and one closing out the meeting. So, two for the price of one. Sit on your sofa, surrounded by liquid refreshments, and enjoy Shelsley Walsh. Thank you for the stream, says Guruba. I'm not sure where you're streaming from. Is that Japan? Could well be. Really enjoying it. Well, we're enjoying all the messages we get. Guruba, tell us where you are. G again, that's Gareth George. Great to see all you guys back racing in Shelsley, watching from Perth, Western Australia. Last year we had a guy in a oil tanker off the coast of Fremantle out in Western Australia. It's great to have messages from the other side of the world. What's the time in Perth? It's probably the middle of the night. Johnny Red, conditions look good for a 23-second run or two in a bit perhaps. Well, keep your fingers crossed. We're coming towards our top runners in the next batch. It's dry as a bone, the sun is shining, so yeah, good chance of a 23-second run. Of course, this is the first weekend that we've used Shelsley this year, so the hill is a bit green. Maybe not ultimate grip, but keep your fingers crossed, could well be. If you're watching on YouTube, you can like and subscribe, and then you get a warning every time Shelsley is coming up on YouTube. I think there's a mini bell in the top right-hand corner. Click on that. If you run a business, if you're corporate, you could hire the hill, and a lot of car manufacturers nowadays rent Shelsley for launching new models. But on the screen is our event calendar for 2021. We're speeding into spring. Our next meeting is early June, the Best of British, which is the visit of the British Hill Climb Championship to Shelsley. Then 3rd of July, Reg Phillips meeting, weekend shared with the Vintage Sports Car Club, so the focus on historic and vintage cars. Reg Phillips was a great supporter and a great competitor in hill climbing I think Reg competed up until the mid-80s. The SCC meeting is always good fun if you're into vintage cars. Some wonderful cars, Bentleys, Vauxhalls, ERAs. But our big classic event of the year in July, Classic Nostalgia. Dress in period dress, whatever period you choose. Dance in the courtyard to lovely jazz, wine and dine, and enjoy classic cars on the hills. It's a great weekend. 24th and 25th of July, Summer Spree is another MAC Club event, probably a round of the Midlands Hill Climb Championship, I'm not sure, but a round of the British Championship again, 14th and 15th of August, Championship Challenge. Let's hope it's a really challenging British Hill Climb Championship. We didn't have one last year, of course, because of this rotten COVID nonsense, but 2019 it was a close run thing won by Wallace Mingies, who you're about to see in the next batch. So those are our meetings. Also, we run a hill climb school at Shelsley 4 or 5 times a year. Dates are on our website. Great way of getting into hill climbing if you're already in. Good way of improving your times. Excellent tutors, all of them experienced hill climbers. Everything videoed. You can't run a single seater. I think it needs to be road cars, but it's very friendly, it's good fun, and a great lots of tips for improving your line and your techniques up Shelsley. Our first runner in batch 6 is Tim Elmer. Good to see Tim back on the hills in his Formula 3 Dallara. This one with a Terry Davis TKD engine in the back. It's a lovely engine. It's drivable. It's got enough power. Pulls from fairly low revs, which you need lots of torque in hill climbing. Tim's off the line. Good start, 2.35. I don't think, well, we didn't see Tim at all last year. So this is getting back into the swing of things. Lives in Stratford-on-Avon, just up the road. 94 S approach. No problems. Wonderful handling and road holding from the Dallara, of course. Good to see Charles Williams back. Good to see a Pilbeam on the hills. Pilbeam dominated for many years, and Charles is in one of the last Pilbeams, the MP87 with a Vauxhall engine. Time for Tim Elmer, good time, 28.85, 122 over the line. What can Charles do? His son, gearbox engineer for Mercedes-Benz F1, he's probably in Portugal this weekend, or in the factory watching things happening. Charles, 32.56, Joshua was. In the Vauxhall powered Dallara, another Formula 3 Dallara. Good S approach for the 2-litre Vauxhall, in the hands of Josh Moss. Should be well under the 30-second mark. It is 27.78, 110 over the line. Up from Cornwall, Mike Tregoning, another Pilbeam. One of the very last Pilbeams. 2-litre Ford Duratec engine in this car. Mike's a huge enthusiast. It's a long trek up from where he lives down in North Cornwall. And 104 S approach. Right, perfect line through the S's. 100 miles an hour, 110 over the line, 110 over the line, 28.15. We saw Trisha Davis in the Reynard just now in the previous batch. Here is Terry. Brilliant constructor of V8 engines. This one, Yamaha base, 2-litre V8. Enough power, lots of torque, very drivable engine, and no wonder people queue up at Terry's door for him to build an engine for. Now, Trish was just under 30 seconds. Who does the washing up today? I think Trish does. She was a 29.98, I think. Terry Davis finishes 117 over the line. Now, Andrew Hens is well on his way, I think. No. Is this Andrew Henson? Yes, it is. In the Dallara. We saw Nicola Dearden in this car a few minutes ago. Andrew has driven it for a number of years, so he's much more used to the car than Nicola is. So it's a 27.51. Now here's another brand new Gould GR59. This is Simon Moyes' car, supercharged, 1.3 high booster. Wow, 111 S approach for Simon. The way these cars turn in, it's just astonishing. They've got massive downforce. Brilliant, 25.77 for a 1300cc engine. How about that? 125 over the line. Pete Tatham is always quick as well. Slightly earlier generation of OMS compared with the OMS 28. Different chassis configuration. Carbon fiber tub, of course, but similar engine, 1300 supercharged bike engine. Pete Tatham, 112, fractionally quicker into bottom S than Simon. Nice wide approach into top S. It'll be 112-ish over the line. It's 118, and it's a 26.87. Here's John Chalmers in the Ralt, son-in-law of the great Roy Lane, and worked with Roy for a long time in this Formula 3 Ralt. Turbocharged 1420 bike engine. John's tried all sorts of engines in this car. This one really works. 115s approach is very quick. Late braking. Get it opened up for top S. 120, 125 for John. And a 27.1. Quickest so far, Simon Moyes is 25.77. Who have we got on the line? We got Kelvin Broad in the Force TA. Had a few technical problems yesterday, but it's fine today. Look at that start time, 2.12, excellent. Kelvin, lots of experience. I think he's had this car for a couple of years. Of course, didn't do much last year. 110 into bottom S. Tucks it in tight round bottom S. Lines it up for top S and middle of the road. Swoops up to the start. 114 and 27.62. Ian Tucker in an OMS 28. Pretty good start, 2.25. And gets on the brakes fairly early for bottom S. So another bike engine OMS 28, whereas for a time of 30.79, whereas Paul Crute, another OMS, but this one's got the 3-litre Jaguar V6 engine, which powered the S-Type and the X-Type. So for hill climbing, it hasn't got all that much power, and it's a fairly heavy engine compared to some of these, obviously to the bike engine, but nevertheless, it's drivable, gives Paul lots of fun, and makes all the right noises. So he heads for the finish line and records a 34.8, but nevertheless, enough power to give him 118 over the line. Good run. Now we're looking for a run in the 25s. Is this Tony Hunt? It's his car, and it's Terry Graves sharing with Tony in the good GR55. 3.5 litre Benetton Formula One engine. So the hand of Michael Schumacher is on this engine. Terry, another extremely experienced driver in hill climbs, 102. Needs to get used to this car again. It's been off the road for 3 years or so, but it's got plenty of power in that Formula One engine. 128 over the line and a 27.13, and I think we could say without Terry Graves busting a gut, because he's taking it fairly cautiously. Quite right too. Here's Steve Owen in the Works OMS. We saw Lynn a few minutes ago. 2.7 litre PowerTech engine, giving Steve plenty of power for a 2.25 start. Not a lift at all at Kennel. Mini lift at Crossing. Steve hugely experienced both in building and driving these cars. Into the bottom S. Swings slightly wide out of bottom S, but compromises his line through top S a little bit, but records a 26.56 with a finishing speed of 126. We've got Lindsay Summers. We saw Debbie Dunbar. So the women of the family have stolen the DJ Firestorm this weekend and really enjoying it. Lindsay's a brilliant driver. Really relishing the power. 1.87 is our quickest 64 feet start so far. That is fantastic. Takes great skill. Early braking for bottom S. Get it all sorted out. Now she can apply the power. Squeeze the throttle, said Alex. And on he goes to record 138 over the line. 27.51 for Lindsay. Someone from America sent a message last year. Lindsay, you're awesome. Awesome. Now, Jack Cottrell. We saw John. Difficult car to get off the line, this one, until they launched control out. But Jack gets it off. But that's annoying because it's stalled beyond the line. and that effectively is Jack's run. I hope it's not a technical fault. Funny things can happen. It may have stalled. He may have flicked the electrics off. Let's hope it isn't a mechanical failure and that we can see this lovely car later on this afternoon. Dad and Alex Summers come up to help reverse the car back down. Jack got it off the line, but at fairly low revs, so may have just not had enough fuel going through to pick up the acceleration, or it might have overfueled itself. I shouldn't speculate, but we just hope that John and Jack can get a second run this afternoon. But big news on the pre-start line: 6-time Hill Climb Championship champion Scott Moran, who's won the previous championships in the Gould GR61, which is now tucked away safely until it well, it is historic, of course, but he is sharing Graham Wynn's GR59 in a deal with Graham that Scotty looks after the car, brings it to the meetings. Graham is the warmer-upper, and it'll take a little bit of time for Scott to get used to the difference between handling this car, the little GR59, and the much bigger and heavier GR61. But when he's dialed into this car, we can expect some amazing runs. He's an extremely, as you would imagine, extremely skilled driver. He's decided to line up over to the left-hand side of the start line. What does it mean in 64 feet, 2.07, so not as quick as Lindsay. You can imagine, absolutely perfect line through crossing, 115 S approach. So I could say that Scott is taking it fairly easily because he's often in the 30s. But it's a 24.26. Who was texting in, will we have a run in the 23s? Well, we haven't yet, but nevertheless, 24.26 is pretty good, and 149 over the finishing line. And coming to the line is Sean Gould, record holder at Prescott Hill Climb. Sean and his father David have built a series of these incredible GR59s. They also built the prototype tub for the first Formula E car, but then somebody else built the series of the cars that they're racing Formula E. But it's a tribute to Gould that they were honoured with, or offered the opportunity to build the prototype tub for Formula E. It's an incredibly sophisticated tub, all the way from the nose cone right to the back. 1.98, that's great. 4-litre Judd engine, 700 or so possibly horsepower, 143 S approach. Wow! Now, what's it over the line? I hate to think, and is it in the 23s? It is, 23.46. 164 over the line. Crikey. Don't spread the word or we'll have the speed police down on us. But what a run, 164 over the line. Now this is an interesting car. This is Will Hall's Force with the 4-cylinder turbocharged AER engine that powered the abortive MG entry in LMP2 at Le Mans. It's 2-litre turbocharged, producing, getting on for 800 horsepower. It has the capacity to do so. It's taken Will a long time to get it cleanly off the line, but records a 24.35. He's just under a second behind Sean and 149 finishing speed. Triple Hill Climb champion Trevor Willis in this OMS 28, similar engine to the one that Lynn and Steve Owen have got, but it's 3.2 litres. It's a great engine, and Trevor has developed this car over the years. 1.92, perfect line, as you would expect of Trevor through the S's. Can he match 23.46? Not quite, 23.92 and 135 miles. Now, he hasn't got the power that Sean's got with the 4-litre Judd, but Trevor makes up for it with OMS handling and driving skill. David Uren on the line. This is the record-holding car here, but it was in the hands of Martin Groves, GR55B, with its 3.5-litre NME IndyCar engine. 2.03 is good. Now David can start applying all that power. Puts it into the bottom as 133. There's plenty of power there. And just nudged the left-hand bank, but no harm done. 24.10, 139. Same sort of finishing speed as Trevor, but 8 tenths behind. 23.46. We've got the champ. We've got Wallace Ming is down from Scotland, allowed by Nicola Sturgeon to escape. Past the police on the border. I think actually the border was lifted on Monday, wasn't it? But Wallace won the championship 2019 in this Gould GR59. 3.3-litre IndyCar engine, 2.04. But what will it be into bottom S? It'll be 113. So what is fairly early braking, relative of course, and now can put the power down. Can he match 23.46? Not quite. 24.35. Saito lap, if you like, for Wallace Ming is in the GR59. We can draw breath. We go to classic cars. Beautiful Chevron B19 of Richard George sharing with Amanda, his daughter. They've had this car for a long, long time. It's an ex-Swiss racing and hill climbing car, Eggenberger team. And it's one of the rare B19s, still with its original Cosworth FVC engine. Always immaculately presented. Lots of people say this is the car they would like to take home, and I'm one of them. So, Richard, 34.19, 92 over the line, followed by Joe McCrell in the Tigger with its 1600 Peugeot engine, rare combination, Tigger. Cars produced by Tim Ganley, Howden Ganley and Tim Schenken. Their particular speciality was Le Mans cars. They were very successful, and until Tim and Howden got bored and either sold the business or just closed it down. Joe McCrell has completed his run, 34.99. George Brown, son of ex-record holder here, Richard, who is also here, sharing the Mallock Mark 17 with its 1700 pushrod engine. Red flag. We've got a red flag at the bottom, of course, because it's the end of a batch. They had a disaster with this car at Prescott last weekend, blew up the differential at the back, but they fixed it in record time. And if you were at Prescott last weekend, you would have seen a lovely tiger moth flying display above the hill, and that was flown by George. Now then, the Cottrill Dallara is going to be pushed back into the paddock. We keep our fingers crossed. I might ask a runner to come and tell me what the problem is, if they can hear me. But it would be good to see this car again in this afternoon. we are heading towards our run-off. We've got the shared cars in the two classic classes. We're hoping that Andrew Tippett is here in the Brabham BT30, but a little bird told me that he's not here. He was here yesterday. Alan Goodwin should be running his well-known Alden. Pretty little sports racing car. And then we'll see the Tigger again in the hands of Robin Johnson, and we'll see the Malak again in the hands of Richard Brown. But after that, I think we're going to get our runoff. And hopefully, pretty soon, a messenger will arrive in Vox Villa, which is the commentary box near the start line, with a list of our runners in the first of our runoffs. Sean weaving down the hill, keen to get some heat into those tyres. It's not a British Hill Climb Championship round, so it may well be that the top runners don't put their best tyres on. Often at a championship round you'll see frantic activity in the paddock while the best tyres, the best set of tyres are put on the car. And so much as we would like to have runs in the 22s, A, the hill is not yet fully rubbered in, and B, these guys won't probably be running their favourite or their best set of tyres. There's quite a tyre battle. There has been for the last 2 years, with Pirelli coming in to hill climbing, which they never were before. It was dominated for many, many years by Avon. And BMTR, indeed, the supplier of Avon race tyres, sponsor the Midlands Hill Climb Championship. But Pirelli has come in with strong competition, and Avon has responded with a new design of tyre for this year. So it's going to be interesting, a bit like F1 used to be, to have a tyre battle as well as a car battle. What can we talk about? Membership of the Midland Automobile Club. It's well worth joining. Lots of things happen as well as Shelsley, but of course you get free entry to Shelsley, and if you come to 4 or 5 meetings, you've already covered the cost of membership. But lots of other things happen. There's Members' Day, there is Breakfast Club, there are classic tours. It's a very active club, the Midland Automobile Club, and publish a great magazine, monthly magazine, which has got lots of information. Now then, here are our runners in the runoff, Midland Hill Climb Championship runoff. That's sponsored by Wynn Developments, Graham Wynn, who appropriately is running in this. So we've got Alan Warburton kicking us off in the Gould GR59. Probably didn't qualify 12th, but of course, being a double-driven car, he and Graham and those two kick off our runoff and then come back down again so that they can change drivers. Then will come Steve Owen in the OMS 28, Simon Moyes in the Gould GR59, Alex in the little DJ Firehawk, this time Alex Summers, then David Warburton in that brilliant GR59. Wallace Ming is our champion, qualified, well, we haven't got the times, but qualified in midfield in the GR59. Then Will Hall in the amazing Force X-Tech. Scott Moran, Scott, of course, sharing with Graham Wynn. David Uren in the GR55. Trevor Willis, whose time of 23.92 was second fastest, and then our fastest qualifier, of course, Sean Gould, with a time of 23.46, and crikey, I shouldn't repeat it, but a speed of 164 over the line. And if you go up to the top paddock, you'll think, how on earth did these guys manage to bring the car to a halt in time? I mean, there's enough room up there, but it's pretty heavy braking required. There is a sand trap up there. If the brakes fail, you can go into the sand trap, which will stop you very quickly. Unfortunately, a rear-engine car Mallock, which is a rare Mallock, one of very few rear-engined Mallocks with an all-enveloping body, his brakes didn't work terribly well. He dived into the sand trap and did a certain amount of damage to the front of the car, which was a shame. So, sometimes our what am I trying to say? Well, what I'm trying to say is that out comes our first runner in the runoff. It's Simon Andrews. Is Simon Andrews getting the first run? Well, it is Simon Andrews in the OMS 28. Nope. Something's happened. Oh dear. That's a shame. I think something's busted in the transmission. I hope I'm wrong. Oh, I beg your pardon. This is not the runoff, of course, is it? This is Simon in the shared car, because behind him is Goodwin in the Alden. So this is, I think, the last of our double-driven cars in the previous class. But that's very unfortunate for Simon. And also for Bernard Kevill, if the OMS is bust. But let's hope it's something relatively simple and easily fixed. In the meantime, we turn our focus to the little Alden A13, built and driven by Alan Goodwin, who built it years ago and sold it to the States, where it had a successful career, and then Alan managed to get it back and has competed in the Alden, I should think, for the last 15 years or so. Oh, and the good news also is that Andy Tippett is here in the Brabham. You see him behind the Alden. So Alan Goodwin on his way. Twin cam, 1600 twin cam, Ford engine in the back. Alan approaches bottom S, highly experienced both as a fettler of racing cars, has a business in the Midlands, records a 34.63. Now here's Andy Tippett in this amazing Brabham BT30, built by Jack Brabham as a sort of prototype car for Formula One, and Mike McDougall was looking for a car to compete in hill climbs, went to Brabham and said, have you got a spare chassis anywhere? And Brabham said, oh yeah, you can have that thing sitting in the corner. And Mike snapped it up. Powered, of course, by the 3.5 litre Oldsmobile Buick engine that preceded the 3.5 litre Rover engine. Here's Amanda George. We saw Dad in the B19 just now, enjoying Cosworth FVC power. It's always a stern battle between father and daughter. And Amanda records at 32 seconds exactly, speed 101. Now here's former record holder Richard Brown. His record in the Pilbeam stood for a long time. Now he's sharing with his son George the Malik Mark 17, and George it was who flew the Tiger Moth over Prescott last weekend to celebrate Richard's 77th birthday. Perfect line by Richard, of course, you would expect. He's been hill climbing for a long time. 30.91, 95 miles an hour. Not bad when you've got a pushrod 1700cc engine in your Malik. And here again is the little Tigger. We saw Joe McCrell in this car. Now it's Robin Johnson. Nice, simple car to run. Good fun. Well built by Tim Schenken and Howden Ganley back in 1983. I think for Formula Super Ford, was it? Formula Ford 2000, which allowed slicks and wings, unlike Formula Ford, which didn't. So Robin in the Tigger at the kink and into bottom S at 81. Robin records 33.85. We're back to batch one with Martin Rowe in the Peugeot 106 Rally. So I think this is second practice runs for the people who are competing today only, didn't compete yesterday. So the Peugeot well on its way. Martin finishes with a 38.34, followed by John McQuillan in this 1293 Mini Cooper. Original A-Series engine, bored out to nearly 1300. Well, the Cooper S was available with 1275, wasn't it? But some people have bored them out to 1380, and indeed you can bore and stroke them to somewhere like 1400. But anyway, John McQuillan heads for the finish. He's followed by Johnny Toon. We had the message about Johnny Toon, didn't we? Which I'm looking to see on the screen, but I think it's disappeared. Can he get into the 37s, wasn't it? Well, we'll see. Meantime, John McQuillan, 46.5. Here is Johnny, heading for the finish, aiming for under 37, not quite, 37.83. Here's Emma Ali, sharing this car, Mazda MX-5, nice one. Well, they're all nice, really. Removable hardtop on this MX-5. Emma over the line, 44.26. Peter Siddle, Renault Clio Sport again. This one had its first practice run early this morning before we went on air. 2 litre 182 Cup, that's the Renault Sport Cup. Here's a Mini with the 1380cc engine. In the meantime, Peter over the line, 37.16, 81 miles an hour. Mike Edwards, rapid little Mini. They're so tiny, aren't they? We think the BMW Minis are small when we look at them, and then you see the original Mini, and it's amazing. There's an interesting, very early video on YouTube when the original Mini was launched, and showing how much you could squeeze into it. Mum, Dad, 2 kids, luggage, goodness knows what else. It had an amazing amount of room inside. Alec Isigonis was a genius. Peter Siddle's time, 37.16 in the Mini. Mike Edwards has finished in another Mini, and his time 39.64. Ian Hunt on the hill, heading for the finish, 12.93, Cooper S Mark III. 40.51. 40.51. Oliver Wright is well on his way. Another Peugeot 106, little GTI. Very much developed for competition. Oliver's car. Reflected in its 35.11, that's a good time. Here's Chris Toon. We saw Johnny just now. Here's Chris in the Ford Focus, so another family battle. But I think Chris is coming to a halt. That can't be right. Oh, I think fishing for a gear through the S's cost him 5 or 6 seconds. I have a feeling he hasn't been up Shelsley many times, but he's over the line in 49.53. That's okay. We've got a red flag because Joshua Baxter in the little Citroen is being red flagged. Well, Chris Toon got to the top in the Focus, but it may be that they were worried, the marshals were worried that he wasn't going to be able to get going again and have flagged Joshua Baxter. He will be turned around and get another run. Meanwhile, sitting on the line is John Wadsworth in the Mark III MX-5. Gives me time to mention the holiday cottages at the bottom of the hill, just beyond the start line. 2 lovely cottages have been refurbished, isn't probably the right word. They've had a lot of work done last year to turn them into holiday lets, and you can rent them. Details of how to rent them are on the Midland Automobile Club website. I'm told that they're fully booked for weekends throughout the season. Maybe that's up until the end of September, but midweek still availability, and lovely place to come and stay for a night or two. Wonderful walking and motoring in and around the Team Valley. It's a beautiful part of the world, beautiful part of the countryside. For those of you overseas wondering where we are in the UK, well, we're pretty much bang in the middle, slightly to the west of the Midlands, with the city of Worcester 10 miles or so away. Beautiful city, well worth a visit as well. So do think about a bit of a short staycation in the cottages at Shelsley. Nothing could be nicer. Here's John Wadsworth, 2-litre Mazda fixed head, and we'll see if we can find out what happened to Chris Toon and Joshua Baxter in due course. But these are the second practice runs. These are guys who are only competing today, so they get their 2 practice runs in the morning and 2 competition runs in the afternoon. John Wadsworth is followed by Martin Collins in the MR2, but John finishes with a 40.96. Here's the little MR2. Is it a Mark 1? Yes, it is. They're so rare nowadays. They were great, the little Mark 1 MR2. With their 1600 Toyota engine in the back. Unfortunately, they were terribly prone to rust and they sort of melted away. But nice to see Martin's recording a 43.67. Here's Josh Baxter getting his rerun and going well. 71 into S's. Excellent. Here's a new and rapid car. New-ish anyway. Tim King's BMW 135i, which has twin turbos, I think, doesn't it? Straight 6 engine in this little BMW 1 Series, plenty of power. But again, not going very quick. What's happened? He seems to be slowing. Yeah, 33, and he's got a winker out, which means he's probably going to pull off into the slot at bottom S, or turn around and come back down. He'll need permission from the marshals because he doesn't want to meet a Porsche zooming up the other way. So he'll probably park there until the end of the batch and come down with the rest of the batch. I wonder what stopped him. Let's hope it's fixable and he gets 2 runs this afternoon. In the meantime, probably an ice cream van there as consolation. On the line, early Porsche 911, early-ish anyway, with the 3-litre engine, air-cooled engine, and the classic Porsche shape before they started getting very broad in the beam. No wheel spin off the line. Nice sound from the flat 6 engine. Looks in pretty much standard trim, but of course standard, it's a quick car. This is Tim King. This is my biggest one. This is John Watts in the Porsche. I think looking at the number plate to see what year it was, but it's late 80s, early 90s, I guess. Meantime, James Allen has taken off in the Cayman. John Watts this time 44.13. Here's the Cayman. Pretty Porsche. Mid-engine, 3.4 litres, flat 6. And he's followed by another Evo 6. 2-litre turbocharged, 4-wheel drive, masses of power. Time in the meantime, the Cayman, 37.37. I think it's not such an outrageously powered car as the previous Evo 6 that we saw, setting an incredible time half an hour or so ago. But Paul Harris, 33.78, he's 90 miles an hour over the line. Audi TT Mark 1, the early Audi TT. We'll know whether it's 4-wheel drive by its takeoff. I think it must be 4-wheel drive, 2.26, no wheel spin at all. So Graham well on his way, plenty of power. Mark 1, Audi TT, revolutionary really in terms of its styling. It was very, what the Germans call a Bauhaus style, simple lines, elegant. And it's been a huge commercial success, the Audi TT, but I think it's coming to the end of its production run. Graham Godfrey's time, 38 seconds exactly. Martin Roberts in an S2 Elise. Again, K-Series, I'm pretty sure, as is the Elise that follows. Both, I think both with their fixed heads fixed up, which has certain aerodynamic advantages. If you drive an open car with a big windscreen, you get much more drag. So that's why very often people with a soft top put the hood up when they're competing. Martin Roberts has finished with a 38.13. Chris Westwood is nearing the finish. Here's another member of the Toon family. This is Rob in a wild Morgan +8. Chris Westwood finishes with 39.83. This Rob's going well in this +8 Morgan. You could say primitive chassis, but because Morgan hardly changed the chassis with its sliding pillar front suspension, but of course the 3.5-litre Rover engine gives it plenty of grunt, and it's quick, 35.34. He's followed by another early Ginetta, the G33. with a 4.8 litre V8. I think it's pretty sure it's a Rover engine in this Ginetta. And these are from the days when Ginetta was run by the Walcott brothers in Essex. Since then, it was taken over by, names escape me, but a huge success both on the circuits and commercially, and running lots of race series now, including Ginetta Junior for 14-year-olds and so on. Robert Pallett, anyway, in the Ginetta, 36.16. With us now, Stuart Rothwell in Peugeot Motorsport 205. 205s in good condition are commanding huge money nowadays. And Nigel, he's finished with a 34.26. Nigel Smith follows with the Mark II Escort, which I think we saw when we first came online back at 11 o'clock-ish. It's now heading for lunchtime, 5 to 1, but we've got a run-off before then. So slight tail wag from the Escort through the S's, but no harm done. Interesting car to follow, but Nigel's time 42.3. Now here's a big beast. This is a Jaguar XJS from the race series for Jaguars. This is the one with the 4-litre straight 6 engine, so it's not a V12. They've taken as much weight out of it as possible, and it's driven by Kevin Dickens. He's sharing with Dave Nursey, committee member here and very often clerk of the course here. But interesting to see this big XJS, not you would probably describe as your ideal hill climb car. 65 bottom S. Let's see what sort of finishing speed. I would say late 80s, early 90s, but I could well be wrong. 79, 40.67. Malcolm Redgewell in a Clio 182. Safely, slight almost a brush of the bank on the way out of top S, but Malcolm over the finishing line records a 41.42. And John Goodreds is our last runner in this batch in the Caterham Super Sport. Tucks it in to the left-hand side of the road after bottom S. 35-ish, 35.57, speed 91. Now, those guys will come back down the hill. We've got one more batch. I think we've got, I'm not sure. I think we are heading towards our runoff. Let me give you the runners in the runoff again, because I've now got them in printed form. First runner will be Alan Warburton, car number 710, who qualified with a 26.73. He'll be followed by Graham Wynne in 708, the GR59 that he shares with Scott Moran, and Graham qualified with a 26.07. They'll come down for their driver change. Third one up is Steve Owen, qualified with a 26.56. Then Simon Moyes in the GR59, the red one, 25.77. And qualifying running 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th is Alex Summers, proudly bearing number 2 because he was second in the 2019 Hill Climb Championship, having won the championship previous year. But he's in the little DJ Far Hook, 25.57, so 2/200ths quicker than Simon Moyes. 6th to run, David Warburton. Alan will have brought the car back down the hill, qualified with a 25.47. Then our champion, Wallace Mingies, 24.35. Followed by Will Hall in the Force XT, 24.35, qualified exactly the same time as Wallace. bit quicker was Scott Moran with a 24.26, and David Uren will be pleased to have qualified on the bottom step of the podium, but we don't have a podium for qualifying. 24.1, and then we've got two cars in the 23s. We've got Trevor Willis with a 23.92 and Sean Gould with a 23.46. We've got greetings from Germany. We've got Simon Steele saying congratulations for hosting this event, everyone. Thanks, Simon. Thomas Bubel, greetings aus Deutschland. Greetings from Germany. Well, it's great that we're getting people in all sorts of countries watching our live stream. Robert Sims, hi guys. Great to have motorsports back on. Can't wait to attend you and thousands of others, and I think our next meeting in June will have spectators. Don't hold me to it, but should do. Shelsley Walsh have not many places better on a sunny day than here at Shelsley Walsh. We're live now on hashtag Shelsley Walsh. Does anyone know the running order today? Robert Kappa. It's really hard to follow without a program. It is, isn't it? I know. When are timed runs and runoffs? Well, we're just about to have our runoff. Robert, his message came 17 minutes ago, so Robert, you won't have had long to wait. Johnny Red, good days those were. Well, yes, they were. Paul Ranson, who should know, says the GR55 would never go much over 145 at the finish. 140 into the S's on a good day now. Well, the GR55 is the model that holds the course record. So when you compare it with the speeds that Sean Gould, for example, is getting, you'll see the development between the GR55 and the GR59. Although Scott Moran's car was a GR61, which was a GR55 with slightly modified bodywork. It looks as if that batch, let me just check whether we've got some double driven cars to go. I think we've got batch 3 to come before our runoff. Runoff, yes, thanks Richard. Runoff after the next batch. So we'll see. Some of those cars again that we've just seen, the Ginetta is lined up on the exit to the paddock. We'll see Dave Nursey in the Jaguar XJS again. We'll see Noor Ali this time in the MX-5. Nice pictures showing what a sharp left hand. Where are we then? Now that's the kink before the S's, with our resident pheasant being a nuisance as always. Not only a nuisance when they decide to cross the track at the wrong moment, but they do a lot of damage to the bank on the right hand side of the track through the winter. It'll probably stand there until the first car comes running up, and then it'll commit suicide. But maybe it's got more brain than that. Anyway, this is a nature studies program on your telly. But isn't that a sight for sore eyes? Shelsley, Team Valley, with blue sky and puffy clouds and action on the hill. It's what we've been waiting for a long time. I will try and confirm, although of course it does depend on the government, whether our June meeting will allow spectators or not. There is a particular date in June when all the shackles get lifted off, isn't there? But I'm not sure if that's before or after the date of our next meeting. I will try and let you know. So out of the double-driven paddock comes a Peugeot. It's a Peugeot 205. It's much modified. It's got a roll cage. And it's number 920, shared car, which Stephen Baxter is sharing with Stuart Rothwell. Much modified, making all the right noises. I don't know if it's road registered. Brushes the bank, both sides on the way through crossing. And it's quick, it's 85 bottom S. Stephen going well in the RWL Motorsport Peugeot. And what, 85-ish over the line? Yeah, 85 over the line, 34.26 for Stephen Baxter. Followed by Daniel Redgewell, Clio 182. It's great how popular these Renault Clio hot hatches are. They've always been very much favourite of the road testers. Nice to handle on the road and great on the hills as well. This is Daniel Redgewell. Oh, just nudged the bank on the way out of bottom S. No harm done, I don't think. Might be a bit of mud in the wheel arches, but there will need to be a bit of sweeping because a bit of mud came on the road. He finishes with a 39.02. I think that touch of the bank might have cost him a tenth or two. Here we go. Bump. Yes. It's more of a bump than we originally thought, but I don't think any damage will have been done. As the patina of the car. And Dave Nursey, who's used to this sort of thing, is held on the line in the big Jag. It's funny how when the XJS superseded the E-Type, it was so different. It was much more of a cruiser. Lots of people said it wasn't very pretty and thought it would not be much of a sales success, but it was in production for, gosh, a long, long time. The early ones with the V12 and manual gearbox, very few manual gearbox XJSs were produced, a great majority with the automatic transmission. And then the V12 was joined by the 4-litre straight 6 engine, which was less thirsty than the V12, couldn't have been much more, and not quite as quick, but I think sold in greater numbers than the 12-cylinder car. It's quite popular in the United States because it was a great cruising car. But I've never seen one hill climbing before. There's a first for everything. And Dave Nursey really enjoying having an opportunity to share this car. So I think sweeping is done. Pretty soon the flags will come in. Daniel will be inspecting his car for any signs of damage, but I think it'll be okay. Here we go, and pretty soon Dave will fire up the 6-cylinder engine in the XJS. Makes lovely noise. Straight 6s always sound good, don't they? Does sound good. It's not the quickest, 3.25. It's a big lump of a car to get off the line. So it's much more at home on the wide open spaces of the likes of Silverstone. Nevertheless, 72 into bottom S. Can David thread it through the S's? He can just about. Way up to the start. Here's Noor Ali sharing the MX-5 with Emma. So another family battle. Davis finished with a 41.35 in the Jaguar. Nice little MX-5, quite an early one. 68 into bottom S. It's good that the latest MX-5, which has been very much praised by the road testers, is of similar weight. In fact, might even be lighter than the original. Cars do tend to get heavier and bigger as new versions are produced, but it's good when they don't. Norris time 41.3. Here's Adele Hunt in the Cooper S. This is Ian Hunt. I think 906 is Ian Hunt. We saw Adele earlier. Maybe it was Ian earlier and Adele now, but anyway, they're sharing this Mini Cooper, and that car finishes with a 43.36. Here's Anime Furness in the Peugeot GTI, sharing with Oliver Wright, and finishing with 36.35. Now, hold on to hats. This is Jim Herbert in a very much modified Mitsubishi Lancia, 2.13 off the line, all the advantage of masses of power and four-wheel drive. 88S approach. Popping and banging as the power gets put down. So will it be 100 miles an hour over the line? Yeah, 103, 31.91, good run. Next up, Chris Goodrich in the Caterham. Good start, 2.29. Rapid 2-litre Caterham 7. Sounds like a Vauxhall engine, but I'm not sure. If the exhaust is out of the left-hand side, it probably is. Gets it over to the left-hand side between the S's and rockets out of top S to score a 33.09. Here's the Ginetta G33 again, turbocharged 2.3-litre engine in the hands of Graham Beale. Nice lightweight car, and it's a 32.56, 103. That's quick. Now Radical SR4, driven by Clive Worcester. Big race, many race series around the world for Radicals. They've been a great success. Bit of modification needed to make them suitable for hill climbing. Longer travel suspension, softer suspension, and various other modifications, but Clive's done it well in 30.54. Anthony Brown in a very rapid turbocharged Audi TT, fixed top, and I would say four-wheel drive because of 2.26 off the line. Going fine. Followed by Eamon Collins in a similar car. Not a similar colour though. Anthony Brown finishes 34.47. Now, you won't miss this one on a dark night. Anthony Brown in the 1800cc Audi TT, presumably the 225 version. He's followed by a really interesting car. We'll just watch the Audi heading towards the finishing line, but James Collins, his car is the result of a one-night stand between an innocent little Beetle and a Porsche 911. The result is a Beetle with a 2.7-litre Porsche engine. Time for Eamon Collins in the Audi 39.4. James is a great character, great engineer, has lots of fun. Imagine driving this car away from the traffic lights and little Beetle rockets away, making Porsche noises. 38.72. Nigel Pitt in the OMS 2000, 1100cc OMS, featherweight, enough power to rocket it through, crossing and into bottom S at 96. It's a quick car, quick driver, Nigel, as well. Will it be under 30 seconds? I think it might. Well, not quite. 30.68, speed 98. Lee Gallimore in another OMS, SF89B. It's an early-ish, quite an early OMS. Stephen did have been building these cars since 1985. And this is from, I think from, as it says, from 1989. So a historic OMS, just nudges the dust on the left-hand side of top S, and it's a good time, 32.56. Empire, Bill Chaplin's company, makes these Evos and Empire Wraiths, and what a success they have been. Robert Clark, 98 into bottom S. Again, will it be under the 30-second mark? It might just, no. Oh yes, 30.26. For a minute I thought he'd stopped on the finishing straight. Exactly 100 miles an hour over the line. Followed by Stephen Potter in a much more modern OMS, 2000M. Again, 1 litre bike engine. Quick into bottom S, 99, and the perfect line through the S's. Excellent for Stephen. It'll be a late 28.92, 99. Who's coming next? It will be Rob Anscombe in another OMS, the Hornet. Incredibly narrow bodywork. He squeezes himself in to this Hornet. 1.3. I don't think it's turbocharged or supercharged, so it's a 1.3 Hornet. A good sting in its tail. Takes it to 94 into bottom S. Let's look at his line through. The S is pretty good. Again, slight smear of dust on the left-hand side, but that's okay. Doesn't need sweeping. 98 and 30.57. And then this very pretty David Rose's Lotus Elan. 1963 number plate, that rare A number plate with an A at the end. Has it got the fixed headlights? I think it has. Elan's such a success for Lotus. Backbone frame, lightweight fiberglass body, and the famous twin cam engine, and much simpler to build than the Elite that came before it. So David Rose, good time of 36.92 in the Elan. Here's an interesting car. Not what you'd imagine is the ideal hill climb car. It's Alistair Clark's Triumph Stag. Stag should have been a huge success with its 3-litre V8 engine, but in the traditional British Leyland way, they didn't spend enough time and money developing the car, so it quickly got a reputation for overheating problems, cylinder head gasket problems, which almost killed it in the marketplace. And some owners despaired and swapped the Triumph engine for a Rover V8. But original Stags are now, quite rightly, because it's all been sorted out, seen as great classic cars, and their values have kept up really well. Removable hardtop with a fixed roll bar. lot of them automatic, quite a few manuals, but a great cruising car. Heads for the finish. Not dramatically quick, but good fun as well. 50.69, speed 57. Now, another Elan, Stephen Akers, in a very quick and very pretty Elan. Diamond Road and silver really suits the Elan. And records a time of 38.98, followed by the 911 RSR, 3 litre of John Fordy. Again, is it quite an early one? It's the RSR, which is predecessor to the GT3. The RSR was the fiercest road-going Porsche 911 of its era. 38.7 for John Fordy. Mark 11B, we don't see many Mallets. There used to be a specific class for the Mallet Clubman's cars to the Clubman spec with a 1700 pushrod engine, and you used to get a good half dozen of them, if not more, but there's a race series still for them, and Nick Stevens has finished with a 38.36, followed by Carol Nichols in the Nike. Quite right too, because the Nikes were built by her dad down in Devon. Ken Nichols built hundreds of space frames for not only for his own design of the Nikes, but for Lotuses. If you bent your Lotus, you didn't go to Colin Chapman for a new frame, you went to Ken Nichols down in Devon. And Carol bought this car 4 or 5 years ago as a tribute to her dad, who was still working, building chassis, single-seater chassis, the day before he died. Sarah Thorne was here yesterday with the Paul Matty Lotus Championship cars, but having another go this time, as yesterday, in the X-Formula Junior Lotus 20/22. The 22 and the 20 were very similar. Development of the original Lotus Formula Junior, the Lotus 18, with a much more aerodynamic body, and Sarah, who as in her youth was a great athlete, great long distance runner, very competitive, won the Paul Matty Championship last year, and wasn't she thrilled? Was it last year or the year before, 2019? Followed by husband Malcolm. Malcolm's got a great collection of cars. This is the Formula 2 Lotus 35, one of the few of them that was built and always has had the Lotus twin cam engine. And Malcolm acquired this car, I think he came back from the States 2 or 3 years ago, and it's been beautifully rebuilt. And Malcolm got best time of day at the last Chateau Impney hill climb 2 or 3 years ago. Records a 33.5. What did Sarah do? A 33.77. Steve Thomas, TVR Vixen, the early TVR, in the days when they were, I think when Peter Wheeler had the company, the Vixen was one of the first models of TVR to be built, short wheelbase, and all sorts of different engines. Not sure what this one has got, could be an MGA engine. But anyway, 39.08. Sheila Ash in the TVR Griffith. There's a hill climb series for TVRs, and usually when things are going well, there's a good half dozen of them. I think today we had I think 4 TVRs yesterday. I think we got 3 today. Anyway, Sheila heads for the finish in her 5-litre Griffith for a time of 38.29. Won't it be nice when the promised new Griffith appears? It was launched at Goodwood 3 years ago and hasn't been seen since. Here's David Barraclough in a 5-litre Chimera. It's a quick car as well. And even quicker is the car following, which we'll talk about in just a second. But David Barraclough, 37.02, speed 93. Now Rob Pack has got one of the remaining TVR Tuscans from their race series of quite a few years ago when they all raced with the TVR's own engine, the AJP6 engine, and lots of them are still racing in various race series. They no longer have their own race series, but like this one, a number of them have been converted to the 4.6 litre Rover V8 engine. The AJP engine was a very powerful engine, but a little bit fragile, and so took a lot of maintaining throughout the season. Oh, that was nearly. Was it a pheasant nearly committing suicide? Don't know. Anyway, we have a bit of a pause, and we're heading for our morning climax, which is the runoff. Alex Gaskin messages it's getting a bit grey over where I am. Well, I'm afraid, Alex, it's a little bit grey here. The clouds may be building, but it's looking okay. Certainly it's okay for our first runoff. That's the great thing. Johnny Red again. The weather comes from that way, so yeah, I know. Rich Whitefoot, just starting to rain in Cwmbran. Now the weather is, which way is the weather coming? Is it coming in from the west? If so, we'll get Rich Whitefoot's weather soon. I won't say what Alex Gaskin said, 4-letter words. Damn it, let's hope the weather keeps up for the runoff. I think it will. Ian Ray is watching from Canada. Good luck to the Minges family. Well, they're fine. It's great that they're here. Thanks, Ian. Are you related? Lots of Scots in Canada. Lee Corbett from the Channel Islands. What does Lee have to say? Time to make an appearance then. Who's he talking to? I'm not sure. Alex Summers, I think. Neil Sparks, watching from Perth in Australia, just worked out it was 30 years since he raced there. Wow. Back in 1991, Neil. Well, I hope you're getting plenty of hill climbing in Australia. There is plenty, particularly around the Melbourne area, I think. What time is it in Perth? Wee small hours of the morning. That'll be Monday morning, won't it? You've got to go to work soon. Neil, get some sleep. Record it on YouTube. Watch it for the rest of the week. So a quick reminder of our runners in the runoff, particularly if you've just switched on. Kicked off by Alan Warburton in the GR59, followed by Graham Wynne in the 4-litre GR59. They'll come back down, change to their co-drivers, which is David Warburton and Scott Moran. Steve Owen in the Works OMS will be next up, followed by Simon Moyes in another GR59, which he is really loving driving. Then Alex Summers, who for this weekend only, I think, has forsaken the DJ Firestorm with its Cosworth XD engine, and he's in the little DJ that is normally driven by his mum, and it's his mum who's this weekend, and his fiancée who are in the big car. Alex will be followed by David Warburton. Then current hill climb champion, wearing number 1, Wallace Minges. Maybe it's his first outing for a long time, and so Wallace really bedding into the car again. Qualified with a 24.35 in the 24s, as was Will Hall in the Force XT with its amazing 4-cylinder turbocharged AER engine, which has got had a new turbo fitted over the winter. Then Scott Moran. Now this is new. This is Scott sharing the GR59 with Graham Wynne. So he's tucked away the famous GR61, which he won the championship with many times. He's followed by triple hill climb champion David Uren in the OMS with the PowerTech engine, giving away a bit of power to the likes of Scott and Wallace, but using all his skill and guile to win the championship 3 times. He qualified second with a 23.92, and then our fastest qualifier, Sean Gould, manufacturer of Gould racing cars and also components for Red Bull Formula One, qualified with 23.46. So hold on to your hats. It's going to be a really interesting runoff. Sometimes, I'm not sure if often before a runoff, clock of the course goes up, just inspects the hill, make sure everything's hunky-dory for the runners, and coming to the line is Alan Warburton in the family GR59 that they've had. I think they got this car in 2019, maybe even 2018. It's got a Hayabusa engine placed fore and aft, so it's not transversely across the chassis. These are competing in the runoff for the Midland Hill Climb Championship, which is sponsored by Graham Wynn. BMTR sponsor the championship overall. Wynn Development sponsor the runoff. Alan, a few tyre warming burn-ups on the way up to the line. Just get those rear tyres nice and hot and nice and clean. It lines up pretty well over to the left-hand side of the start line. When the light goes green, it's not like a drag strip where you need very quick reactions to take off as soon as the light goes green. You've got time to gather your thoughts and get everything ready. And Alan's on his way with 2.11 off the first 64 feet. Through crossing, through the kink, and up to and through the timing beam, the speed trap, 114 into bottom. S now applies all that power from the 1600cc engine to be 116 over the line and a time of 26.21, which is half a second quicker than he qualified. Next up, Graham Wynn in the GR59 with the 4-litre Judd engine. Massive power to weight. The thing weighs about 450 kilos. The 4-litre Judd must be producing 500 or 600 horsepower. Sort of engine that raced in LMP2 at Le Mans, so strong enough to be flat out for 24 hours round Le Mans, so it doesn't need a monthly rebuild if it's just doing hill climbing. I think Graham estimates that it might need a rebuild in 5 years' time. Loving the car and enjoying the relationship with Scott. It's a win-win for both parties. .26 off the line, but he's quicker than Alan at Kennel and quicker still at Crossing. Well, he's got so much power to deal with. S approach at 102 and over the line at 135 to record 25.86. Again, 0.3 quicker than his qualifying runs. They will come down the hill. Everybody anxiously looking at the sky, but so far I think it'll be okay. Might get a few drops of rain this afternoon, but in the meantime it's good to have a dry runoff. Next to run will be Steve Owen in the Works OMS, relishing new engine this year. 2.7 litre PowerTech engine for the OMS 28. We're talking hill climbing in Australia. I think there's Rob Roy Hill Climb is a well-known one near Melbourne. They're very keen on their hill climbing, so Steve Owen has shipped a number of OMSs out there. Some of them complete with engines, others they have installed the engine once it arrived in Australia. Ooh, a long message from Anthony Ravenscroft. Many good memories of Shelsley. First time there as a mechanic for Alan Payne. I remember Alan Payne when he was driving Smiley Riley. Then mechanic when he drove Doc Willoughby's March single-seater with a Rover V8. Anthony, we haven't got time to read it all out, but thanks very much. He finishes by saying, I wish I could turn the clock back. Well, in some senses, that would be good. Johnny Red says he's going to smash a 22.35 now. Just watch. Well, Johnny, I hope you're right, but we'll see. Paul Rowling says, can't wait to get back next month. Yeah, we're all got the same emotion. Here comes Steve Owen up to the line. Qualified with a 26.56. So qualified quicker than Alan Warburton. Alan's put up a 26.21. So Steve wants to snatch that back. Nicely controlled start. 2.35. Bit of a lift and crossing and a speed of 103 S approach. So he's not quite as quick up the hill as Graham. Not surprising. 26.87 for Steve Owen in third spot at the moment. So Graham Wynne leads at the moment with a 25.86. Next up, Simon Moyes. Simon often used to share the driving with his dad, but I think this year he'll probably mostly be on his own. Qualified in the 25s with 25.77, which will be pleasing for him. He's got the Hayabusa engine, the 1600 Hayabusa engine, fairly similar to what Alan and David Warburton have got in their car. Why is there a delay? In the British Championship, there's a time limit. You have to appear within a certain time. I'm not sure if that applies in the Midlands Championship. Red flags are in, aren't they? So there's nothing much to stop Simon firing it up. He's on, there he is on the exit to the paddock. Is there a bit of fettling going on? There's someone kneeling by the back wheel. So maybe there's a problem that needs sorting. You can see where the weather is coming from the flags flying, the MAC flag flying. So it's coming from the west, coming from Wales, a Welsh export. I think there's still some adjustment or repair going on. It may be that Alex Summers is being brought through, in which case maybe, sadly, Simon might not get a run. It could be an ECU connection that's separated. I think the runners behind Simon will be quite keen to get going while it's dry and there are patches of sunlight. I was once in a runoff at Loughton Park and qualified 12th, so I was the first runner and bombed up Loughton Park and just after I went through the finishing line, the rain came pouring down. So I won the runoff, and there it is in black and white. Doesn't say anything about rain, so that was funny. I think the clerk of the course will be putting his foot down soon and saying, sorry, Simon, if you can't get it going, we're going to have to pull the other cars forward. I can see a crowd around the car. But certainly there's some running repairs going on. Portuguese Grand Prix this afternoon. Please nobody spill the beans on the result, because I bet everybody here is probably recording it. Looks to me as if Alex Summers is being summoned up to the line. Yep, and what a shame for Simon Moyes. That's very hard. But he's being wheeled away, and I think the DJ has started its engine. Indeed it has. Alex Summers brings it to the line. A couple of wheel spins up to the line to clean up the rear wheels, get some heat into the rear tyres. DJ Farhook with 1100cc bike engine. It's a quick car. And Alex is an extremely quick driver. 1.98, excellent start. That's the quickest so far off the line. So we've got green lights all the way. So Alex at the moment is leading the game. Neat and tidy through the S's and applying whatever power he's got to make it 110 over the line, 25.96, which actually is not quite as quick as his qualifying run, but 25.96 puts him in second spot and brings David Warburton to the line in car number 10. Gould GR59. Look at that bodywork. That body, that tub, is one piece from front to back. No openings in it at all apart from an opening for the driver. And so if you want to get to the engine, you've got to go in from underneath. And it's, of course, incredibly stiff. David, 1.93, quickest of all so far. Brilliant start. Can he get into the 24s? He qualified with a 25.47. 119 S approach, perfect line through the S's, neat and tidy, really quick. Finishes with a 25.39, top of the tree, 25.39, quicker by 800ths than his qualifying time. Wallace Ming is proudly sporting number 1 on the car. He is the current champion. He hasn't been out for a while. So cobwebs blown off with 2 practice runs. Can he get into the 23s or even into the 22s? qualified 24.35. I think it'll be in the high 23s, but we'll very quickly see. Not quite as quick off the line as David Warburton, but now lights have gone green. He's quick. 122 bottom S. Hangs the tail out a tiny bit round the bottom S, left-hander, but it'll be fast. It's 152, and he's in the 23s. Great, with a 23.66. So that's well clear of the rest of the field. Now, what can Will Hall do? Will has ended up on top spot on more than one occasion in the British Hill Climb Championship. It's a very rapid car. It's not an easy car to drive with its 2-litre turbocharged engine, AER engine, producing masses of power. Traction control start, 2 seconds exactly. So is the light going to turn green? It's red at the moment because it was a brilliant run by Wallace. But it's 122 at the bottom. Yes, he's half a second behind at the moment. Can he make it up on the finishing straight? I doubt it. 150 exactly, 24.19. Silver medal at the moment for Will. Now then, our 6 times champion, Scott Moran, brilliant driver. And great to see Scotty back on the hills, planning to do a full season, which is something he hasn't done for a while, in this car that he shares with Graham Wynne. It's Graham's car. And Scott looks after it and drives it, as you can see. 2.02. As quick as Wallace so far, and brakes fairly early for S. Scott still dialing himself into this new experience, the little GR59. 23.98 puts him in second spot. 23.98. It's still more than a quarter of a second quicker than his qualifying run. So Scott's dialing himself in steadily into the GR59. Now then, David Uren in the car that holds the record here, the GR55. According to, was it Johnny Red who said a GR55 won't do much more than 140 into bottom S or 145 over the line? Well, we'll see. It's a bigger, heavier car. Previous technology, maybe tub not as stiff as the all-enveloping tub of the GR59. 3.5 litre Nicholson McLaren ex-IndyCar engine, and for Indy it was of course turbocharged, so that in qualifying it was producing, these engines were producing somewhere around 1,000 horsepower. .1 off the line. Not David's best ever, but pretty good. It's probably not on new tyres, but he's into the bottom S at 133, which is quick. Tells him a bit to the right-hand side, out of bottom S. Now the clock goes down. He's equaled 22 hundredths behind Wallace. Good run by David Uren, 23.88. Trevor Willis qualified with a 23.92. Facing a 23.66 of Wallace Mingus, so it's well within reach for Trevor. In this 3.2 litre PowerTech engined OMS 28. Says it's not the latest technology, but Trevor is a brilliant driver. He's 900ths ahead at Kennel. He's 500ths ahead at Crossing. and he does 126 into bottom S. It's 300ths. Ooh, a slight switch out of top S might have cost him 100th or so. Cost him 300ths, 23.99. So that's 4th place for Trevor. It was that little, maybe a little touch of a lift as the back swung out on the way out of top S. Now then, Sean. Can Sean beat his 23.46 qualifying time? He told me yesterday that he wasn't going to go crazy. It's not a British Hill Climb champion. But as Alex Summers said, once you're off the line, that kind of consideration goes out of the window. 2.2 second start. Green light, 16th. 1.6 tenths ahead at Kennel. Nearly quarter of a second at crossing. 132, bottom S. Half a second already. This is quick. Might be in the 22s. No, 23.19. Brilliant run by Sean. Top spot. Great runoff. Wallace, Sean, 23.19. Wallace Ming is 23.66. David Uren, 23.88. Scott Moran, 23.98. Trevor Willis, 23.99. So 5 runners in the 23s. Will, 24.19. David Warburton, 25.39. Graham Wynn, 25.86. Alex Summers, 25.96 in the little car. Alan Warburton, 26.21. And Steve Owen, 26.87. Well done, guys. That was great entertainment. Thanks very much indeed. It brings us to lunchtime. I suspect we might restart at 2:15, but I'll let you know. In the meantime, on the screen, we've got all sorts of interesting clips of historic events at Shelsley, and I think probably Toby Moody will take up the commentary for the afternoon runs. So in the meantime, this is Chris Druitt signing off for the moment. Enjoy your lunch.
Shelsley Walsh Hill Climb in Worcestershire. It's the oldest motorsport venue in the world that has been continuously run on its original course. 115 years we've been driving and celebrating hill climbing at Shelsley with all sorts of different cars, but most of all with a wonderful view, because we're 10 miles west of Worcester in the Team Valley, and it is quite a view indeed. Lots of cars of various different shapes and sizes all compete at Shelsley over the 1,000-yard course that has been the same since those early days. This is a map of the place from the 1930s. The BBC hut positioned at the bottom and in the middle of the S's because it used to be broadcast on the Empire service in those days, going as far afield as to Australia and India. But this was Ernest Instone. He set the very first best time of day in 1905 with the Daimler. Did 77.6 seconds. But soon the record tumbled. The view then very similar to what it is now, except for the fact that maybe the spectators aren't as close nowadays as this Vauxhall 3098 makes its way up through the S's with 4 people on board. Different times indeed. Ingenuity and engineering excellence was certainly very much part of hill climbing then as it is now. Can you imagine driving this to the hill in the 1930s? It was internationally recognised commercially because people got behind the racers who came to Shelsley, including Shell, who celebrated Raymond Mays getting best time of the day in the 1930s. Mays on the left here, with Malcolm Campbell in the middle and Earl Howe on the right-hand side. This is May 1935. Campbell had just set a land speed record at 276 miles an hour, and before the year was out, he would be the first person to break 300 miles an hour. He was competing on that day at Shelsley in his Sunbeam. So it drew the names and it drew the people, including Hans Stuck and the might of Auto Union, who came to Shelsley in June 1936. Stuck on the left-hand side, Horsch in the middle, one of the 4 rings of the Auto Union. that, of course, now make up the Audi logo. And Leslie Wilson on the right-hand side, the then secretary at Shelsley, welcomed Stuck to the hill. Also present that day, second from left, was Prince Bira. Then you got Stuck in the white jacket, Mays, Earl Howe, and on the extreme right-hand side, Prince Chula, who, of course, was hand-in-hand with Bira. What a lineup on the day. Stuck, unfortunately, had to try and get to the top of the hill in very difficult wet conditions. Too many horsepowers, he said, but the view then, well, that wooden barn is still there. The view very similar today. That is one of the most famous Shelsley pictures. The number 57 C-Type Auto Union struggling for grip. 550 horsepower? Then, 84 years ago, must have been another world. But we managed to get the Auto Union and Audi tradition back to Shelsley 4 years ago. The guys came over from Germany and they put on a super show with Hans-Joachim Stuck coming over from Austria and driving throughout the weekend the Auto Union and also one of his Trans Am Audis. It was a wonderful step back in time. Some of you will have been there that day. If not, well, we've got lots of pictures for you to enjoy. But going back through Shelsley history, Shelsley had innovations through the 60s with four-wheel drive and a guy called Tony Marsh who won the British Hill Climb Championship 6 times. Then into the 70s, Pilbeam came to the fore. DFV engines trickled down from Formula One. Special tyres trickled down from Formula One. Then into the early 80s, then we had more big fat tyres and open pipes and DFV engines in the back of Pilbeams, and then some slightly smaller engines, 2.5 litre Hearts, 2.8 litre Hearts in the back of some smaller cars with skirts and more advanced aerodynamics. In 1986, Hannu Mikkola came to Shelsley with the Audi Sport Quattro. It was still a current Group B rally car in those days, and he certainly enjoyed his day. He won in July 1986. Sterling Moss has been to Shelsley. He came in the early zeros and he presented Graham White Jr. with a cheque for £1,000 after White Jr. broke the 25-second barrier for the very first time. And into more modern times, it's the Gould concern who build specialist hill climb cars, carbon fibre, specialist engines mounted in the back of them and lots of aerodynamics, and it is therefore a Gould's in the hands of Martin Groves who holds the outright Shelsley record in 22.58 seconds. He is the longest record holder at Shelsley, but that record will be up for grabs. It will go one day. The reigning British Hill Climb champion is also in a Gould, but it's a later model, a GR59. This is Wallace Menges, getting a little bit crossed up through the S's. This has 630 horsepower or so. It really is quite something to see and to listen to. Menzies, the reigning champion. We've also had Formula E car here at Shelsley in the shape of Mitch Evans, who brought the Jaguar here a couple of years ago. And also other cars from around the world of motorsport, whether or not it's Nürburgring, 24 Hours or wherever. We celebrate the winners of the day with a podium at the end of our competitive Sunday. And we've had some fun in the past with Dougie Lampkin being here as well, 12 times a Trials World Champion. Other cars that we see on the hill, smaller single-seaters with motorcycle engines in, are really a great way for people to enter into speed hill climbing economically. Sharing cars is a way forward. Husband and wives, brothers, friends, all chipping in to try and save money. But this is the current Gould GR59 of Sean Gould, designed by himself and his father David. This is his 2020 car, which of course we've yet to see in action. This has a 4-litre V8 Judd in the back of it. It's got 700 horsepower, and this weighs about 420 kilos. The aerodynamics on it are unlimited. No skirts though, but the aero is unlimited, so there's a lot of Formula One stuff on here that they can't use in Formula One, but they can use in hill climbing. Just look at that. It really is doing 150 miles an hour whilst it's standing still. CFD is used in the design of modern hill climb cars as a way of really maximising the aerodynamic possibilities of the cars. This is another model that has been made for Empire. This has got a 1600cc Suzuki engine in the back of it. Huge downforce, huge Venturi, huge tunnel. Other cars that continue to come to Shelsley includes Spider, held the record in the 1920s, and also some modern cars. You can bring your road car. You can even go up in your estate car, a Golf R, for example. Maybe you've got a 250 short wheelbase Ferrari you'd like to bring along. I know one of you's got one out there, haven't you? Nice 911 getting sideways out of the top S. Roy Stanley in his Mitsubishi Evo 5, always a favourite. He's modified that immensely and it is very, very quick. You can even do a wheelie off the line if you've got enough horsepower in your Smart. We've got an archive at Shelsley with all the original posters from the 1930s. The posters that were spread all around the area to get people to come to the hill. They came in their droves, buses being put on from Birmingham town centre to bring people to the Team Valley in Worcestershire. A lot of people celebrating their success at Shelsley. A Lockheed advert here celebrating Raymond Mays in his ERA R4D in 1947, the first year of the British Hill Climb Championship. The posters that we've got are really evocative, and we're looking to do a rerun of these posters, so keep your eyes peeled on our social media channels.
That's better.
To run this time?
Getting there.
Put it there, mate. Thank you, well done, mate. Well done, fella. Well done, mate. Come out. Bloody great.
course. And as I said a moment ago, we're back in business here at Shelsley.
He left it was COVID year, so I thought they'll be all. I think they thought they'd be all clever and save some money. But Toby rode in as a figurehead because he's here anyway. But he's not. Gary did a lot. He was a good boss. He's gone to Cowes. He's now head of the Isle of Wight Cowes sailing something or other. Yeah, I've got him as a friend on Facebook now.
Well, red flags now coming in here at Shelsley for our second session of the day. We've had our practice, we've had our first class runs, and we have had our first top 12 runoff. Victorious runoff it was for Sean Gould, 23.19 seconds. In fact, the last 4 runs in that runoff were all sub 24 second runs up the hill. Scott Moran, David Oren, Trevor Willis and Sean Gould, 23.19. 150 miles an hour over the finish line for Sean Gould. And some good quick starts as well, admittedly by the slightly smaller capacity cars, but yeah, sub 2 seconds means that you're going very quickly indeed in those first 64 feet here at Shelsley. Welcome to you all if you're just joining us. Keep in touch with us wherever you may be around the world, including Phil Price. Great coverage. He's watching from the M4 Services a few minutes ago. I was watching the last coverage that we had of Shelsley in September on a train on the way back from Le Mans, because it was a September race. So yeah, various places around the world that people are catching up from. Ian Ray, good job, he says to Wallace Menges. Good to blow away the cobwebs after last year's non-British Championship, non-Midland Championship, but we're back in business for 2021. Do keep in touch with us with some comments through Facebook or YouTube or Twitter, and also our Instagram. We've got some Instagram stories that have gone up from around the venue over the last few hours or so, so keep in touch with us through there. Martin Rowe is coming to the line though with this Peugeot 106 Rally, lightweight 106, everything stripped out for its original road specification, and lots of fun being had around many a French vineyard road in these things. Revs well, handles even better, and a huge thing to learn quick rallying, hill climbing in for youngsters wherever they are around the world. He's on his way up the hill to start these second class runs, on his way into the S's at 73 miles an hour. through the S's one way, then the other. Camera changes and disappears up towards the finishing straight. So yeah, all good for him. Will he beat a 40? Yes, he does, with a 38.96. John McQuillan in the Mini. Gearbox whirring away, now starts its way up the hill, out of my view here from the base of the hill, but I've got the television screens and the data screens here as he makes his way past the crossing commentary position on his way up towards that S-bend. The Mini, much of the mainstay of rallying in the 1960s, in amongst a class of Peugeot 106 rallies. So as John McQuillan gets to the top of the hill, Johnny Toon with his Peugeot 106 is already thrashing through crossing. As you can see on the splits, good second and a half, 2.5 seconds even quicker than the previous runner. Uses all the road through the S's. Oh yeah, good stuff from Johnny Toon. Emma Ali leaves the line in the small picture top right as Toon crosses the line. 37.86, 37.86. Emma Ali with the Mazda MX-5 again tramping on, going very well indeed. These Mazdas, what are they now, 20 years old? And a new Mazda MX-5, the last edition that they brought out, was a real revelation. So as Emma makes her way towards the top of the hill, Peter Siddle in the in the blue and white Renault Clio Sport Cup is quite something to see when trackside. I saw him go up the hill this morning, and particularly in the S's, really uses the light weight of the vehicle to the max. And he's already on the finishing straight. Previous runners, 37 he needs to beat. Yep, 37.34. So he goes quicker than Johnny Toon there. Good one from Mike Edwards. Peter Siddle. Mike Edwards with another Mini makes his way towards the bottom S at a speed of 65 miles an hour. All good for him. Another Mini with Ian Hunt. Battle of the Minis here. Edwards' time, 40.27, 77 miles an hour. Ian Hunt clipping the bank on his right-hand side on the way up towards crossing. Keeps it all flat as he comes towards the S's. All good there. Flings it in. That's it, that's it, that's it. Keep the momentum. Use a bit more road on the exit of top S. Don't scrub those tyres if you can help it. As Ian Hunt gets to the top in under 40 seconds. Ollie Wright though on the hill with the Peugeot 106 GTI. This was rapid. 82 on S approach. Leans on it, leans on it, leans on it. Chucks it into top S. Use the road. Good through there. The S sector, 9.68 seconds, which is from the bottom S apex to the exit of top S. 35.06, 35.06 seconds. 80 miles an hour over the line. Just a couple of miles an hour less. That's a not uncommon thing for a smaller capacity vehicle at Shelsley. You have a longer run to get to the S approach speed trap, as the finish line is not quite as long a run between top S and the finish line itself. Josh Baxter with the Citroën Saxo, another lightweight chuckable car a la 106, 38.81, 38.81, 72 miles an hour over the line. John Wadsworth with this Mazda MX-5, a 1997 car, 24 years old, my goodness me. But he makes his way towards the timing beam. Crosses that now at 40.96, 40.96. Martin Collins now with the Toyota MR2 1600. Gulf colours, echoing those Le Mans colours with the 917 Porsches, the 935s, the 934s as well. Before then the 956s, which then went over to the Rothmans. Toyota of Collins, 4356. Chris Toon with the Ford Focus. And that's it, good line on the way into bottom S. Late apex. That's it. All good from the Focus. We've got a few Ford Focus WRC cars coming to Shelsley for Classic Nostalgia on the 17th and 18th of July. We've got a lot of rally cars coming. Now here's Tim King. Saw this car go up this morning. It was quick. He's mistakenly pulled the windscreen wiper washers as he came past my commentary position. Don't think that was quite part of the plan, but now everything is clear. 3-litre turbo under the bonnet of this BMW 1 Series. 78 on S approach for a road car is, yeah, it's good run that. He knows his way up Shelsley, does Tim. And as he gets towards the top, can he break 40 seconds? Easily so, 37.74. John Watts with this Porsche 911, 3-litre flat 6. Nice car this, just works. A lot of retro going on, bottle green tinted glass, no blacked out windows as some of the modern stuff has got. Just works and looks well. Nice car. John Watts, time 43.5. James Allen McFarlane with the Cayman. 72 on S approach. Quick cars these. Not into GT3 territory, but still the GT4 that they've made a very handy piece of kit. McFarlane, 37.55. Paul Harris with this Mitsubishi Evo 6. 2-litre turbo, 4-cylinder, 4-wheel drive. Sounds like he's got a lot more boost than standard with this car. 86 on S approach. See, that's working well for him. That's quicker than any of the other recent cars. Puff of smoke on the change up as he comes out of the top S, gets the top 33.26. That's a quick road car, that. And a 33.26 shows just as such. Graham Godfrey, the Audi TT, an early one. They brought these out, what, late 90s, early zeros? This knows its way up Shelsley, knows its way very well, in fact. So this will be another good run. Only 8 miles an hour off the top speed on S approach that Paul Harris did in the Evo 6. So that's a handy time, that. Harris did a 33.2. Graham Godfrey won't beat that, but he does do a 37.01. Martin Roberts with the Lotus Elise. I think he was wrapping his tyres in the paddock so that the fronts didn't get dirty from when he made his way towards the line, and then the wrap was removed at the last minute just before he went to the tyre warming. It worked well. 38.11. 38.11. Chris Westwood. Makes his way past crossing. All's well. S approach speed will pop up now at 66 miles an hour for the Lotus Elise. All good there as Rob Toon comes to the line with his Morgan +8 3.5 litre. Rapid piece of kit and driven well by Rob Toon. Chris Westwood's time 39.9. Here's the Morgan. Middle of the road, bit of a aggressive turning, one could say, through crossing, but gets away with it. Up towards S's, gives himself space, that's good, cuts it in, comes over, turns it in immediately, uses the bit of the back end of the car, gets away with it. Don't think it could have gone much quicker through there on a day like today. Good time that, 35.07, another growling V8 leaves the line. Robert Pallett with the 4.8, V8 Ginetta G33. S approach speed 77 miles an hour, so in the ballpark compared with the Morgan a moment ago. They're not a million miles away on time and split, but I think the Ginetta may well lose out to the Morgan come the line. The Morgan did a 35.07, 35.96 for the Ginetta. Stuart Rothwell with this very lightweight and very rapid Peugeot 205. The 205 that really saved Peugeot with the Group B rally project. They won the Thousand Lakes in 84, 85 with Vatanen and Terry Harriman. And then it's, well, an iconic car to this day. This 205 at Shelsley does a 34.42 with Stuart Rothwell. Malcolm Redgewell with the Renault Clio, a 182 2-litre. Lightweight, handleable, chuckable, big grin factor for everybody watching, and Malcolm inside the car. S approach 71 miles an hour, as we've got Nigel Smith with the Ford Escort Mark II, the 1600, doing the lower reaches of the hill. Redgewell, though, does a 40.53. Nigel Smith's Escort already coming through S approach. He does that at 69. Leans on it one way. He's going to lean on it and give himself space. A little bit of oversteer, but need to use the road on the exit of Top S. All's well over the line. 71 miles an hour, 39.88. Kevin Dickens with this Jaguar XJS. Haven't commentated on too many Jaguar XJSs at Shelsley. Well, it's a circuit racing car, but it's here this weekend, and it's great to see the car here and stretching its legs, shall we say. Modified for circuit racing it was a few years ago. 1988 car. Looks the part. Kevin Dickens 40.14. John Goodreds with the Caterham Supersport, regular driver here at Shelsley last year with over our 6 weekends of the 7 that we had planned, so we had a lot of runs. 35.69. 35.69. 94 miles an hour over the line for John Goodreds, as the batch will be coming back down the hill and ready to go back into the paddock. We've got our cottages at the base of the hill here that we have bought over the last 18 months and refurbished, and if you wish to book any of the cottages, then do go to our Shelsley Walsh website and then go to the accommodation page, and they are there. We've also got a page for them on Facebook, Shelsley Walsh Holiday Cottages. We'd like to walk you round our Shelsley Walsh cottages. 2 Tudor black and white half-timbered cottages, holiday cottages at the base of the Shelsley Hill that we've got here, available for holiday lets. We had a booking for them only yesterday. So if you wish to have a bit of a break in the Worcestershire countryside, Team Valley, then go to our Shelsley Walsh Holiday Cottages Facebook page, and the links are in there, or go to our website shelsleywalsh.com and then click on the accommodation page. If you're watching us on YouTube, do like and subscribe. Stay with us throughout 2021 with any other videos that we may be posting. If you click the bell once you have subscribed, then you will be notified anytime we put a video up. Elsewhere at the base of the paddock, in the dual drive area, a lot of the cars have already come back down to the base of the hill. The RWL Peugeot 205, the Renault Clio, the big Jaguar XJS, the Goodwood's Caterham, the Mazda MX-5 and the Mini, and it looks like the Ollie Wright Peugeot at the back there as well. Anna May Furness probably about to get in. There's the Martini Porsche in its little garage towards the back of your picture. And the paddock had been opened out in recent years after the removal of the trees at the background there that were there for many a year, but they were not in good health, and it's opened the paddock out, and it's working well. The field behind, well, very much full of spring. Elsewhere, the regular high street through the paddock with the Mitsubishi Evo 5, I think it may be. And next up, we've got the Radical. We've got a TT in there as well. And then going all the way back, more and more cars ready for our next batch here at Shelsley. We've got then some single-seaters coming in as well. With the 1100 class, 1600 class, we've got some Lotuses, some TVRs, as well as the Peugeot begins to come forward. This will be Stephen Baxter, car number 920. Stephen Baxter gets some heat into those front tyres, big wide track, extra wide wheel arches that they have put on the car. Stripped it out, roll cage, so it's stiff, it's lightweight, not road registered, but very, very capable on the hills it is as well. So we'll be getting a green light in a moment. Here we go. Not too much wheel spin, and then you can floor it. 2.54 seconds for the first 64 feet. He's barely rattling along up towards crossing. Bit of an aggressive turn in, but yeah, visibly quick. S approach speed of 85 miles an hour for Stephen Baxter. One way then the other, uses all the road, kicks up a little bit of dust on the exit of Top S and gets to the top. The time 34.39. I think he might be happy with that. 34.39. Good job. Next up, Daniel Redgewell with the silver Renault Clio, the 182. We saw this go up with Malcolm a few moments ago. He did a 40.53. Think that he's going to be beating that. Daniel, he's on course to do a 30. There we go, 38.14, 38.14. Dave Nursey now on the hill. Dave Nursey with the Jaguar XJS, the 4-litre big Jag that we saw in the last batch with Kevin Dickens driving it. It's Kevin's car. And it's quite long-legged, I think, for Shelsley. But a Jaguar man is Dave. And uses all the the road correctly before he can now see the finish line and get it into its stride towards the top. Dickens did a time of 40.14. Dave Nursey 41.77. Don't beat the owner of the car if you've got a guest to drive. Noor Ali with the Mazda MX-5, the 1600s. Perfect sunshine through the S's. It's warming up down here in the paddock, I do have to say. Very nice conditions here at Shelsley. All's good with the Worlds when it's sunny in the Team Valley. Noor Ali, 40.45. Adele Hunt, beginning to get more and more confidence with every single run that she has here at Shelsley. .64 miles an hour on S approach, so it is certainly a very photogenic day. Very photogenic with the sunshine such as it is. Perfect. Time for Adele Hunt, 42 seconds exactly. 42 seconds exactly. Anna May Furness with the Peugeot 106, the GTI. Saw this with Ollie Wright in the middle end of the last batch. Ollie Wright, he couldn't quite beat a 35, but she's having a go. Really good into bottom S, really good out of top S. Use a bit more road on the left-hand side. Okay, 33, 34, 35, 83, 35, 83. Look at this, Jim Herbert now with the Mitsubishi Lancer, the Evo 5, 2.3 litre turbocharged, 4-cylinder, 4-wheel drive, bags of boost, hugs the inside of crossing, really didn't want to go into the middle of the road. S approach 91 miles an hour, slows it down, creeps it around the S's arguably, just under 10 seconds through the S sector. Rockets up the finish line, 31.94, 106 miles an hour over the line. It's got the pace. Here's Chris Goodreds with the Caterham. We saw John go up at the end of the last batch, 35.69 seconds. May well think that that is a time to be beaten. Let's have a look. Yes, going to beat that time over the line for Chris, 32.40. 32.4. Graham Beale rattles it into Kennel Bend, really leans on it, does the same on the exit of crossing, goes through S approach. Look at that view, 87 miles an hour, leans on it again, good stuff, gets up the finishing straight and he crosses the line. 31.63, good run there, good run, quick car that, quick driver, Clive Wooster with the Radical. Lots of downforce, gets in a bit of a wiggle though, and good exits of top S, all good there, 26 seconds ticking along, 29.79, 29.79. Next up is Anthony Brown. The Audi TT, the 1800. All nice and smooth through the crossing. The Audi TT. The lines were so different in its day. Oh, he runs out of road on the exit of bottom S, but holds it all together and now gets it back. Okay, he's on his way. Anthony Brown with the black Audi TT does a time of 34.61. In the meantime, Eamon Collins with the similarly engined Audi. Bit of Vorsprung durch technique on the Bergrennen that we have here at Shelsley. We're having a bit of a run of German cars here for 2 or 3 cars, a couple of TTs and a Volkswagen Beetle on its way. But Collins does a time of 38.25. That was Eamon. James Collins, though, he is getting into his stride now. Martin Collins is also driving here today. So 3 brothers racing each other all on the same day here at Shelsley. Jim and Eamon and Martin Collins, 3 brothers racing at Shelsley here today. There you have something that's a little bit different. Here though is Nigel Pitts driving in Harry Pick's OMS. Sorry, apologies. Nigel Pitt in his own OMS. Apologise. Nigel Pitt in his OMS, and he's getting quicker and quicker with this car at the moment. Did a lot of runs here last year. 31.64, 96 miles an hour over the line. Lee Gallimore with this very early OMS. Another 1 litre motorcycle engine car. An invented carbon fibre for hill climbing in those days when this was built, but he uses all of the road on the exit or top S. Of that there is no doubt there. He does a time 32.50, 32.50. Robert Clark now with the Empire Evo. S approach 99 miles an hour, so all good for him there. Little tentative through the bottom S, goes through top S. That's it. Kick up a bit of dust, keep your foot down. No S sector, but he crosses the line in 30.14, 100 miles an hour over the line. Stephen Potter with the OMS, another motorcycle 1 litre car, 101 on S approach. He goes on his charge towards the top. Does he beat 30? Yes, he does. He does it well as well. 28.45, 28.45. Rob Anscombe now comes to the line with his OMS Hornet, visor down, and he leaves the line, and he leaves it in 2.43 seconds. Quite long geared was this car last year. He was only getting up into 4th gear on the way up to the S's. You need to be in 6th with a car such as this. Suzuki Hayabusa standard 1340 in the back of it. Big supporter of Shelsley Walsh. Good lines through the S's there. Can he beat a 30 here today? It's going to be very, very close. Not quite, but he'll do it in June when we reconvene here for our British Championship meeting on June the 5th and 6th. 30.60 though for Rob Anscombe. David Rose now with this Lotus Elan. There's never a slow one of these, is there? Never a slow one. Always quick, always rapid. S approach for David, 80 miles an hour. Nibbles a bit of the serrated red and white curb on the entry into bottom S. Might have unsettled the car a little, but not a problem. 36.81, 36.81. Alistair Clark with the Triumph Stag. Or is that on a television programme a stag? So it's burbling its way up the hill. 3 litres sedately wafting its way up the hill with the bottle green tinted glass that was very 70s. They did all sorts of very 70s colours. But this works well, doesn't it? Works well. All good for him there as Alistair Clark is on his way. Stephen Akers with the Lotus Elan is following him up the hill. Alistair Clark 51.7. Stephen Akers with the Elan. He does a 68 mile an hour approach to the S's. Flings it one way then the other. Now let's just concentrate on John Fordy if we may. Sorry to Stephen as he makes his way up the top of the hill, but John Fordy's Porsche 911 RSR 3 litre is a lovely piece of kit. It's been well prepared, it's been well presented, it's got a kind of iridescent shimmering silver base coat paint scheme, and then the Martini stripes, the big tyres, the period look tyres as well, big Michelins, sounds right, looks good. It's a real head turner, this Porsche 911. John Fordy gets over the line, 38.50, 76 miles an hour over the line. Nick Stevens with this Malak, rapid he was in the upper reaches of the hill this morning during practice. 67 miles an hour on S approach. Good car to learn hill climbing in, good car to really learn the skill of hill climbing. Cheap, effective, bit of downforce. Unfortunately, a bit of a problem by the looks of things. Didn't cross the line that quickly. Time of 39.3, not what Nick Stevens was looking for. But Carol Nichols will be making her way towards the top of the hill. But she's been given a red flag, so hopefully the Malak has got to the top paddock. But Carol can turn around and make her way back down the hill in short order because the next car hasn't left the line for obvious reasons. So that shouldn't take long for Carol. And then they can loop around and give her another run. She's lost a run, but we'll give her another one because that one was interrupted. Won't take long at all, as the car at the top is cleared. Meanwhile, at the base of the hill, Sarah Thorne is on the start line. Freshly repainted over the winter. This car, slightly different hue to it. Very slightly different hue to it, but not by much, since its colour scheme of 12 months ago. Flags will be coming in, so Sarah will be attacking Shelsley in short order in a few moments' time. As Carol Nichols is sent down the return road. Flags in. And then we're ready to go. Okie dokie, we're in business. So that's the business of going uphill here at Shelsley. The two Thorns with their Lotuses. Malcolm in the background with the red car, Sarah with the green car, the aptly coloured crash helmet. Middle of the road, good start, revs right, perfect. 2.2 seconds for the first 64 feet. She's on her way through Kennel, banks lap middle of the road, nice tight line on the entry to crossing, out of crossing, and through the trap at 83 miles an hour. Hugs the left-hand bank after the bottom S, uses all the road after top S, that's all good, and makes her way towards the top of the hill. Time, 33.35, 33.35. Now Malcolm is following Sarah up. What's going to be the difference between them? Well, there's just a tenth of a second between them at crossing. Malcolm Thorne, 81 miles an hour on S approach. In touch at the S's though, tenth of a second still between them. Time to beat of Sarah's, 33.35. Malcolm, 33.33, just 2/100ths of a second between them. Carol Nichols gets another run. I told you that it wouldn't take long, so she had her eye in at least for the bottom part of the hill. All good for Carol on the exit of the S's though. No problem there, as Stephen Thomas with his TVR Vixen, Series 3, start to attack Shelsley. It really starts to get steep here on the approach to crossing. In fact, it was even steeper in the old days, because the very first car that attacked Shelsley in 1905, on the 12th of August, couldn't even get up the hill. It was so steep. So that's why there's a cutting at crossing, because as they had to take the severity of the climb out of that particular part. It's over 1 in 6, or less than 1 in 6, should I say. So very steep indeed. Stephen Thomas, 39.4. Sheila Ash, the TVR Griffith, 5 litre V8 burbling under the front of that fiberglass bonnet, and a Griffith 500 as well. Nice car that. Had a friend who had one, told him he shouldn't have sold it, or even before he sold it said don't sell it. No, I'll be all right. And then of course he wants it back. Time 40.86. David Barraclough with the 5 litre TVR Chimera. Late entry into Top S, but gets it all sorted, and he's on his way. Time 36.66. Rob Pack with the TVR Tuscan, put my teeth in. That's a handful up Shelsley, but we've seen them been driven well here before, haven't we? Huge fun to drive a hill climb with one of these. Yeah, he's leaning on it through the S's in under 10 seconds. There's going in the right direction, really, isn't it? Rob Pack, 34.79. 34.79 seconds to complete the batch here at Shelsley this afternoon. So the cars will come back down the hill. We've got some pictures of Shelsley and the paddock area that we'd like to show you. Some pictures over the years of what's been going on and other meetings and such like, and we'd love to show those to you as these cars come back down the hill. Let's go back to the late 70s, early 80s. Let's have a look at Sid Wall's picture, Charles Barter in the Davrian. And I've forgotten who that was. I should know, but that's a Chevron sports car if ever there was one. Look at that. That's Jerry Tyack with a BMW 3 litre CSL. All the wings, all the wheel arches, and those very early BMW M Sport colours, the M power. They hadn't invented M with the 3 litre CSL. The first M car was the M1. But and then the M3 in 1985. That's James Thompson driving the Geisen Chevette with his father Jim in the background. James Thompson, who then went into single-seaters and won the British Hill Climb Championship in 1981. He was quick. Won the championship, walked away. Don't know who it is, but what a crash helmet, what a sports jacket, tie, collar and tie, driving an AC Cobra up Shelsley. That's a tasty Porsche, isn't it, leaving the line. Shelsley had a concrete patch for the start line in those days. That's Tony Bancroft, 73 JAB, that registration will be. And the view, the picturesque nature of Shelsley, pretty well unchanged. Richard Fry, Fry the Ferret, Richard Fry. In a Mallock, he went into single-seaters not long after. There's ADO. My eye is taken to the marks on the road. Somebody's obviously had a huge spin on the way towards bottom S, but got away with it. But ADO really was the king of Shelsley. Thank you, Rich Whiteford. Paul Shannon, it was in the AC Cobra, and David Garnett in the Chevron BMW. That's Alan Payne in the Smiley Riley. Thank you, Rich. Can always rely on you, you know that. Keeping in touch through our YouTube channel. A duo of Davrians, a Dino in the background, that Paul Bason's Mallock on the right-hand side, the blue and the red, Chris Kramer, a couple of times a British Hill Climb champion. That was his March 782. The red colour scheme with the aluminium rear wing, the Grunhalle Lager, the Geisen stickers, the M&H tyres. Quite something. That's the year after he first won the championship. Jumped into a Tolman X circuit racing car. M&H tyres. I don't know what happened to them. Were they American? David Franklin. Oh, that's a cool crash helmet, isn't it? BMW engine in the back of that. Another car, another BMW from Jerry Tyke. He used to live over, was he Broadway way, which is why he's got the Ligon Arms as sponsorship. Was that? He was over at, yeah, Top of Fish Hill somewhere, not far away. I'll be corrected soon. Hence the Broadway sponsorship. But that was quite something to come to Shelsley in the late 70s, early 80s. Just look at that. That was straight out of Group 4. That was straight after Nordschleife 1977, wasn't it? Just brilliant. Just brilliant. Look at that paddock shot. Look at that. Godfrey Crompton. Malcolm Dungworth behind him. Alan Richards with the Minolta car. Godfrey Crompton charging into the S's with his March. Still lives over at Aberley, and I'm still in touch with his son Alistair, who is a mountain guide in the French Alps. Martin Griffiths, 5 times a British hill climb champion. Look how far back he's spinning the wheels. And another paddock shot with the same paddock sheds that we've got here today. We'll come back to those later. We've also got some other pictures of Shelsley as well to show you on our live feed. Where are you watching us from? Where are you in the world? Drop us a note. Let us know. And we will. It'll be good to hear from you, and good to hear anything about you. Quick message from Derek Young. Good to hear you. Hill looks amazing in the sunshine. Well done all. So the messages do get through to us. Thank you, Derek. Wife Sue, still the outright ladies record holder here at Shelsley Walsh as well. So bit of speed there in the family. Meanwhile, live on the track, we've got Richard Ames with the Renault Clio. Earlier car than some of the others that we have seen so far today, but Richard's on his way towards the finish line, which is just about there by the whiteboard. 42.85. David Garnett on his way. Is it the same David Garnett as David Garnett in the B19 Alpina BMW? That's the question. Simon Curtin leaves the line. Question online from Kenny Baird. Kenny, yes, there is an entry list online. If you go to the Shelsley Walsh website, shelsleywalsh.com, and you go to competitors, and then there's a screen with 6 squares in it. It's the middle bottom square, and it says entries and results. And if you click on that, then you can have an entry list for today. Simon Curtin gets to the top of the hill, 34.33, 34.33. Seb Cartwright now on his way with the Mazda MX-5. All sorts of people watching from all over the UK. Clayton Young watching from Frome in Somerset. Sarah Gordian watching from Guernsey. And Ken Parps watching from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Is it Minnesota or Michigan? Minneapolis. You'll have to correct me there. Enjoying the commentary, you say, Ken? Well, that's very kind. Chris Druitt was opening the broadcast this morning, and I hope that I can keep up to his standards this afternoon. Tom Groot also watching, this time from Cornwall. So hello, Tom. Robert Wilson gets to the top of the hill with his Peugeot 205, 35.8. Robin Holden with the Mazda Roadster, going quickly as well, rapidly making his way towards the top. 77 miles an hour on S approach. So as Holden makes his way towards the top, Dave Warner. There was a famous DJ called Dave Warner. I think he might have been in America, and he was very amusing. But is it the same? Well, we'll find out later. Dave Warner with his Renault Clio, a 197, another lightweight Clio. Huge fun to watch these cars with the support race that they have for the British Championship, for the British Touring Car Championship. There's always a crowd drawer, shall we say. Dave Warner gets to the top of the hill, 39.92, 39.92, 73 miles an hour over the line. Simon Durling now with his Alpine. Got it all sorted after last year. There was a bit of an oil leak through the piston rings, but that got sorted after an engine rebuild over the winter. Lives at the top of the hill, so Shelsley Walsh is his drive. He regularly climbs the hill, but not as quick as 39.63 that he is able to do today. 71 miles an hour over the line. Tony Adams now with the Lotus Elise. S approach 87 miles an hour. Good line through top S. That's it. Let it drift over to the left-hand side. All good for him. 34. Yeah, 34.48 seconds it is for Tony Adams. 89 miles an hour by the time he crosses the finish line. Now Richard York with this Porsche GT3, rapid off the start, 2.41 seconds. What can he do on S approach? I was going to say 80, but 78 will do. Very nice piece of kit. A 997, second generation, shall I say. A GT3, anything GT3 is going in the right direction, but he's made it to the top. 36.03, 36.03. Jonathan Maycock with the Mazda MX-5, aggressive on the steering through crossing, but it makes it all work. S approach, yes, 88 miles an hour, getting quicker. Chucks it into bottom S. Good spirited run this from Maycock. Little bit of oversteer, just a kiss of it, a dab of off-bow even. As he comes out of top S, gets to the top, 33.62. Good time that for an MX-5. That's rapid, very rapid. Simon Tarling, 3.6 litre 996 GT3 Porsche. And another one on the line as well in the shape of Robert Lancaster Gay. Simon Tarling gets to the top, 34.67, 34.6 seconds. Here's the 997 GT3. Makes all the right noises. Looks good as it disappears into Kennel Bend from this particular viewpoint at the base of the hill. Working well. Makes his way on S approach, couple of mile an hour less than the car before, but Lancaster Gay 86 miles an hour. All good there, all good, looks good, sounds even better actually in my view. The GT3 gets to the top, 34.54, 34.54. David Meek with the Vauxhall VX220. Didn't they share a chassis, the actual aluminium base structure of the vehicle with a Lotus Elise? I'm sure they did. Drove one of these once at the Jonathan Palmer day at Bedford. Spun it in top gear, went into a stubble field in the middle of a very dry summer. Didn't have to hoover it out. I was quite lucky that day. Phil James with the Porsche Cayman, 3.4 S. Already through Kennel. Bank slap middle of the road. All good for him through crossing. Now the other Porsches were doing 85, 86, 85 on S approach, 83 for the Porsche Cayman of Phil James though. One way, other, takes the drain, all good, uses the road. All going in the right direction, isn't it? Can he do a 34? No, not quite. It's going to be a 36.5, 36.55. Timothy Higgins with the Westfield 2 litre. This will be a fair bit quicker than the Porsches that we've just seen, but not really comparing apples with apples. Very early turn into top S. Hugged that inside line almost a little bit too much, but Higgins 33.64, 33.64. Bruce Bosley with the Caterham Supersport 1600. Don't think it'll quite be as rapid as Higgins's similar car that we saw a moment ago. But still a great way to enjoy Shelsley on a dry day after such a cold day that we had yesterday with a bit of rain. There were a few spots here earlier, but they've managed to disappear for these afternoon runs. I'd like to keep it that way. Thank you very much. Bosley goes towards the top of the hill. Andrew Fraser now leaves the line with the Aston Martin, a GT4 Vantage, regular competitor here at Shelsley. Great to see the car back again with the kind of Union Jack inspired colour scheme on the Vantage. Big car but huge fun at Shelsley to chuck this about. Looks good, sounds good, goes well. Andrew Fraser makes his way towards the top of the hill. 35 is it going to be? Yeah, 35.84. Here's Helen Evans with the 3.3 litre supercharged Porsche 911. Quick car off the start line, 2.33 seconds. Very rapid indeed. Let's approach 73 miles an hour. Now she can get the pedal down and really use all of the horsepower. She does that. Time 37.04, 37.04 for Helen. Phil Fisher with the Westfield 2 litre, bit quicker this. Tramping on. This is going to be an S approach speed of 80 something, 85. Into bottom S, uses the suspension, leans on it one way, then the other, does well, got a clear view towards the finish line, and as the last car in the batch, he records 33.94, 33.94 seconds. All good there. Phil Fisher completing that batch at 93 miles an hour. Other photographs we've got of Shelsley as this batch returns, we can bring you. We've got some paddock shots, we've got some long shots, we've got a whole plethora of angles of Shelsley. Different times with spectators in, but they'll be coming back. They'll be coming back. Morning shots of Shelsley with the mist in the background and hospitality area on the left-hand side. That's available going forward. Shot of the current outright record holder at Shelsley, Martin Groves, celebrating the birthday of Shelsley back in 2018 with Mitch Evans, Jaguar Formula E driver. Photo shoots in the paddock. We're all available for photo shoots during meetings, during evenings, during the winter, during the summer, during the week. Do get in touch with us for some photo shoot opportunities or hiring the hill for the launch of a car. Abarth came here last year to launch their latest range of Fiat 500 Abarths. Private test days. Lanzanti came here with Kenny Brack, the Indy 500 winner, to test the McLaren F1 GTR Longtail before it went to Goodwood, where actually it got on the podium in the runoff at Goodwood a couple of years ago. Then a couple of years later, they returned with one of the McLaren P1 LMs, one of only 6 made in the world. And Brack used Shelsley as a test track because it's very similar to Goodwood. You can really stretch the car's legs, and it's a great photographic opportunity for McLaren Automotive as well. Subaru USA came to Shelsley in the end of 2019. They shipped over their cars as well, so that their journalists visiting had the same kind of cars, same layout that they would have at home in America. So Road and Track were here, Auto Week, and all the good guys from America came over with Subaru USA. Jaguar Special Vehicles Operation used Shelsley as a photo shoot, photo venue, location for the Project 7 that they needed some pictures before the worldwide launch at Goodwood a couple of years ago as well. And what an opportunity to use the history of Jaguar in a historic place with the original Ecuria Cos Transporter with an original Le Mans D-Type on the back of it as well. And of course, with a photo shoot opportunity, you can stand in places that you can't normally stand in for a competitive meeting with pictures such as that. One of the 6 Jaguar E-Type lightweight recreations was brought here with a photo opportunity. Katerina Kivlova was driving the car that day. And the Shelsley paddock, very photogenic on a summer's day as well, with the right cars in the right position. A D-Type and a Project 7 is quite something. If the sheds could talk, if the paddock could talk, there'd be many, many a story being told around the world of motorsport ghosts from the olden days. Okay, back to 2021. Let's concentrate on Andrew Russell. Andrew Russell comes to the line with his Ginetta, the G15, 1100cc car. The evergreen, should I say, Andrew Russell. He's all lined up. He's all ready to go. Revs rise. And he leaves the line in 2.43 seconds. So very quick, lightweight, rapid car. You can visibly see the speed of the car as it makes its way towards the S's, and he does that at a speed of 83 miles an hour. Andrew Russell makes his way towards the top, 34.69. Now Phil Tucker's on the hill now with this 1400cc Vauxhall Nova, freshly built over the winter, come to Shelsley this weekend. It's utterly lightweight. This car, all up, weighs 600 kilos. So you can imagine how well that handles. It's got plexiglass windows, it's got a carbon fibre bonnet. There's nothing in it but a seat and a steering wheel and the pedals and a gear lever. And that's why 36.28, very good indeed. 70 miles an hour over the line. There'll be a bit more to come from that car as the 2021 season progresses. Ian Richards with the Renault Clio, the 182, already through crossing, keeping the speed, all going in the right direction at 79 miles an hour. Chucked it in. The added suspension travel can take hitting the drain cover at top S. All good for him. Time 37.12. Paul Jones now, Shelsley regular. Lining him up with the timing beam, thumbs up, all good, ready to rock and the roll. Good tinny, raspy rowl to the exhaust. Through crossing well, and already going towards S approach at a speed of 87 miles an hour. All good through there. Jonesy makes his way out of top S, and now it's all about getting the gear shift perfect. And as he hits the finish line, he does so 33.10, probably at a speed of 90 something miles an hour. Dave Moore now with the Ford Escort Mark II, the 2.2 litre 4-cylinder car. A lot of these Escort Mark II's been recreated and a Millington engine being put in the front of it, and a sequential gearbox, and what a tool to go rallying with, or quite something to use on the hills. It really is. Dave Moore gets to the top of the hill, sub 40, not quite, 40.03. Now then, Paul Howells is on the line. Now this is rapid. This is the Porsche 911 RSR 3.8. Huge, great black tyre marks left on the start line after he spun up those rear wheels. This is a mighty thing to run up Shelsley Walsh, using all the road and then some, going through S approach at a speed of 88 miles an hour. The front ducks as he's on the brakes. Look at the speed through the S's. That's rapid, that's quick. A full second quicker than a lot of the other cars that we've seen go quickly through the S's. 30.61, that's a quick time up Shelsley in a car such as that. Paul Howells, rapid climb. Peter Turnbull now with the Porsche 997, one of the Carrera Cup cars that they make in Weissach annually, and then distribute them around the world for each individual country to have that has a Porsche Carrera Cup, like the UK, like France, like Germany, Australia, America, and then of course the pan-European one, or even sometimes the fully international one, is the Porsche Super Cup, that is part of the Formula One race program, with a race on the Saturday and a race on the Sunday morning. Time for Peter Turnbull, 34.76. Now we've seen the Aston Martin Vantage GT4 a moment ago. That was with Andrew Fraser, but it's Tim Painter who's at the helm now. Andrew Fraser did a time of 35.84, so that's well and truly in the target, in the crosshairs for Tim Painter. May well be on the card to beat Fraser's 35.84. Certainly looks like it. The car approaching the finish line, and he does just that. 33.43, 33.43. Andrew Norris now on the hill with the supercharged 3.3 litre Porsche 911. We saw it with Helen Evans a couple of runs ago. S approach 86 miles an hour. Big splitter on the front, big air dam for the narrower Porsche than the ones that we have seen attack Shelsley in the last dozen or so runs. Look at the speed, look at it, 104 miles an hour, 32.10, 32.10. Now we'll get a bit of popping and banging on this run, because this is Mike Turpin with the 2.2 litre supercharged Vauxhall VX220. Bit of traction control as he leaves the line, and it's all wash to go, and here he goes. S approach speed 89 miles an hour. The speed's increasing as we go further into the program. A little bit of a wiggle on the exit of bottom S. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 105 over the line. 108 over the line. Mike Turpin, 31.07. 31.07. Spectacular class this. Always a head turner throughout the years, throughout the decade. Stephen Moore now, the Mitsubishi Evo 6, 2.3 litre turbocharged car. Rapid climb. S approach needs to be high 80s, early 90s. 87 miles an hour. Through the S's, takes the curb. Don't think that works. He makes his way up the hill. Stephen Moore about to cross the line, and he does so. 30.5, 30.5. Next up, Damien Bradley. Now Damien Bradley's on the line with this Subaru Legacy. It started as somebody's shopping car, and now look at it. 2.3 litre, huge power from the turbocharged engine, 800 horsepower. He's rebuilt the diff over the winter, and he's gunning to increase his speed. He's taken 2 class records already so far this year, 1 at Harewood, 1 at Prescott, and he's looking to see if he can get a class record here today. Damien Bradley building speed. It's got to be a 29.54. I think he's knocking on the door of a record there that is held by Roger Banks. I'll have to look that one up. Wow, impressive stuff. Meanwhile, Steve Garner on the hill with his Westfield. He gets to the top of the hill, 31.02, 31.02. Ben Fisher now on his way. Ben Fisher with the Westfield. Getting quicker, as I said, 80 miles an hour on S approach through there. Time over the line, 33.75. Ray Law now. Ray Law, S approach for him, 95 miles an hour. Handy through the S's that. And that will be knocking on a sub 30, will it? Very close, not quite, 31.59. Cookie on the hill, former single-seater racer in the 500s, the 600s, the 1100s, 1600s, and he's taken his 1600 engine out of the back of his single-seater and put it into this super lightweight Caterham, weighs just 400 kilos. Cookie knows his way up the hill. Here we go. Time 30.81, 108 miles an hour over the finish line. You'll be happy with that. Simon Jenks, another one who is someone to keep an eye on with this Caterham Supersport. Still spinning its wheels way after triangle. The traction control was puffing and kicking in. Building speed, be 90 miles an hour on S approach, 98 miles an hour on S approach. Comes out of top S. Now he's just got the final run to go towards the finish line. 29.99. 29.99. Now Ash Mason with this 1300 supercharged Westfield. Another rapid piece of kit in this class. Modified production cars. Very modified production cars. Cough, cough. He makes his way out of top S. That 29.99 of Simon Jenks is in his crosshairs. 29.57. 115 miles an hour over the finish line for Ash Mason. Wow. Robert Penrose in this 1 litre OMS. Going through crossing and on his way. A couple of dual-driven cars that we've got at the end of our end of this batch. And as Penrose makes his way towards the top of the hill, he stops the clocks at 35.27. Richard Summers now with the 1100cc DJ Firehawk. So we've got 3 Summers driving here today. Richard and wife Lindsay, son Alex, and well, soon to be daughter-in-law Debbie. So, well, 28.52, 28.52 for Richard, 109 miles an hour over the line. Tom Weaver now with the Formula Ford, the 1600, sharing it with Dad Richard. Young Tom drove here for the first time in 2020, if my memory serves, and a great place to start hill climbing. It's cheap, it's all about the momentum, teaches you how to be smooth on the steering and on the throttle, and then just the whole fun and the spirit of it all to be here as well. Alan Warburton now on his way after Weaver's 35.97. He got in the runoff after the first class runs. 1600cc Suzuki engine mounted behind him in this Gould GR59. I think it was the first chassis that they made, stand to be corrected. S approach 114 is about right. F sector 8.2. Time, the important bit, 26.54. 26.54. I did mention that that record was in the sights of Damien Bradley for Roger Banks. It's a record of 28.71. Damien Bradley did a 29.54, so there's 0.7 of a second still to go. Doesn't sound like much, but it's a lot when you're getting down to those kind of speeds. So there's something still to aim for there for Damien Bradley, or will Roger Banks come back this year and move the goalposts? Where are you watching around the world? Well, Ian Holmes is watching from a coffee shop in Waconia, Minnesota, enjoying a lazy Sunday morning. Good for you, Ian Holmes. Top job. Send us any questions or messages through Facebook or through our YouTube comments section, and it all comes to us here in the Team Valley. Rob Morgan, brilliant footage, thank you very much. Thank you, Rich Danby, for placing the cameras and wiring them all up and making sure that some different camera angles such as this are available for you to watch wherever you are around the world. Watching from Hereford, wishing it was all open to spectators. Don't we wish as well? But the government have changed their mind at the last minute, and it meant that we were not able to have spectators come trackside here for this weekend. But we will do at our next weekend here at Shelsley on the 5th and 6th of June. It's part of the British Hill Climb Championship that will be visiting Shelsley twice throughout the 2021 season. So our calendar of events will start to get into their stride. We've got Members' Day, we've got driving schools, but the focus is all about the competitive weekends. 5th and 6th of June for our Best of British meeting, then the first weekend of July with our Reg Phillips meeting, a sort of a clubby practice in the morning, race in the afternoon, day, and it's done. And then the pre-war meeting the day after on Sunday the 4th of July. Classic Nostalgia a couple of weekends after that, with a very classic slant, but also some rally cars as well. We've got the Hepworth four-wheel drive coming. We've got a celebration of Richard Burns, 20 years after he took the World Rally Championship for Subaru. And a whole host of other Group A, Group B and WRC rally cars as well. Summer Spree the weekend after at the end of July, and then a return for the British Hill Climb Championship coming in the middle of August, 14th and 15th. And then to finish off the season, our autumn speed finale. All tickets can be purchased online through shelsleywalsh.com. So you can buy discounted tickets in advance for our meetings online, or the best value of all, if you are a member of the Midland Automobile Club that runs Shelsley Walsh. It's £105. You get 2 season hard card passes that get you into every event that we run here on the hill at Shelsley Walsh. Breakfast clubs, Cars in the Valley on some Thursday evenings. We've got a Cars in the Valley evening this coming Thursday. Book your tickets, or reserve your spot, should I say, if you're a member of the Midland Automobile Club on Thursday night at 6 o'clock. Bars open, restaurants open, pizza, fish and chips, snacks, draft beer, gin and tonic, and lots of good cars to look at and some great company to catch up with as well. Keep in touch with our social media channels at Shelsley Walsh for Twitter and Instagram. Hashtag, quite simply, Shelsley Walsh. We've had a 38% growth on Instagram in the past 12 months, so we're not far away from 10,000 followers the world over. So do become part of the community. If you use the hashtag, if you've got any photographs of Shelsley this weekend or Shelsley past even, it would be great if you use that hashtag for other people to also use it and catch up with it, see your photos, and a way of you sharing your photos with other people. Martin Watts now comes to the line with the silver Riot. Looks like a Riot to drive. Motorcycle engine mounted in the back of it. Sits on the line, gets ready. Revs rise. Not too much wheel spin. Babies it off the line with the clutch. 2.45 seconds for the first 64 feet. No problem for him. You focus on crossing, you focus on the top left-hander, and then you focus on your braking point for the S's. Through there he goes. Quite a wide-tracked car, isn't it? But all good for him there. Meanwhile, at the base of the hill, just look at this. Mike Manning, 1.97 seconds for the first 64 feet with this Ford Fiesta Rallycross car. Huge turbo, huge power, a lot of heat. That's why the radiators are mounted in the back of the car. Huge air scoop on either side behind the doors. Chucks it one way, lifts an inside front, almost a bit of understeer on the way into top S. A little bit of a wag of oversteer on the way out. Comes to the top of the hill. 31.25, 91 miles an hour over the line. And here is 1997 British Hill Climb champion Roger Moran with this Skoda WRC R5 1600cc turbocharged engine. Essentially, you know, a car that's been built in league with Volkswagen when they won the World Championship with Sebastian Ogier and the Skoda Motorsport department. And this is quite something to see at Shelsley. Look at this. Tin tops at their best. Roger Moran makes his way out of top S towards the top of the hill, and he crosses the line. 30.98, 96 miles an hour over the line. Graham Lokes, very quick, very rapid in those first 64 feet as well. 2.23 seconds to do that distance. Already he's into bottom and now top S. Comes out of the S's. Sunny view towards the top of the hill, and he gets there. 32.45. Nigel Hinton with the growling 4.6 litre V8 with the NG TD V8 Roadster. Looks quite a handful, but it'll be shaking the windows out of most of Worcestershire as it makes its way towards the top of the hill. All good for Nigel. But let's keep an eye on the start line. Ian Rowlands is about to take the start with this Metro 6R4, but it's turbocharged. They were naturally aspirated in their day with the computer vision cars, Tony Pond, Malcolm Wilson et al. 2.24 seconds for the first 64 feet. Flash of brake lights before Kennel decided to just to back out of it momentarily. Relatively speaking, for a hill climb car, it is of course quite heavy, but it wasn't designed to go hill climbing. It was designed to do San Remo and RAC. Great little drift out of top S, really lent on the car there. Over the line, 29.62, 116 miles an hour over the line. 29.62. Richard Walker now with the Jedi 600cc. Smart, well-prepared car. A lot of motorcycle engines available at 600cc. Supersport class in motorcycle racing based on just that, 600cc, and they're revving out at 17,500 revs for some of the works bikes. Over the line for Walker and the Jedi, 32.65. Gavin McLaren with the Nuts and Muffin. It's a Shelsley special. Should know its way up Shelsley, this car, but Gavin is going to urge it along to go even quicker. So as Gavin makes his way towards the S's, no problem through there, S approach. Over the line though for Gavin McLaren, 32.44, 87 miles an hour. Now Mark Lawrence in this OMS 1100, he's doing well in this. He came here a lot last year, got his eye in, together with Harry Pick, and really got into his stride with the car. There's nothing about regularity with hill climbing and getting a rhythm and getting the feel of a car and a hill, and he did just that last year. 105 on S approach, good run, perfect view towards the top of the hill. Time 27.78, 27.78. Now here's a Force, Mark Schlanker. I had one of these, held the 600 record I did with a car similar to this, with a Suzuki 600cc in the back of it. I first broke 30 seconds in a Force with Mark Budget with a 1000cc engine in the back of it, but then we concentrated on the 600s, and such a great car to drive, just fantastic, very chuckable. You could sort of oversteer it at a hell of a pace with one hand on the wheel whilst changing up with a 600cc engine. You know, very, very chuckable car. 29.72 for Mark Schlanker. Well done. 103 miles an hour. Bob Penrose now with the OMS 1000cc. We saw this car in the earlier batch, and he's on his way. But let's concentrate on Alex Summers, if I may, Rich. Thank you. Alex Summers, 1.98 seconds for the first 64 feet. He'll be flat through kennel, flat through crossing. S approach, building speed, 116 miles an hour. Alex Summers did 22.71 in the DJ Firestorm with the V8 behind him in September last year. He won't be doing that in the 1100, but he'll be having a great run. 25.65, 111 miles an hour over the finish line for Alex Summers. Bob Penrose, by the way, did a 34.65. Richard Weaver now on the hill with the family Van Diemen. We saw it with Tom in the previous batch. It's a shared car. So Richard Weaver, very much part of Shelsley. He's been running the recovery vehicle for some years, but now he's concentrating on hill climbing itself. Gets to the top, 34.74. 34.74. Les Buck now with the Pregnant Mistral. The Mistral, the wind in the south of France, that's why the back straight at Paul Ricard is called the Mistral Straight. And it can be very windy indeed at Paul Ricard. He gets to the top of the hill, 36.10, 36.10. Steve Day now. Steve Day with the Swift Formula Ford. Rapid, looks good, looks smooth, all going well for him. S approach speed 83 for him. Through the dappled shadows, through the S's. Comes out, now got the finish line to focus on, does just that. Steve Day, time 34.77. Neil Coles with the OMS. Quicker. Yeah, this is rapid stuff. S approach got to be in the 90s, if not more. 111. Well done, Neil, with the 1600 OMS. Loses time through the S's. Doesn't have a rapid acceleration out of there, and that's why the sector cost him 10 seconds. And there's something not right with the car, but he does get to the top of the hill at 51 miles an hour. He clears the finish line, 31.94, not a representative time. So will be okay. Gummers on the line with the 1600. Put a new chain on the car over the lunch break. It was making a hell of a noise. It was obviously stretched a bit too far in this morning's practice and then class run, but kept Darren Gumley with the force. 110 miles an hour on S approach. Pointy front end to these cars, but they go exactly where you want them to. And then if you need to, you can steer them with your right foot. Over the line for Gummers, 26.86, 26.86. Stephen Morgan now with the Empire Evo 1600. Stephen on his way, 1.99 for the first 64 feet. He'll be happy with that. S approach speed, 106 miles an hour. Builds his speed up the finish line, crosses it, 27.67. 27.6 second. 27.67. Now here is David Warburton. David on the line. This will be a rapid run. Watch this. He'll qualify for the runoff if all goes well. I'm sure it will. 1.94 for the first 64 feet. Anything sub 2, rapid. Gets to crossing, 9.6 seconds. Looking good. S approach, 118 miles an hour. He's in the ballpark. Waggle out of bottom S. Gets it all sorted. Now he powers up the finish straight. 25.16, 118 miles an hour over the line. Tricia Davis now on her way with the Reynard. The 2-litre V8 with 2 motorcycle engines sharing a common crankcase. So 2 motorcycle heads essentially. But Terry and Tricia sharing this car, and it sounds just wonderful, doesn't it? Really is quite something. Over the line for Tricia at 125, shows you it's not short of ponies. 29.37. Nicola Dearden with the Gould Dallara, former Formula 3 chassis, real cigar shape to this, no side pods, don't need the big radiators, it is just the tub, the car, the wheels, the wings. But Nicola doing brilliantly. S approach 89, over the line at 104, 32.43 seconds. Now then, who have we got? We've got Tony Hunt. Now, it was running on not 8 cylinders earlier, maybe 7, maybe even 6, but they think they found the problem. We'll find out in a few seconds' time when he leaves the line. Visor down. Here we go. And unfortunately, it's not sorted. It sounds a bit groggy. Sounds as if it's on 7 cylinders, but he's still going to keep his toe in. 102 on S approach. Ford HB in the back of this. Crosses the line, and he does so at 131. He wants to do 145 over the line, so not quite all well with the engine there. Be back again in June, and he'll find a problem in between now and then. Here's Lynn Owen with the new OMS 28 that was new last year. 2.7 litre V8. On her way, goes through S approach with the big car at 92 miles an hour. Driven on the hills for what, 35 years, 30 years minimum, I'd say. Surely more. Knows her way up. 106 mile an hour over the line, 30.31. Here's Bernard Kevill, another dual-driven car. Kevill sharing with Simon Andrews the 2.8 litre V8 behind him with this OMS. Had it now, 3rd season, and he's had an off. He's had an off into bottom S. It sort of went left on the way into bottom S, and then it went right, and it hit the barriers on the right-hand side, and I'm afraid, Simon, he's taken the front right wheel off. So he's had a bit of a moment, so we're going to have to clear that up, I'm afraid to say, just as Debbie comes to the line with the DJ Firestorm. So that's going to take a moment or two, to say the least, to move the car to the bottom S enclosure. But we can have a look around the paddock, I think, Rich. There we go. He's on the ball, isn't he? Look at him. Razor sharp. So who have we got coming to the line? Well, obviously Debbie will be wheeled backwards and then have another tyre warming opportunity with the 2.65 litre V8. And then we've got Graham Wynn with the white and black Gould GR59 on the right hand side, and we've got John Cottrell with the newly liveried Dallara with the Cosworth V8 mounted in the back of it as well. I think it's best. That's a good idea, Graham. Get out of the car, because you've built yourself up, and then you sit there and you're all ready to get to the line at that moment, and then there's a delay through a bit of bad luck, and you don't want to sit there and you crash out. On a day like this, you get very, very hot indeed. Very hot indeed. So not a good thing to have. Rich, could we go back to those modern pictures that we've got with the paddock views, or do you think we exhausted them with the Project 7 Jaguar? We could go through some other shots there. Yes, we've got the strip on the bottom half of the screen as well. Here we go. Yeah, he's right on it. Photographic opportunities at Shelsley are everywhere. A very photogenic part of the world in the Team Valley, and Project 7 very much utilising the history of Shelsley together with other automotive brands over the years. And we had a flurry of Jaguars here a couple of weeks ago, in fact. 16 of them for a photo shoot in the paddock area. The lightweight E-Type that Katerina Kivlova drove up Shelsley some years ago. And yes, lends itself well. Lends itself very well, with a view through the sheds, a view through the paddock, and then a little bit further up through the hill with the sunshine dancing through the trees. Wonderful opportunities to play around as a photographer and get those images. So if you're thinking of a photographic venue, then get in touch with us through our website. It'll be great to hear from you. Go to the contact page, and all is there for you to get in touch with us. Don't forget, we've got our Autocar Shelsley Walsh Young Drivers Championship as well. 17 to 21-year-olds. Rounds at Shelsley, and with an assessment day, a free driving school here at Shelsley, half-price entries, a way of bringing some of the younger, the next generation into hill climbing with a Vauxhall 1.2 litre Corsa. And it would be great to have you on board, and great to see you enjoy hill climbing. So do get in touch. There's a news page on the Shelsley Walsh website, and a couple of stories down, it explains everything about what is in the Autocar Shelsley Walsh Young Drivers Championship. Thanks to Autocar for jumping on board with us. They go back a long way here at Shelsley, do Autocar. They were advertising on the side of the hill when Hans Stuck came here with the Auto Union back in June 36. And here we are in May 2021, and we're still talking about it. So great to have you on board. Okay, just catching up with things here. I'm catching up with Tom Barnard, who's catching up with us, who's watching from Stroud in Gloucestershire. Wishing he was here, seeing friends race on the hill. Enjoying the coverage. Thank you very much, Tom. Thank you so very much. A message here from somebody I haven't heard of for a while. William Loffridge. How are you, stranger? Watching from Ballymoney in Northern Ireland. Looking forward to seeing some trackside action soon. Are you still woodworking and being a carpenter and making things? Let us know, Will. Good to hear from you. Good to hear from you. You were quick in that force, weren't you? You were very quick. I could never keep up with you. I could never keep up with you. Another message we've got here from Gordon Weston. Enjoying the coverage from Lot-et-Garonne. That's quite a way down in France. Be some very nice weather down there at the moment, Gordon. Very envious. Are you a Escape to the Chateau potential TV program, or escape to your lovely home in the Lot-et-Garonne? Message straight in from Phoenix, Arizona. Commentated on a rallycross there, I did. David Dauncey, watching from Phoenix. My mate's dad is driving. Had a Grand Prix in Phoenix, didn't they? Ant Senna, Jean Lacey, head-to-head. 1990-91. It was the first Grand Prix for a Jordan at Phoenix, Arizona as well in the 1991 season. I commentated. We had a race at the Phoenix International Raceway down the road. It was a very windy afternoon for NBC Motorsports. Commentated with Townsend Bell, who is currently the co-commentator on the NBC IndyCar coverage, together with Paul Tracy and Lee Diffie, who has done very well for himself over there in the US. And yeah, Townsend, very, very talented behind the wheel. Led the Indy 500, he did, a few years back. Had a huge wobble through turn one at well over 185 miles an hour and got away with it. It was quite something to hear that in the crowd as they all held their breath, hoping he got away with it. I said that we had a photo shoot with some Jaguars here the other day. Moves like Jaguar. He was with us. There were some amazing cars here that day. My goodness me, it was quite something. It was. I haven't seen the pictures yet from Amy Shaw, but I'm looking forward to seeing them. Very much looking forward to seeing them. A lot of people catching up from America as they are early morning, mid-morning. Stuart Etheridge from the sunshine in Jacksonville, Florida. Now, I have been to a Jacksonville in South Carolina, or is it North Carolina? Is it south, north? Just as well I did double check before I booked my flight, because I was going to go to the Jacksonville, Florida, which was the Jacksonville I knew, rather than the one that I needed to get to go and work at. So, yeah. A message from the top of the hill at Clifton-on-Team, Dave Richards. He's not, unfortunately, with us trackside on the hill, but enjoying the coverage. Have we got any Jaguar Project 8 pictures? Well, leave that with us. We'll have to see. I did mention that Alex Summers has done his run today with the DJ Firehawk, but we are Very much used to seeing him in the DJ Firestorm, the bigger car, the unpainted black carbon fibre car, and he did a 22.71 second run up here at Shelsley last year in a titanic battle with Sean Gould. The pair of them eventually split by just 0.02 of a second, and this is what it looks like to race up Shelsley Walsh. The second fastest driver ever up Shelsley Walsh is Alex Summers. Just look at this.
Put it there, mate. Thank you, well done, mate. Well done, fella. Well done, mate. Come out. Bloody great.
You still can't get your head around how fast it is. It is quite something, quite something. Quite spectacular. And the car will, that car will be coming to the line when we're back underway with Debbie Dunbar at the helm. Yes, of course, Stuart Etheridge, Jacksonville, Florida, home of Brumos Porsche. What a brand, what a name. Very much part of Porsche stateside, I have to say. And another message from Will Lothridge. Yes, bespoke joinery business. A few changes to your workshop since I last drifted by. I remember we came over to get an engine. You're welcome to call any time. Can't remember the last time I went to Ulster, Northern Ireland. Maybe that was it. I need to come back. Many a friend over there. I think I'll have to see them on one day and then take about 3 days to recover because of the meeting on them on the one day and going to the... Oh dear, yes. That's never a small get-together over there, is it? It's huge fun. There was an awards dinner that was essentially the Autosport Awards of Northern Ireland, and it encompassed 2 wheels and 4 wheels and rallying and circuit racing and auto testing and hill climbing, and it was run by, you know, the guys and girls from Ulster TV and Plum Tyndall, who did all the rallying coverage, and it was just a massive, great big celebration of motorsport. I never went to bed before 6 o'clock in the morning. It was quite epic, I have to say, but huge fun and a huge passion for motorsport over there. As I say, on 2 and 4 wheels, quite something. I mean, speakers that they managed to get there, you know, Ross Brawn, David Richards has been over, Tony Jardine, he hosted it one year. Huge fun, great fun indeed. Message also from Tim Cross. Thank you for the wonderful coverage. Well, you're too kind. Hope to get some runs in later in the year. Look forward to seeing you back on track, Tim. Look forward to seeing you here at Shelsley. Look forward to that. Now, other onboards that we've got, not necessarily looking forward, but also looking inside the car. And Josh Sadler is a man who is linked with Shelsley through his Porsche Auto Farm business, and he came to Shelsley last year, and this is what it looked like from the inside. Porsche 911 RS that Josh had put together driven it from Amersham way up here to Shelsley, did his runs, took the numbers off and drove it home. It was just a wonderful piece of kit. Sounded right, looked right, used well. It all worked very well indeed. Okay, we've got a red flag on the hill. If you could just bear with us for another 5 or 10 minutes, that'd be very helpful. But we'll be back in action soon here at Shelsley, very soon.
Absolutely wonderful, and Junior's lost none of his style. Let's approach 124. Absolutely textbook through the S&R era.
Warm round of applause. And as I said a moment ago, we're back in business here at Chelsea.
Okay, well, red flags now coming in. Everybody's all in position, and just takes a couple of minutes though for drivers to settle in and get the suits on and get into the car, get the belts right. It's very tight in there, and you've got to feed the belts around your waist, and sometimes you sit on the belt and then you can't wiggle your bottom to get your hand round and get the belt out. So it's not a quick process to get into a single-seater. And also, you don't want to rush it because you need to be prepared. You don't want to forget anything. You want to make sure your suit's zipped up and you've done all the belts in the right order. And you've looped the belts the right way. So just takes a couple of moments to settle yourself and also your mind to get ready to fling yourself up the hill. As friend of Shelsley Walsh, Tom Gay, who is one of our photographers here, said, "Well, it's a land missile," and that car seems to have taken the nickname between he and I as the land missile. They're all land missiles. I was at the top of the hill for the first runoff in the top paddock. I haven't been up there for some years to watch cars come up, and when I say years, I mean 20 years. It's another world to see them come up the finish straight. Man alive, it is quite something. Man alive. Okay, and even though the car is warm, you know, the oil's not completely circulated around all the galleries, and you've got to make sure that everything is all up to temperature with the dash, with the water temperature. That won't be far away, oil temperature. And then you'll be ready to come to the line. Make sure it's... is it a self-starter? So it started the car, just make sure that the temperatures are up, tolerances and such like. And when you're there, you're in the tyre warming area, and you're in the car, and the sun is shining, daylight is just perfect. And then you let the clutch in and you get that kick in the back. And the rubber, the grip, the clean tyres that you've got at the front, and you've worked hard preparing the car all week or month. And then it's just down to you. You're on the line, and you feel the atmosphere, and you know you're going to kind of nicely frighten yourself. And that is just such a good one. Here we go. Come on, Debs. She leaves the line. 2.1 seconds. Now gets into crossing bends. Nice line through there. Gives herself space through S approach. 104 miles an hour. Into the S's. No problem through there. Top S, drain. Over you go. And up towards the finish line, crossing it at 136 miles an hour, 28.61. 28.61. Now here's John Cottrell. Now I've had all sorts of trouble with this car. Not because it's the car, but I sense because it's just new. For 2021. And letting the clutch in and the engine dying has not been friendly, not been good for them this year, or this meeting, this weekend. He's babying into the line. It seems to lose the engine when he lets the clutch in, so is everything okay now? Got to remember things. You've got to make sure that you've got, I don't know, traction control on or traction control off or whatever setting you need. And let's hope that when he lets the clutch in, it'll all go the right way. Come on, work. Come on. You put all this work in. Put your heart and soul into this car. Come on, come on, come on. That's it. Go. It's bunny hopping a little bit, but at least he's on his way. Previously, he's been sharing the car with a Pilbeam MP in the MP 72, 82. But this is another level. This is another level of downforce, of feeling as a driver, the stiffness of the chassis, and of course the sheer amount of power that he's got underneath him. So just taking it steady, I think, is the right thing to say until he gets up finishing straight. Over the line, 97 mile an hour, a 38-second run is not what the car is capable of. We'll see Jack in the next batch, so fingers crossed we'll see a quicker time there. I'm sure we will. Next up, we've got Graham Wynn. Graham Wynn now in his third season with this car. Not that he drove it last year, but he had it in 2019. 4-litre Judd V8 mounted in this Gould GR59 chassis. Sharing the car this year with Scott Moran. Scott, who's new to the car, of course. Puts his visor down. He's got a colourless clear visor. Just waiting for a couple of things to come up to temperature, is he? Making sure everything's all good. Now he's ready. Bit of a wiggle in the seat. And he leaves the line. And he leaves it in 2.2 seconds for the first 64 feet. He's got some confidence in this car now, I do have to say. Shoots around Kennel through the shadows, already through the top left-hander at 106 miles an hour. Into the S's. Drowned in sunshine at the moment. Little bit of a wag on the exit of top S. This will be a quick speed, 131, 26.11, 26.11 seconds for Graham Wynn. Nicola Menges now is on the line in the Gould GR55, the 3.5-litre Nicholson McLaren V8 engine that is in this car, sparkling with the sunshine off the bodywork as it disappears up towards crossing through the top left-hander at 104 miles an hour. Into the S's, tight line on the exit of bottom S, gives herself space on the way in to top S. And now piles on the power, 27.07, 141 miles an hour over the finish line. Quick stuff. Well done, Nicola Menges. Quick stuff indeed. So that is the end of a batch. And the opportunity for people to come back down the hill, change cars. They will be then ready for the next batch, and we're going to have some very quick hill climbing in the next batch as well. Don't forget, towards the end of the day, we're going to have our second top 12 runoff. We saw a 23-second run from Sean Gould, 23.19 from Sean Gould earlier today. So there is the speed in the hill. It's there. There's an opportunity for some people to do some very, very quick runs indeed. Thank you through Facebook to Stuart Stelling. Loving the coverage. I wish I was there. Well, you can be here on the 5th and 6th of June for our next meeting here at Shelsley, part of the British Hill Climb Championship with all of the quick cars, most of whom we have here with all the top drivers. So it'll be good to see you here, Stuart. Look forward to it. If you're not already a member of the Midland Automobile Club, do so, and then we can see you here as much as you like. Debbie Dunbar on her way down in the background. Graham Sinclair sending a message to Team Menges. Go Team Menges. So your supporters are far and wide, Nicola and Wallace. Friend of Shelsley Walsh, Johnny Red. I spy the legendary Rob McDonald snapping away at the start line. Rob McDonald, you're now legendary. Yes, he's down there. We'll look forward to seeing his pictures when he's got home, and a quick glimpse of Shelsley is always good. Together with Jeff Robinson is down there. Yeah, he's chatting away, chatting away. He was taking some pictures from the side of the racetrack, so it'll be interesting to see his angles as well. Hello, yes, we can see you. Cars peel off at Triangle, go round in front of the courthouse here at Shelsley. It's part of the gunpowder plot, the Shelsley Walsh Courthouse. All the way back with the Cromwellian years, parliamentarians and the royalists. And Worcester very much part of the Civil War. 2 battles of Worcester, the beginning and the end of the Civil War, if I remember well. Dual drive area. It's going to be a busy part of the world at the moment with those cars having just got back down the hill. Steve Owen in the red overalls and the green car, changing seats and belts as Lynn is getting out and Steve is getting in. Terry Davis in the blue overalls and the yellow car, just putting his earplugs in. John Cottrell in the Dallara on the left-hand side, the orange car, just taking the wheel off. Debbie Dunbar walking through shot, exiting stage left. Jack Cottrell about to just check the wheels are tight and the tyre pressures and such like, and then he'll be jumping in the car himself. He's got a couple of minutes before then. Elsewhere, a little bit further into the depths of the paddock, other cars getting lined up. Tyres will be given a good roasting in this sunshine. In the sun, it's absolutely lovely. Out of the sun, it's a little bit cold in the shadows here. Where are we? 2nd of May here in the UK. A few others of you are watching from warmer climes, no doubt. Warmer climes. Ah, what a great message that we have received from Thomas Buble. Warm regards to my friend Scott Moran, who met at the 2018 Hill Climb Masters in Gubbio, Italy. Greetings from the German Hill Climb website master. Thomas Buble, yes, very much part of the Deutsche Bergrennen scene. And good to hear from you, Thomas. Please come over one day when times are different and times are better. It'd be great to see you here at Shelsley Walsh. Grüß dich, Dankeschön. Okay, on the line, Tim Elmer. Well, not for long, because he's gone with this 2-litre Dallara. Very wide track, very lowly slung. He's put a new set of bodywork on the rear of the car over the winter, and it really sets it off. Through the shadows he goes, back into the sunshine, through the S's. S approach for him was 1 mile an hour, but he's on his way to the finish line now, through the sunshine. Time for Tim Elmer, 28.77. Charles Williams with this Pilbeam MP87. Not quite as quick to kennel as the Dallara was of Elmer, but building speed as he gets into his stride. 82 miles an hour on S approach, all good for him. Through the S's, one way then the other. No problem for him. Clear view now towards the top of the hill for Williams. Joshua Moss leaves the line, 2.22 seconds for the first 64 feet. Charles Williams at 32.6, by the way, 98 miles an hour over the finish line. So Moss continues. Good, quick run through the S's. Well done, sir. Nice. 8.15 seconds through the S sector. Visibly quicker. That's good, and it's reflected in a 27.49. 109 miles an hour over the finish line. Next up, this looks like Mike Tregoning. Indeed it is, in his 2-litre Pilbeam MP88. 2.08 for the first 64 feet. All going in the right direction, isn't it? 103 miles an hour on S approach. puff of smoke on the exit of bottom S. Is there a bit of an oil surge problem? Watching this YouTube back and analysing it. Mike Tregoning, 28.96. Now here is Terry Davis in this beautiful sounding Reynard with the 2-litre V8 engine that he has designed and constructed and then put into the car that he's put together. Wonderful piece of kit. 91 miles an hour on S approach. Gets it all together, down a gear or two, holds it together, then you've got the view of the finish, and then you can get the speed on, and immediately you're over the line at 117 miles an hour, 29.61. Andrew Henson, the Gould Dallara. The Dallara finding the pace, keeping the pace through the crossing bend, striking sparks through the top left-hander, all good through the S's, yes, 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 keeps it together, all good. Good S sector as well. Time though for Andrew Henson, 27.42. 27.42. Now Simon Moyes did qualify for the runoff earlier today, but couldn't take his actual run after a problem, but he's got it all sorted now. That's the main thing. The supercharged Gould is on his way at 114 miles an hour on S approach. Pointy, grippy, lightweight, on his way out of the S's. Time 25.51, 25.51 seconds, 123 miles an hour. Pete Tatham, 1300cc supercharged OMS, rattling it through the kennel bend, disappears out of my view in no time at all. 115 miles an hour as he comes towards the camera at the S's. Finds his way out of them. Needs to be doing a 25, not quite, a 26.41, a 26.41 it is for Pete Tatham. Quick mention to Chris Wells, friend of Shelsley Walsh, watching from the Isle of Wight. Great coverage as always. Chris, thank you so very much for all of your great photos on Instagram. Follow the Shelsley Instagram, and if you go back you can see some of the shares that we've done on the Shelsley Instagram from Chris Wells, who came here in the 80s, and he's got some great pictures. John Chalmers, class record holder here at Shelsley, with the Ralts Formula 3 car with a turbocharged engine. It's loud and it's quick, and John knows how to drive. S approach already there, 120 miles an hour on a cool day such as today. Into the S's, changing camera shot, out of the S's, comes out, got a view of the finish line, and he crosses it now, 26.75, 126 miles an hour as he crossed the finish line. Next up, another quick runner. This is Kelvin Broad with the 1300 supercharged Force. Rapid car driver combination. Very quick engine he's got behind him. Leaves the line in 2.1 seconds. Darting on the turn-in into Kennel Bend. We now watch him through crossing as the pheasants are shooed away back to their forest on the right-hand side. No time to look at them. 108 on S approach. Could do a bit quicker than that when it's a bit warmer. 8.16 through the S's. That's pretty good. Now he's going to be quick. 117 mile an hour, 26.76 as he got to the top of Shelsley Walsh. Ian Tucker now with the immaculately prepared OMS 28 1700cc engine. Ian Tucker through the top left-hander, and he does that at 94 miles an hour. The sun disappears behind a cloud. Tucker won't be worried about that. The heat is already being transferred into the tyres. He crosses the finish at 113 miles an hour, 31.10 seconds. I think we've still got a pheasant problem, have we? Or have they gone? Have they gone? Oh, there's something on the track up there. No. Something fell off, and they're looking for it. So it's the Shelsley Walsh treasure hunt. Patrick Weber had to from Germany or Luxembourg. I beg your pardon. They had to cancel Eschdorf, a hill climb, for the second year, which should have been held this weekend. But I'm glad to at least see that you are racing here. Luck to Dad Richard and brother George in the Malak. Wish we were all there. Yeah, you'd go well here today, Livy Cooper. You'd always be going well. I could never beat you at Wiscombe. You were far quicker than me. Far quicker than me. But look forward to seeing you back driving the 1600cc Force. And another quick message across the bottom of the screen for Team Legacy. That we saw the Subaru Legacy earlier. Dave Mockford. In the meantime, Paul Crute is on his way. He had a terrible engine problem earlier. It was bunny hopping its way up the hill. And hopefully that seems to be all sorted with the 3-litre V6. Spent a lot of time fixing it over the lunch break, and it all seems to be good now. So that's the main thing. You want to get a good clean run in before you put the car on the trail. Time 30.18. 30.18. Next up, Terry Graves sharing this car with Tony Hunt. And it's still missing a little bit, so it won't have the sheer speed, but you can tell by watching on the television, let's approach 97 miles an hour for the 3.5-litre Ford V8 X Formula 1 engine in the back of this Gould. A little bit of a shame that it's coughing and spluttering at this end of the year, but well, there's a month before the next Shelsley, so if you can pop it out and get it sorted, you've got a chance of being all good for the 5th and 6th of June when we return to racing here at Shelsley. Steve Owen now with the OMS. How many of these cars has he made? 150, 170, maybe even, I think it's over 200. S Approach, 105 miles an hour for the 2.7-litre V8. Yeah, good run. Little bit slippery on the exit of Top S, but he holds it all together. 27.29. 27.29 for Steve Owen, not quite as quick as his first class run. Now here is Lindsay Summers in the DJ Firestorm, the V8 2.65, squeals as it revs into the 14,000 revs per minute range. Lindsay already through crossing. S Approach now her target through there. 107 miles an hour. On the brakes, down the gears, focuses on the S's. Top S over the crest of the hill that you can't see from that angle. But when you're low down in the car, it's all there. Time 26.87. 137 miles an hour over the finish line. 137 as she crossed the line. 26.87 seconds, all part and parcel of getting quicker and quicker as 2021 gets underway. Now here's Jack Cottrell. Jack, new to this Dallara Formula 3 based car with the DJ Hill Climb NUS added to it. Cosworth V8 IndyCar engine in the back of it. Ex-Newman Haas engine, in fact, specifically, was the paperwork that was in the crate when it got delivered from the US of A. And the IndyCar engine is very much in the car of Jack Cottrell. Now, they've had all sorts of problems with getting it off the line. Jack managed to make it work. That's it, go on. No, not to be today, unfortunately. Not to be. What a shame. It's right underneath my commentary box, so don't think the camera will pick it up. It will now, as he wheels it backwards. He's popped the belts, and it's just easy to wheel it back, and we'll get the next car coming to the line in the shape of Scott Moran. So Jack parks the car for the weekend, and as frustrating as it is, well, there's a little bit more work that has to happen on these new hill climb cars. It's very frustrating with the electronics. I've been there myself. Things don't work, gears don't engage, and I've only done it on a 1600, nothing quite as complex as the big V8 that he's got. So he'll be back, and he'll be quick, and he'll be in a top 12 before you could say orange. Now then, Scott Moran comes to the line with the 4-litre Judd-powered Gould GR59, former outright record holder here at Shelsley, 6 times a British hill climb champion is Scott Moran. And long term, you've got to believe he's thinking about a 7th to put himself ahead of Tony Marsh. Already up to S approach at 119 miles an hour into the S's. Bright sunshine through there, out of the S's. 7.7 seconds through the S's. Over the line, 24.11. 164 miles an hour over the line. Get your breath. 164. That is stuff of the Apollo space program. Fantastic. What a time. What a run. And a sister car to that of Scott Moran comes to the line. This time it's Sean Gould. Sean Gould in the Gould GR59, the 4-litre Judd X Le Mans V8 engine in the back of it. Did a 22.73 second run here last year. He won the runoff earlier today, and he leaves the line, and he leaves it in 2.01 seconds. Darts out of view, already up towards crossing. Through crossing, building the speed. S approach is 130. That's the kind of pace that he had last year. Through the S's, slides it one way, not too much the other. Now he's got the finishing straight to go. Time, 23.47. Quicker than Scott Moran, but he's had more car, and it's a record speed over the line. 166 miles an hour. It's June, it's August, but here we are in early May. What is June and August going to give to us? What is the runoff going to give to us this afternoon? Will Hall on the line, quickest man here at Shelsley back in 2019. He lets the clutch in and it all goes very quiet, which means he's going to have to put the starter motor in the rear of the car and get it started again, which it is running again. Now the rear wheels didn't cross the line, so he's still got another bite at the cherry. Visor goes down for Will Hall with the force, with the 2-litre turbo engine. The boost rises, the wheels spin, it hunkers down as it hunts for the grip, and it's gone. It's as quick as that. 2.18 seconds for the first 64 feet. Already up through the top left-hander. Speed 122 miles an hour for Hall. Into the S's. He's always quick through here. Gives it a bootful. It was tracking up the finishing straight last time. He's already over the line at 149 miles an hour and a time of 24.32 seconds. Trevor Willis, 3-time British hill climb champion with the OMS. It stutters on the rev limiter, but now the launch control means that he leaves the line in 1.97, the quickest of all in these recent runs that we have seen here at Shelsley. S approach, building speed, 127 miles an hour. On the brakes, down the gears, rockets out of bottom S, visibly quicker than some of the others. This is a great run by Trevor Willis. Over the line, 23.92. 23.92, second fastest qualifier at the moment, half a second back of Sean Gould. And these are only the class runs, ladies and gentlemen. David Oren comes to the line now, fastest up Shelsley back in 2018. He got best time of day at the June meeting back 3 years ago. Been coming to Shelsley all his life, and now he's gone away with his name in the record books with the GR55, the 3.5 litre car. He's quick, is David. The car is the outright hill holding record car in the shape in the hands of Groves, but that's an era ago. Here we are in 2021. David Arend, 127 miles an hour on S approach, pushing through the top S. Had to get out of it, I think. Had to have another stab at top S. 23.94, just 0.02 of a second back of Trevor Willis. 142 miles an hour as he crossed the finish line. Great stuff. Next up, it's the reigning British Hill Climb champion, Wallace Menges. Menges, outright hill record holder at numerous hills across the UK as part of the championship. Wrapped up that title in 2019 and putting the number 1 on the car ready for this season after no British Championship last year means he's very proud to come to the line with this gold. He's got a 3.3 litre V8 engine in the back of it, a little bit smaller than that of Moran and Gould himself, but Menges leaves the line in 2.08 seconds. I look to my left-hand side and he's out of sight already. Up to crossing, nice line through there, solid, planted run. S approach, 115 miles an hour. Through the S's, the torque is his friend, the lightweight is his friend, as it is for all of these guys. Already up to the finish, 24.12, 163 miles an hour as he crossed the finish line. So Wallace will be in the runoff together with the majority of those guys. If you stick around for another 3 batches, then we will have that second runoff. Make sure you will be watching it here on our Shelsley YouTube and Facebook channels, because that is not the high point of the day. We've got all of that to go through again for points in the Midland Hill Climb Championship. Next up, we've got Richard George with this lovely Chevron B19, the 2 litre car. Eiger Racing car, Joe Siffert, who drove this car. Beautiful way to go hill climbing. Classy, quick enough to keep your attention, and just a nice place to be on a Sunday afternoon driving the hills of the UK, let alone here at Shelsley. Richard George comes past our camera at a speed of 103 miles an hour, 33.54 seconds. 33.54 seconds. A few messages from our YouTube comments. Are the new Avon tyres starting to make an impact on these quick early season runs? An astonishing finish line speeds, asks Scott B. Well, maybe yes, but also the Pirelli guys, they're putting their heart and soul in it too as well. And unlike modern motorsport that you see on the television and such like, there is absolutely a tyre war here. Avon have raised their game, Pirelli are fighting as well. It's tit for tat, it's tat for tit, it's moving around, and that's what's great about this part of motorsports. So it's a nice day here, Scott, in fairness. The tyres have been warm, the track's got some warmth, the machines have been developed, the cars have got a little bit more advance with their technology, so it's all part and parcel of going well. George Brown on the hill now, brother of Olivia Cooper, whom we heard from earlier through our comments across the bottom of the page. George, he's quick. Whatever time this car will do here, I doubt as if it'll go any quicker, although father and former record holder here, Richard, will have something to say about that in the next batch, I'm sure. 29.78, 29.78 seconds, a speed of 96 miles an hour over the finish line. That is the end of a batch as the Cottrell car gets pushed away. Greetings from the south of France. Shelsley looking splendid and great opening for the 2021 season. Well done, everybody. Well, it's a team effort. Scott, thank you very much for joining us. Whereabouts in France are you? Any hill climbs near you? I went to a very, very hot hill climb down south some few years ago, and it was a bit relaxed, shall I say. Very relaxed. Another message coming up here from Richard Parker. Anybody know why Alex Summers is driving the Firehawk rather than the Firestorm this weekend? Well, he's letting the girls have a chance with Lindsay and Debbie just to get their eye in with the Firestorm, the bigger car. And that means that Alex is having a good run with the Firehawk, the 1100cc motorcycle engined car. So just to remind you, we've already had 166 miles an hour over the finish line a few moments ago from Sean Gould. A mile an hour quicker than we saw last year, which was 165. Quite something to see. Just fantastic. Message from John Davies, missing the hills, very grateful for the live streaming. Well, you're very kind to say that the coverage is good. Thank you so very much. Very kind of you. We heard from Moves Like Jaguar a couple of batches ago. I thought it was quick when I crossed the line at 90 miles an hour the other day. I can't even imagine what it's like north of 160 miles an hour. Nor can I. I've done, I think it's 117 on over the line and 115 on S approach, and it doesn't feel quick because your brain is running at 60 frames per second and you are so been looking forward to your run, so focused on doing a good time, you just want to go faster to get a better time. When you're there and your eyes are out on stalks, you want nothing but speed and you want it quickly. Keep in touch with us through our Instagram page at Shelsley Walsh. Use the hashtag Shelsley Walsh as well. And then everybody can keep in touch with what's going on here at Shelsley. Share your stories. Tag us in any photos that you've got. It'd be great to see what you've got from the past or today or anything involved with Shelsley Walsh, the oldest motorsport venue in the world. End of a batch, cars coming back down the hill. As I say, we've got a runoff in 3 batches time, so another 45 minutes or so. We've got a runoff, and that's going to be very spectacular to see the fastest runs of the weekend here at Shelsley. Okay, we're back underway. So next car is about to come to the line. This will be Alan Goodwin's Alden. Mr. Alden Performance. Car went to America, he found it, brought it back, restored it, and has been campaigning it for some years here on the hills. Getting ready to leave the line, and he does so, and he does it well. 2.31 seconds. Handy stuff. Grabs another gear on the way up towards crossing through there. Building speed towards S approach, goes through there at 81 miles an hour. A growl from Andrew Tippett's Brabham BT30 with the 3.5 litre Rover on its way as Goodwin gets to the top of the hill, 34.73. Tippett, committed he was in his first class run through the S's. S approach this time, 84 miles an hour. Almost lifting an inside front wheel. Now growls his way over the finish line, and he does that at 107 miles an hour, 32.14. Amanda George now with the chevron that we saw Richard have a go in the last batch, end of the last batch. Richard George did a 33.54, so a little bit quicker so far for Amanda. I think she may well be able to hold the honours here. She gets over the line. She does so in 32.39. 32.39. Robin Johnson now in the Tiga. Tiga 1600. 1983 car by the nomenclature. For him through there, and he gets to the top of the hill, and he does so in 33.17 seconds. Richard Brown, we saw George go up earlier. Richard Brown with the family Malloch. I think he said he'd been competing at Shelsley last year for into his 6th decade. Into his 6th decade, that's quite something. Richard Brown, surrounded by motorsports all his life, and well, who knows what he could have done if he'd taken his driving to another level and maybe even made it a profession. 30.64 compares with Georgie's 29.78. Martin Rowe now on the hill with the Peugeot 106. We saw him at the top of the programme this afternoon. Absolutely bone-dry conditions here at Shelsley. The lesser weather that we were supposed to be getting this afternoon fortunately hasn't happened. And, having said that, I better keep my mouth shut. Maybe they've got it a bit late. We don't want any rain now after that wonderful second-class run. Runs of the unlimited capacity single-seater cars. John McQuillan on his way with the Mini Cooper. He's about to get to the top. He does so in a 46.26. 46.26. Johnny Toon in the Peugeot 106. Another one, but rapid. Oh, lifting an inside rear. Oh, it's screeching around for help through the S's. but he manages to navigate them pretty perfectly. Tune over the line, 38.08, 38.08, 64 over the line. Next up is Emma Ali in the Mazda MX-5. Banks lap middle of the road for her. Never driven an MX-5, never driven one, but apparently they really are such a joy to handle and throw about. They're quite something. I've driven a GT86 Toyota, or whatever they call it, Subaru BRZ in America, and you've got to keep your wits about you when it's wet in those. Now this will be a quick run. This is Peter Siddle in the Renault Clio Sport. Lightweight car, fully kitted out with all the right stuff. Oh, you need to carry a bit more speed into bottom S, Peter. Go on, chuck it in, chuck it in. And it's going slowly, too slowly. It's as if there was a gear selection problem. It's going slowly. That's a shame. That's not right. 49 miles an hour over the line. Something went wrong in the middle of the S's. In the meantime, Mike Edwards is chasing him up the hill, won't catch him. He will at the very, very top, but that's after the finish beam. Mike Edwards with the British Mini 1400. Not quite sub 40, but very nearly. 41.08 for Mike Edwards. Ian Hunt looks good, Ian, with the 1300 Cooper S, making all the right noises, isn't it? Ooh, almost a bit of oversteer. He's leaning on it on the exit of top S, but all sorted now. Ian Hunt gets over the line. 40.08. 40.08. Here's Ollie Wright. Managed to beat a 35 last year. Beat a 35 on his last class run, but he'll be having a go. Watch this through the S's. Fling it in. Outside front disappearing under the wheel arch. Outside left disappears under the wheel arch on the exit of top S. Watch the clock. 34. Oh, 35.2. 35.2. It won't go any quicker, Gov. Josh Baxter with the Citroen, with the Saxo. Similar kind of design layout to that of the 106 that we saw with Ollie Wright a moment ago. Sebastian Loeb started his international rally career with the Citroen Saxo when he won the Super 1600 Championship, same as Chris Meek did, before they then went on to World Rally Championship success. More so with Loeb winning 9 World Championships. Meek winning rallies, but not quite a championship. The pair of them now are driving on the Dakar. John Wadsworth with the Mazda MX-5. Quick run that. Deceptive. 40.92. 40.92. Martin Collins with the MR2, or as they didn't call it in France, the Merde, which is not healthy in France, so they had to change the name. Same as they did to some Mitsubishis when they went to Spain. They had to change the names because it didn't quite work out in Castellana. Martin Collins came over the top, though, 43.14. 43.14. Chris Toon now with the Ford Focus. They've had a good life with the hot hatch versions that they've managed to pull forward, and he's been given a red flag because there's a pheasant. There is a pheasant on the exit of top S, and it disappeared. Now, I know that it's not a grouse, but maybe we should put the famous grouse advert music on when there's a pheasant in shot. Do that and all that one. So the pheasant has got out of its way, but Chris Toon will then be awarded a rerun. So red flags come in. Pheasant's done the difficult part of its life, survived the winter. So it doesn't need to make any mistakes on a spring afternoon here at Shelsley. Tim King with this very rapid BMW 3-litre turbo. I don't know if you can adjust the shockers and slip angle or traction control or whatever, but I saw it go up this morning and it was quick, very quick indeed. Doesn't sound like a manual. 3.1 seconds for the first 64 feet. Standard road car. Piling on the coals up to S approach at a speed of 78 miles an hour. That's quick for a car like that up here. It is only a narrow country lane, remember. Up to the top of the hill for Tim King. Lights on. 87 miles an hour, 37.36 seconds. Now here's this Porsche 911 SC that I really do like. It's lovely, it's retro, it's got the right colours, sounds right, of course. It'll be an air cool. It just works. It's a nice bit of kit to maybe drive through the Alps or down Highway 1, West Coast, or you know, in an early spring afternoon, drive through Barcelona or something or other. That's a cool car, that. 4406. James Allen McFarlane with the Porsche Cayman. 72 on S approach, 72 miles an hour for him. All looking good. Our own little Worcestershire Nordschleifer. Das Nürburgring. And he gets to the top of it, 37.26 seconds. Paul Harris now with the Evo 6. This is a good run. S approach, that's going to be 80-something, 86. Yes, it is. Chucks it into the bottom S. The handling characteristics of these Evos, really good through the twisty stuff like this. Over the line, 32.90. Good run that, 32.90. That's a good fun car to have a go at Shelsley in. That's really good fun. Quite envious, I have to say. Take the numbers off, drive it home. No trailer, quite easy. Graham Godfrey now with the TT Mark 1, 1700cc. S approach 80 miles an hour. Soft top. Might be a little bit heavier than the hard tops for obvious reasons. All the bracing and extra stuff they put in the belly pan. 36.34 for Graham Godfrey. Martin Roberts now with the Lotus Elise. Lightweight, rear-wheel drive. I think they have smaller wheels at the front, smaller width wheels, tyres at the front compared with the rears. All the right colours, isn't it? Pretty cars, pretty cars. Martin Roberts gets to the top of Shelsley Walsh here in a time of 38.12. 38.12. Time now is focused on Chris Westwood with his Elise. 1800cc. Not quite as quick as Martin Roberts on S approach, giving away 6 miles an hour, but needs must. Up the gears, 4th gear maybe by the time he gets over the line, does it in 40.16. Rob Toone with this +8 3.5 litre pushrod Rover engine is rapid. Chucks it in. Shades of Peter Garland when he had that mid-blue coloured one in the mid-80s. And shades of Mike Hall, of course, in the red one. I think Will still got that. Over the line for Rob Toon in the +8, 35.73. Robert Pallett now with the Ginetta G33. 4.8 litres of V8. That is going to get your attention. Robert Pallett comes to the top of the hill, over the line, 34.45. Next up, we've got Stuart Rothwell with the RWL Motorsport Peugeot 205. Sounded flat to me on the run through Kennel. If it was flat through Kennel, it'll be pretty flat through Crossing, certainly flat through the top left-hander, and 83 miles an hour accordingly. Oh, 3 wheels it through bottom S, probably 3 wheels it through top S. Going through there like a little Jack Russell lifting its leg on a walk. Stuart Rothwell, 34.42, 84 miles an hour over the line. Malcolm Redgewell with the Clio 182. Papa Nicole. And a bit of Thierry Henry as well in those adverts that they had for the Clio in the day. Hugely successful car for Renault. And as they come to the top of the hill, Malcolm 39.37. Nigel Smith, huge wheel spin as he left the line. But he's got the speed now with this Ford Escort Mark II, 1600, so not a 1800 or a 2 litre. Bags of oversteer, leaves some darkies on the road. Doesn't attempt it with the imposing banks on the exit of top S, but I'm sure he thought about it. Over the line, 40.30, 40.30. Kevin Dickens with the Jaguar XJS, the 4 litre. Gets it into 3rd gear just as he turns into Kennel. Simon Taylor came here, filming for BBC Grandstand with an XJS in the mid to late 80s, with a BBC Scotland football presenter, Archie McPherson, if my memory recalls. Spoke to Simon about it a couple of years ago. He said he didn't listen to anything I said. Why did the BBC put a football report to report about hill climbing? He couldn't really fathom it. But hey, he went up in a Jaguar, Lister Jaguar XJS. John Goodrich with the Caterham 7 Super Sport. It's a big good run. Always quick. We'll see the car in a minute when it goes up again, so we look forward to that. Time 35.76. 35.76. So that's the end of a batch. So we got some messages as well to run past you. Pauline Coghill watching Nicola and Wallace from Caithness. So Nicola and Wallace, they'll be preparing for their runoff. If you're at home and you want to do the full hill climb spectator experience, you can write down who's going to be in our top 12 runoff. First runner will be Alan Warburton, then Graham Wynne. I'll sing these out in a minute, so if you haven't got a chance to get near a pen, but Warburton, Alan, then Graham Wynne in the Goulds, Tatham, then Alex Summers, Simon Moyes, David Warburton, Will Hall, Wallace Menges, Scott Moran, David Uren, Trevor Willis and Sean Gould. So we're going to be running from the bottom of that table if you follow, because the fastest qualifier is Sean Gould. So we will be running from the bottom of that table here at Shelsley Walsh for this, the 4th round of the the Midland, Freudian slip there, Midland Hill Climb Championship with BMTR and Win Developments. Good to have you with us, Colby Todd, watching from Northern Ireland. And also Adrian Whiteheads, watching from North Wales. Good to have you on board. And Charles Atkinson, good coverage, good commentary. You're too kind. I'm blushing. Together with Chris Druitt, who started off the broadcast this afternoon. Thank you, Chris. Hopefully you will be here on the 4th of July this year. We look forward to seeing you here then. Certainly look forward to it. That's the main thing. Friend of Shelsley Walsh. Also is Shell, otherwise known as Blonde Nutter. She loves Shelsley and is ever faithful trackside watching when the doors are open. And we certainly expect the doors to be open for our members and the spectators come the early June meeting on the 5th and 6th of June. So the best value of all is to become an MAC member. It really does pay dividends to become a member and to become part of the Midland Automobile Club, and then you've got access to everything that we organise here on the hill at Shelsley Walsh. Breakfast clubs, social evenings, driving, members' days, driving schools open to anybody. But our driving schools are here, 4 of them throughout the year. We had one the other day, full entry, people learning a lot of people coming to our driving schools and then competing soon after, so that they've got the speed, they've got the memory of what they need to do. Oh, now this is pretty cool. Watching from Baja, California, in Mexico, with the San Pedro Marti Hill Climb, the 19-mile road course. David Pfeiffer. I do know of that, David, in Baja, California. No, I am a follower and a liker of your Facebook page. So I've looked at it, I've studied it. Wow, what a place it looks. What a hill climb. 19 miles. We're unable to do a hill climb such as that here in the UK. We have to use private roads. And there's not many places that have got a private road that's 19 miles and going uphill. But nice part of the world. I've been out there for the Baja 1000, leaving Ensenada. That's great. Really good fun and privileged to be part of it, and seeing those guys Ironman it, and then, what is it, 17, 18, 19 hours later come back to Ensenada, absolutely banjaxed. What an experience that was. I was standing waving them off, David. I was standing waving the leading cars off the line, stood next to Ivan Stewart, who was the first man to do the Baja 1000 solo, and then they called it Ironmanning it, because then they didn't change drivers in the 1,000 miles or whatever it may be. That was quite an experience. Love that part of the world. Really love that part of the world. And I must just put this across the screen before we get into the next batch. Archie Cooper, good luck to Trevor Willis from his #1 mechanic. So Trevor, if you're listening, Archie Cooper wishes you well in the runoff coming up. Thank you, Archie. Next up, we've got Chris Toon with the Ford Focus. We've got this batch to run. And then it won't be long before our runoff. Chris Toon in the Ford Focus, rattling up the hill. And he's going to make it to the top. 30, under 40, not quite. 40.41, 70 miles an hour. Daniel Redgewell with the... That's not Renault Clio, that's a 205. Oh, Stephen Maxwell. Stephen Baxter, I'm sorry. Stephen Baxter in the 205. Three-wheeling his way through the S's. Looks good, looks rapid. It is 34.01. Not quite a 33. But next time, 200th of a second, don't have any breakfast, don't have any lunch, you'll be there. Daniel Redgewell with the Renault Clio 182, already on S approach, and he's through there at 77 miles an hour. Building speed, radio off, certainly the aircon off. Maybe they didn't have aircon in those lightweight Clios, I very much doubt it. This would have had aircon in its day, and it would have had acres of walnuts, veneer, and all sorts of luxury inside the Jaguar XJS. Dave Nursey with the guest drive in the XJS here. Quite a car. That would really lend itself to a Monza or a Le Mans, wouldn't it? But he's pushing, pushing, pushing. Oops, don't go any further left. That was as close as you want to be on the exit of Top S as a cloud of dust gets thrown up. Dave Nursey, 41.68. 41.68, 75 miles an hour as he crossed the finish line. Noor Ali with the MX-5, the 1600s. S approach for him, 68 miles an hour, out of Top S, all good, no problem at all. Looks a bit dark from that shot, but I assure you it's not. It's bright up there. And a beautiful view when you get to the top paddock over towards Worcester itself. You could just about see Worcester Cathedral and the Glover's Needle down by the river as well. Adele Hunt with the Mini Cooper S. She makes her way through the S's. She approached the S's though at 62 miles an hour. Out of the sunshine, bang slap middle of the road, breaks the beam at a time, 42.64. 42.64, no speed. Anna May Furness leans on it, really hanging it out through crossing. Good run, good run. Don't break, don't break, don't break now before you go into the S's. Good line through there. We change the camera. Use a little bit more road on the left-hand side. Don't be frightened. And as she comes towards the top of the hill, she breaks the beam. 36.16, 81 miles an hour over the finish line itself. Jim Herbert with the Mitsubishi Lancer, the Evo 5. Sister car to that of Tommy Mackinnon and Freddie Loix, Armin Schwartz. Drivers of the Evo 5 in the day, mainly Freddie Loix when it was in the Marlboro colours. Quick car this, look at that, 31.48. Rapid stuff from Jim Herbert. Chris Goodreds now with the Caterham Super 7, the 2-litre car. We saw it a moment ago, seeing it again here. S approach, 80-something, 88. Nearly knocking on the door of 90 miles an hour. Through the S's, away and towards the top of the hill. Time, 32.17. Whoa, Graham Beale has a huge moment after the triangle. He thought about swapping ends, but actually he didn't quite do it. So he's making progress. S approach 84 miles an hour. Through the S's, on his way. And to the top of the hill. Here he goes, 32.66. 32.66. Okay, next car on the line. Yeah, big moment there. That's a Code Brown for a moment in a car that could really get your attention. Not huge wide rear tyres, so with that amount of power going through the rears, it's maybe going to go for a walk if all is not well. Next up, Anthony Brown in the Audi TT, 1800cc turbo, bulletproof engine that the Volkswagen Audi group produced. and put in many of their cars, whether or not they were Audis or Volkswagens or Seats, Skodas. Pretty bulletproof. Must have made millions of those engine blocks. Over the line for the TT, 34.75. 34.75. Eamon Collins in the middle of our trio of Das Deutsche Wagen. Audi, of course, coming out of the four rings of Auto Union. Auto Union made up of Audi, DKW, Porsche and Wanderer, all from the Chemnitz area in the former Germany, then Eastern Germany, and now back to Germany. James Collins with the Volkswagen Beetle. It's a Beetle, but not as you know it, with a 2.7-litre Porsche engine in the back of it, so it's a Porsche rear end and a Beetle front end. And a regular at Shelsley. Good to see him here. Over the line, 39.62. 39.62. Next up, oh, it's quick, isn't it? Nigel Pitt with the OMS. He's been watching opposite my commentary position for a couple of batches, and he's disappeared and jumped into his car and going to get up the hill. 30.75. 98 miles an hour over the line. Lee Gallimore in this early OMS. Tramping on. Up towards the S approach. And he does that at 84 miles an hour. 84 miles an hour. He comes through the S's, no problem at all, and he's all sorted. He's on his way as Robert Clark leaves the line with his Empire Evo, and he gets a red flag. Now, why have we got a red flag? Because we've got a pheasant walking across the racetrack. There we go. And he's not going to move because he's like, no. Oh, maybe yes. Disappear. Tail up. So he's probably spoiling for a fight, but we don't need a fight, Mr. Pheasant. So he's going to disappear as Robert Clark does a three-point turn in the middle of the track, just stage right, and he needs to be pushed back downhill pretty quickly. There we go. That's not Robert, but Robert will appear in his car. There we go. We've been watching all day, certainly enjoying it. Hi to Alex Summers and Debbie Dunbar from Mum Shirley. Good to hear from you. And, yep, Debbie's been going well. And Alex going very well indeed. He's qualified for both runoffs in the 1100 DJ File Hawk. So he'll be happy with that. Another friend of Shelsley Walsh, James Lamb. Great commentary. Thank you to the MAC for the coverage. So no problem at all. Thank you, James. Thank you indeed. Do keep in touch with us through the messages, and we can receive them here in the commentary position. Next up, we now look forward to the OMS on the line. Let's remove the flags. Yep, there we go. And then we're all okay. Line him up. Is he all lined up? Should be, yeah. Here we go, Stephen Potter with the 1 litre OMS. Revs rise, clutch in, car gone. keeps it probably in a third gear, high revs as he goes through the Kennel Bends, depending on the gearing, on his way, 100 miles an hour, cracking on, all good. Potter on exit, a top S, but he's certainly not pottering in any shape or form. Over the line, 28.99, good run, 99 miles an hour. Robert Clark now with the Empire Evo. Suzuki 1 litre GSXR 1000 in the back of this. S approach 98 miles an hour. Down the box, cautious through the bottom S. Down the exit top S, uses the road, goes towards the beginning of the wooden barrier, and he crosses the line in 30.03, does it at 101 miles an hour. Rob Anscombe up to third gear before Kennel Bends, builds the speed, come on Rob, through, crossing, underneath the camera, all away, 94 miles an hour, through the S's, fling it in, come on, come on, come on, on the exit, uses the power of the Suzuki Hayabusa engine, gets to the top of the hill, 30.39, bodes well for June, 30.39, all good for Rob Anscombe, who lives probably within a mile and a half of us here at Shelsley. David Rose now with the Lotus Elan. 81 on S approach, all good for him. Oh, go on, chucks it in. Yep, he chucked it in the last time, didn't he? Really flung it about, and it works well. Over the line, 36.49, 36.49. Back with the Triumph Stag. The Stag, opulence of velour and veneer, I'm sure, inside there. Probably an overdrive on the top of the gear knob with the 3 litre Stag. Suspension travel. The suspension travel quite something, I'm sure, for a hill climb, but well, you can go home in utter luxury. The Stag gets to the top of the hill, 50.43, 50.43. Stephen Akers with the Lotus Elan, going hard, going quickly, going well. He's chased up the hill by John Fordy with the RSR, but the Elan is going well towards the top. 39.27, 39.27, 80 miles an hour over the line. The Porsche comes towards our camera. Nice car, very tidy. Look at the hips, look at the haunches, look at the rear 3/4. Good shape, works well. Over the line for Fordy at 74 miles an hour, and he'll be able to drive it home after he's taken the number off. Nick Stevens with the Malak, 1700 push rod. Struggling for gears, going slowly. Struggling for gears, gets a gear, go on, go on, go on. Struggling, got it, got it. He'll be all right. He'll get to the top of the... he'll get to the top of the hill. Yes, he will. Yes, he will. He's got the speed. It's going well. He'll get there. So not a great run for Nick Stevens, but Carol Nichols will be all right. Okay. So we've had 2 cars now red flagged, unfortunately. So Carol Nichols and also Sarah Thorne. So we've got to take some time to bring them back down the hill. So the two cars that were red flagged will return down to the base of the hill now, and they'll get another run. Who have we got here? We've got James Robinson, looking forward to coming to the driving school here at Shelsley Walsh on the 18th. Look forward to seeing you here. What car are you bringing, James? What have you got up your sleeve for the driving school? Let us know through the Facebook comments. That'd be great to hear. Track now clear. All good. Malcolm Thorne sits on the line. We've got the cars back down the hill, haven't we? So we're waiting for the red flags to come in. Oh, we're going to give Carol another run immediately. So that works out. So she's had to come to the top, and now she's coming back down the hill, so that'll all be good for Carol. She's got her eye in, that's for sure. Perfect hill climbing bit of bad luck, dare I say it, that you get a red flag, but actually you then get another one, so it gives you another little eye in, gets your eye in a little bit further. Okay, here comes Carol. She'll disappear away. And we've then got to shut the fence. So that'll take just a moment. And then the marshal can come back and get his red flag out. Okay, red flag's now in. And Malcolm Thorne sits on the line. Soon to leave the line. He does that now. And he does it in 2.52 seconds. Beat Sarah in the first class run by 0.02 of a second. But Malcolm's going first this time in this Lotus Type 35 F2 car. A pair of them got 1600 engines. Sarah tended to get the better of Malcolm last year, but Malcolm ahead of the game so far today. Let's see what time Malcolm can do. Over the line he goes. 34.17. So there's the gauntlet well and truly being thrown down. Sarah's quicker on the split to crossing, quicker on S approach. Goes through the S's, comes towards our camera. Should be on course. 34.17 was Malcolm's on that run. 32.65, 98 miles an hour over the line for Sarah Thorne there. Very good indeed. So Carol Nichols gets her other run after she was red flagged a moment ago. Over the line she goes, 40.96. 40.96. So she'll be happy with that. Stephen Thomas now with the TVR Vixen. Making it dance, getting it on its toes, isn't he? As he gets through the S's. All good for him. Stephen Thomas gets to the top of the hill. Time 38.53. 38.53. Sheila Ash with the TVR Griffith. Bold canary yellow, isn't it? A friend of mine had one in black with black leather, black carpets, black everything. It was stealthy, it was quick, it was menacing with looks, and it was a nice thing to drive around in. I was quite envious, I have to say. This TVR Griffith gets to the top of the hill, 38.87, 38.87. David Barraclough with the Chimera, 5-litre car, getting towards the top, crosses the line. These are our last couple of class runs. Gets there, 37.41, 37.41. Finally, Rob Pack is on his way. This is our last class run because we've got the runoff next. Our last 12 cars will be coming to the line in a few moments' time. So if you are listening and you've got us on in the background as radio with pictures, then make sure you get yourself in front of the television screen in the next 4 or 5 minutes or so, and then we can see our runoff. I do have to apologise, but Scott B, greetings from the south of France, Shelsley looking splendid and a great opening for 2021. Penny's only just dropped because you've had to give me a nudge. That's Scott Bevis, who was the mainstay, the foundation of the Shelsley book that we produced last November, December. I know you're very self-effacing, Scott, but if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have done it. We had some late nights, but it was all worth it, and it's a lovely tome and it'll last the length of time. So Scott B. Everyone else has their full name, but obviously you're flying under the radar with Scott B. So another time I'll be able to be a little bit quicker, shall I? A little bit quicker. Note from Simon Ellis, difficult to juggle because he's watching the Donington Historic, and well, if I could politely say, he's preferring Shelsley Walsh. That's very kind, but the historic guys at Donington putting in a huge effort as well. Went to that meeting a few years ago. It was very good indeed. Message from Matt Wade. Some of the cars are going left into the car park on the way down instead of going straight on down the road, asks Matt Wade. That's because we've got some cars parked in the main car park area, which is to the right-hand side of the track as you're on the way up. Bit of spacing issues in the paddock, so we've put some people in there. A message through YouTube from the S's. Great coverage from you all. Looks like the outright hill record could be broken this year. What about the ladies' record? May well be. Ladies' record 24.7. 24.76, is it? It's certainly a 24.7 by Sue Young in the Dallara. Outright hill record 22.58 seconds. It stood since August 2008. Martin Groves. Different days, different era. Groves was a hell of a driver, and we've got some hell of drivers again around the hills in 2021. Surface is not what it was in 2008, but the cars have come on. There's a tyre war on at the moment, and the technology really is quite something. So, yeah, I think we might have a hill record by the end of the year. Who it will be is for me to wonder and for you to find out, and certainly for you to come trackside and watch it, because when there's going to be a hill record here, it's quite something. I've watched hill records, I've commentated on outright hill records here at Shelsley, and it's quite something. It's quite something. Don't think we're going to get a hill record this afternoon, Shell Richards. Don't think that's going to happen in the greatest of respect. People early on in the season, they've had some tests, they've done some other hill climbs elsewhere, but the hill's not quite there and it's not quite warm enough. The sun has disappeared behind the clouds compared with where we were at the second class runs, but we'll still see some quick hill climbing in the next 15 minutes or so with our runoff here at Shelsley. Okie dokie. First car that will be coming to the line will be that of Alan Warburton. Alan Warburton qualified the Gould GR59 in a time of 26.54 seconds. 26.54 seconds. So that is a good target. He's done a 25. He did a personal best here last year. Did lots of runs up the hill. Did well. He's ready. And he's being pushed forward. And he'll be coming into view in a couple of moments' time as we start round 4 of the Midland Hill Climb Championship between the 3 hills of Shelsley Walsh, Prescott and Lowton Park. The little car for the big tall driver, Alan Warburton. We'll see David go up in the next session, as it were, because we've got 2 double-driven cars. David qualified in 25.16. Lots of tyre warms. You can see the patch on the rear tyres where the tyre has been scrubbed, warmed. But of course the edge of the tyre then really gets used when the car is really being cornered hard. Warburton on the line, visor down, revs rise, traction control kicks in, first 64 feet, 2.06 seconds. Already out of kennel, rattles up towards crossing, nice line, darty front end to this car, comes through the top left-hander at a speed of 112 miles an hour, already out of top S, builds the speed, gets to the top of the hill, crosses the line, 27.14, 27.14, 115 miles an hour when he crossed the finish line. So that's the first of our 12 runners. Warburton, 27.14 seconds. Next up, it's Graham Wynn. Graham Wynn, who is in his 3rd year with this Gould GR59. Similar chassis to the one that we've just seen, but a huge difference in engine. 4 more cylinders and another 2.4 litres with the Judd V8 that he's got behind him. Bulletproof engine. Did Le Mans and other races when it was in the back of LMP2 cars. They're now running Gibson V8s, but these engines with hill climbing are going to do nothing like the distance of even a Le Mans LMP2 car test with the short, sharp jab runs that we have in British hill climbing. Graham Wynn sits on the line. Visor slowly goes down. Checks the belt, that little wobble in the seat as you push yourself down as the belt push your bottom into the base of the seat. Almost too much wheel spin. Let's have a look. 2.46 seconds. Shoots out of kennel. Up towards crossing, builds the speed. He's quicker than Warburton to that point. Through the top left-hander at a speed of 102 miles an hour. Darts it through the S's, exits the top S. Clear view now up the tunnel that is the finish straight. Crosses the line, 26.44, 151 miles an hour as he crossed the finish line. So quickest of the two at the moment, but 1600cc engine versus 4-litre V8, not quite comparing oranges with oranges. So those two cars will immediately come back down the hill, and then we will have Pete Tatham ready to come to the start line. You can see the cars hoving into view from the top of the hill. They make their way down further away from Herefordshire, which is not far away over the top of that hill, and back into the Team Valley of Worcestershire. So those guys make their way back down. Next up, we're going to have Pete Tatham, followed by Alex Summers with the 1100 DJ Firehawk. Simon Moyes in the Gould, Warburton in the Gould, Will Hall in the Force, Menges in the Gould, Moran Gould, Aren Gould, Trevor Willis OMS, and Sean Gould, well, that needs no second introduction. But he qualified quickest, did Sean Gould, 23.47. And he did 166 miles an hour when he crossed the finish line. Quite something. Pete Tatham already in the collecting area. So tyres just being cleaned. Little bit of a breeze, as you can see from the flags. Breeze coming left to right. Looks like it's raining the other side of Aberley. So if you can hear me, if it's raining the other side of Aberley and the flags are being fluttered in that direction, hill climb drivers need no second invitation to push each other up the hill when there's a black cloud coming over the horizon. Let's hope that we have a clear, dry runoff with these remaining 10 cars here at Shelsley. The big high nose of Pete Tatham's OMS, 1300 supercharged. So it's all whistle and pop and bang, isn't it, when it leaves the line? Sits on the line, everything's all lined up. Time to beat at the moment is 26.44, not lined up. There we go, give him another push, get the timing strut all ready. And he'll get a green light and he'll be on his way in just a moment's time. Leaves the line the first 64 feet, 2.5 seconds, not meteoric. Quick now, really getting into his stride as he goes through the top left-hander, through there at 111 miles an hour into the S's. With a pop and a whoosh and a bang and a clatter. Builds his speed, time to beat, 26.44, not quite, 27.68, 116 miles an hour as he crossed the finish line at the top of Shelsley in the 1,000 yards. Little car, but a former British hill climb champion, now with Alex Summers, and expert Aston Martin Red Bull soapbox driver as well. He's kept that quiet, but as working for Aston Martin, he was part of their soapbox fund that they had a couple of years ago. This will be a great run from the former British champion. Look at the speed, 2.02 seconds for the first 64 feet. Oh. He passed the pheasants, but was then given a red flag. So the pheasants are taking their time to cross the track. but we can turn him round. That's a shame, because he was making a mighty... Yeah, so he passed the pheasants, but he got a red flag. So, okay, that's unfortunate. So he'll turn round and he'll be back on his way. Alex Summers, he'll be doing the British Championship in the DJ Firestorm that we've seen here this weekend. 2.65 ex-IndyCar engine. Turbo removed from it. So it's normally naturally aspirated rather than the turbocharger that it has in the US of A. And quite some engine, car, chassis, aerodynamic, driver, tyre combination it is as well. Likewise, Sean Gould, he's been using some Avons and some Pirellis here this weekend. Trevor Willis, he's been using some Avons and Pirellis in meetings past. David Uren didn't quite try the Pirellis before the coronavirus landed. And forgive me, David, I can't remember what tires you've got on now. Scott Moran, he's on Avons as Alex Summers comes round, and he will go underneath our camera. Quick 3-point turn. Dad Richard running away to pull the car back. Alex takes his crash helmet off. Because he needs to do his belts up. So you can just see him doing his belts up, and in order to do that he needs to take his crash helmet off, because then he can't move his arms to get his belts all done up. Hands device goes on, checks the balaclavas all in position. Don't rush, Alex, make sure everything's all there. Thumbs up. Make sure that the hands device is in. A lot of the drivers, even when they get to the start line, just check that the hands device is connected to the base of the crash helmet with the two hands mounting points. And just wait for just 2 or 3 seconds to make sure that everything is okay. Camera running, Alex? Probably still running. That's it. I learned that from you last year, so I'm only giving you the information back. He said every single run, I always have the camera, and then I know exactly what happens. Okie dokie. So Alex Summers, he left the line last time in 2.02 seconds. He sits on the line now. Motorcycle engine, very lightweight. DJ Firehawk. Here we go. Right, 2.02 replicates his start time from a moment ago. 6.15 to Kennel. Building speed, doesn't lift one single jot. Thrashes through, crossing at a speed of 114 miles an hour. For an 1100, that is cracking on. Already he's up the finish straight. He's approaching the finish. He crosses the beam now. 26.13, 111 miles an hour. He goes quickest of the drivers we have had so far. So it's Summers from Graham Wynne, from Alan Warburton, from Pete Tathan at the moment. Next up, Simon Moyes, experienced hill climber, running with the Pirelli tyres with this Gould GR59, supercharged motorcycle engine as a 1300. Leaves it gentle on the throttle. Now he stamps in it as he comes out of Kennel. Builds the speed. Not quite as quick as Summers so far. 108 miles an hour on S approach. He's quicker to the bottom S though. Did it look a little bit hesitant through the S's? Let's find out. Time to beat 26.13, 26.33. He goes second, crossing the line at 123 miles an hour. So 0.2 of a second, the difference between first and second at the moment here at Shelsley Walsh. Good afternoon to you if you're watching in the UK. Good morning even if you're watching us live, stateside, or wherever you are in the world. This is Great British Hill Climbing in, and it's glad that you're joining us watching this live stream live from Worcestershire in the UK. This is David Warburton, 1600cc large Suzuki Hayabusa engine mounted in the back of this specialist Gould GR59. Harry flatters through crossing, only 0.06 of a second off the quickest time to there. 118 on S approach. He's quicker than anybody so far to the bottom S, but now he's got to use the corner speed out of top S and the straight line speed. 25.89 makes him quickest. 25.89 makes him quickest by nearly a quarter of a second. 117 miles an hour when he crossed the finish line. Now then, here is Will Hall, multiple British hill climb round victor in this ex-Le Mans engined 2-litre turbocharged Force. Ian Dayson standing at the back, the constructor of the car. He's worked tens of thousands of hours with Will to get this absolutely tip-top together with Ray Rowan. 2:09 for the first 64 feet. This is going to be a quick run from Will Hall. Already through crossing, up through the top left-hander, through there at 117 miles an hour. Hard on the brakes, through the S's. Bit of a characteristic Will Hall waggle at bottom and at top S. Time to beat 25.8, 24.68 for Will Hall. 1.21 seconds quicker, 148 miles an hour when he crossed the speed beam at the top of the hill. 5 more runners to go, including the reigning British Hill Climb champion, Wallace Menges. If you've never been to a hill climb, you must come to June Shelsley and not only see these cars, but listen to them as well. The sound you get from the variation of the engines, whether or not it's the 4-litre V8 or the 3.3-litre V8 Cosworth in the back of this Menges Gould, or the 2.65 V8 in the back of Alex Summers' car. Leaves the line. 2.04 quickest for the first 64 feet so far in this runoff here at Shelsley. Here he comes through crossing. He's quickest so far. Top left-hander at 123 miles an hour. Nice through the S's. Look at it, the blood red colour scheme with the bright wheels is already to the top of the hill. 23.87. 165 over the line. That must be the quickest that he has done over the line. Wallace Menges goes top of the pile here at Shelsley. 23.87 seconds, smashing. 23.87 seconds, smashing his qualifying time from earlier this afternoon. That was set in warmer conditions, but the cooler conditions now may be favouring the engines. Scott Moran, former record holder here at Shelsley. He's part of the 22 club. He's done a sub 23, but this is a new car for Scott Moran, the 6-time British champion into 2021. First 64 feet done in 2.13 seconds. Rattling through the top left-hander at a speed of 108 miles an hour. Giving away a bit of speed to some of the others, but he said he had a bit of a gear shift problem after the first run-off. Over the line, 24.42 for Scott Moran puts him second quickest, 0.55 of a second back of Wallace Menges. 3 runners still to go in the low sunshine here at Shelsley. This is David Oren. David Oren come through the lower capacity single-seater classes, and indeed some of the mod prod classes. Didn't he have a Caterham Westfield he was quick in? came through the 1600 class, then he had the Force, now he's in the Gould GR55B. The 3.5 litre Cosworth V8 leaves the line, 2.18 seconds, kicking up, sucking up a load of dust off the track as he goes into Kennel Bend. He's already through the top left-hander at 133 miles an hour. He's quickest of all to the bottom S by 1/10 of a second, but has he got the power to get that advantage over the line? Not quite, by 7/100ths of a second. 23.94, he goes second quickest with 2 to go here at Shelsley Walsh. Trevor Willis comes to the line now with his OMS, 3 times a British hill climb champion. Hasn't quite got the outright speed here at Shelsley, but my goodness me, it's got the agility through the corners, particularly the S's, so make sure you watch him when we have that overhead view. Willis leaves the line, 2.06 seconds, the PowerTech V8 whirs away behind Trevor through crossing. He's quickest to crossing of all of our runners, striking sparks through the top left-hander, 128 miles an hour. He's quickest to bottom S. He can carry the speed through the S's, but what about the top speed? 23.8 to beat, 24.25 as he hits the finish line at 135 miles an hour. He goes third with 1 more runner to go, so guaranteeing themselves a podium position is Wallace Menges and David Uren. But it's all down to the last run of this speed into spring meeting here at Shelsley Walsh, and it's all down to Sean Gould with his self-designed and constructed Gould GR59. 23.87 is the time to beat here, ladies and gentlemen. He won the first run off this morning. The gauntlet has been thrown down. 2.02 for the first 64 feet. Quickest of all to Kennel. Quickest of all to crossing by 0.23 of a second. 133. 3 mile an hour quicker. 133 on S approach. Through the S's. Gone. Here we go. 23.8 to beat. 23.22 seconds. He is the best time of day, and Sean Gould takes 2 runoffs here at Shelsley Walsh to start the 2021 hill climbing season. Sean Gould takes it first position from Wallace Menges and David Uren. It's a Gould 1, 2, 3, but the OMS of Trevor Willis, what a heroic 4th position. Great run by Trevor there. Scott Moran in 4th position from Will Hall, from David Warburton, from Alex Summers in 8th position, Simon Moyes, Graham Wynne, Alan Warburton and Pete Tatham. Alex Summers at the bottom, that's just because he had a rerun. So there you have round 4 of the BMTR Wind Developments Midland Hill Climb Championship for 2021. What a run by Sean Gould. 2 early 23-second runs here today. Quite something. Well done. And thank you everybody for being part of our Shelsley weekend. A lot of work bringing Shelsley out of hibernation from the winter, and we've managed to do it, and we're very proud of it. So thank you to everybody who's been trackside. Thank you to the marshals. We had a cold day yesterday with a bit of rain. It wasn't much fun out there on the hill, but we thank you for it, and we've been blessed with some warmer sunshine here today. We now look forward to coming back here to Shelsley on the 5th and 6th of June for the British Hill Climb Championship. Saturday for practice, and then the big day on Sunday. We should be open for our spectators to be trackside, and also our MAC members. Keep in touch with our Facebook page and our website for all of the dates if you want to refer to them later. But then we've got our Vintage weekend in early July, Classic Nostalgia in mid-July, Summer Spree, great club atmosphere over those 2 days at the end of July. Mid-August, Championship Challenge, again, British Hill Climb Championship running in 14th and 15th there, and then our Autumn Speed finale to wrap up the year. But we've only just started the year. That's the main thing. And that's a great precursor to see an early 23-second run at this part of the year in these weather conditions without much rubber being on the hill. That really does bode very well for a fantastic season ahead of us in 2021. We've also seen the fastest ever over the finish line, 166 miles an hour from Sean Gould twice today. So some spectacular motorsport still well and truly up our sleeve. We've had people watching from Australia, we've had people watching from all over Europe, we've had people watching from Mexico, from West Coast America, East Coast America, and Brazil as well, with Alessandro Oliveira watching. Thank you for all of your messages up and down Facebook and YouTube and Twitter, and Thomas Bubel from Germany. Alan Muggleston pointing out, Pirelli top 3 again all today. The tyre war is certainly on with Avon, isn't it? Roger Payne, great afternoon of hill climbing. Hope to be there in June. Well, the doors will certainly be open. Thank you all so very much for joining us, and from everybody here at Shelsley Walsh, we look forward to speaking to you, and most of all, seeing you all in June on the 5th and 6th. Goodbye for now.
Absolutely wonderful, and Junior's lost none of his style. Let's approach 124.
And as I said a moment ago, we're back in business here at Chelsea.